So as the cars head out on the formation lap, let's take you through the Fuso starting grid for 2012. Davison and Johnny McIntyre on pole position. Jamie Whincup, three-time champ with Paul Dumbrell. There's the young Kiwi. Geez, popular here. Luke Youlden is with Shane Van Gisbergen. Mark Winterbottom has another double winner with him, Stephen Richards. Fabian Coulthard, terrific job this weekend with David Bernard. Garth Tander and Nick Percat, our defending Bathurst champions for the Holden Racing team from position 6. Tim Slade, the youngster, has Andrew Thompson with him for Lucky 7 Racing. David Reynolds and Dean Canto. David will be starting that car. He was a bundle of nerves when Neil Crompton spoke to him. Craig Lowndes has handed over the starting duties to Warren Luff for car 888. Steve Owen and Paul Morris, as we've said, the most experienced combination up here. 32 starts combined. Jono Webb, Scott McLaughlin on debut. Scott, Jason Bright and Andrew Jones. Tireless campaigners for Team BOC. Count them in as your Smokies. Rick Kelly with David Russell for Jack Daniels Racing, position 13. There's James Courtney and Cam McConville for car 22. 15 and 16 goes to car 4 and car 34. Lee Holdsworth and Craig Baird with Michael Caruso and Greg Ritter for Fujitsu Racing next to them. James Moffat has the true blue colours on this weekend, paying homage to Stevie Johnson's dad in car 17. Amazing, they'll line up side by side on the start grid. Todd Kelly and Tim Blanchard. This will be Todd's last race in a Holden Commodore. He won't make the rest of the year because of shoulder surgery. He'll be in a Nissan next year. Positions 21 and 22 go to David Wall and Chris Pither and Greg Murphy, 4-time Bathurst champion with Owen Kelly. He is a rock-solid driver. Tony D'Alberto and Dale Wood for Team High Flex, with Russell Engel and Christian Klein looking to make some noise for their sponsors. And the sponsors of this great event, Super Cheap Auto. Techno Auto Sports, 2 entries, of course. Car 91, Michael Patrizzi, docked 5 spots from qualifying for holding up Jason Bright. So he qualified 20th, but car 91 will start from 25th. And then Taz Douglas and Scotty Pye for Team I Select, Carl Reindler and Daniel Gordon. And then the rear of the grid, Cameron Waters will start in car 23. When he hands over to Jesse Dixon, we'll be watching, because Jesse is 18 years of age, won the Shannon's competition to be part of this race, youngest ever combination to compete in the Bathurst 1000.
Joining us in the commentary box now, after participating in the presentation and the gala ceremonies downstairs, a man who's had a lot of success around here. There's only a couple of other guys in the queue ahead. Mark Scaife, 6 times you've won this race. I think it's 5 pole positions. Excuse me if the numbers are wrong, but I know when I stopped, I found it very difficult the first time that I came here and had to watch. How are you feeling?
Oh, one of the weirdest feelings I've ever had in my life, Neil. That was one of the most powerful moments and emotional moments, looking at Tony Cochran across there and all the drivers and the legends that are parked there, talking to Alan Moffat on the grid just before the start of the race. It was just amazing. It feels almost unreal that it's so different. And I remember lining up last year on the grid, and you just know the pressure and intensity at the start of the grand final. It's the biggest race.
Just got a little update down here from the lane that the Techno Auto Sports car of Michael Patrizzi, they're going to start from the pit lane because they've qualified near the back of the grid. We talked about how important it is to conserve fuel all day. Well, right at the front of the day, they're going to come in just to give a little splash. They'll get a couple of litres in, might make a difference at the other end.
Right, as we look down on David Reynolds, we're in car on car 66 before I confirmed that it's Russell Engel behind the wheel, not Christian Klein.
There's a lot of oil soak on the inside. That's a passing area at the end of the first lap, so drivers will need to note that. It's going to be very slippery if you try and put a move on down there. I was very surprised at how nervous David Reynolds was. He'll be glad to be in the car now. He was literally shaking. That's why I walked away from him and left him alone. Well,
regular viewers of the V8 Supercar Championship, especially this year, will know that Davey's so laid back. He's got a great sense of humour. He was having a humour bypass down there. He just wanted to get that helmet on and get on with the job. That's the pressure that the Bathurst 1000 throws at you. It means absolutely everything to these guys.
It's that dirty line I spoke about there.
And Matt, you can't believe how hard they are to get off the line. They're full of fuel, longest diff ratio we use. I never even used to warm the rear tyres up. I wanted to drive up to the line, have the tyres cold, so you actually induce some wheel spin. This is the most difficult start of the year by a long way. That car's in front of the bay. That VIP car was just in front of the bay when it lined up alongside Lowndes.
More than 90 kilos of the Sucrogen E85 ethanol over the rear wheels of the car for the start of the race.
And Taz Douglas and Scott Pye's entry is also coming into pit lane, so there'll be 27 on the start grid. Here we go. 2 out of pit lane. This is it. 50 years in the making. And here at Mount Panorama, the legend now continues. Will Davison gets a good start, but Paul Dumbrell has outpaced him. And Dumbrell is going to go side by side with his mate into turn 1. Dumbrell hung out wide at Hell Corner. They're still battling it as they take it up to Mountain Straight. Shane Van Gisbergen tucks in behind them. This is going to be interesting at turn 2. Who will yield? Who will want to push? Who will take the lead of the great race? After just 2 turns, Davison, the pole sitter, on the outside, Dumbrell on the inside in the championship leading car.
It's an awkward place to be on the outside at 2, but it makes an ideal positioning now on the run to the cutting. And so down the inside goes Will Davison. Dumbrell left room high and wide in turn 1 just in case he was there to avoid contact. But that's a nice move, a decisive move early by Will Davison. Well done.
That was very brave. Around the outside at turn 2 was not a normal spot to be. And he got it done. He was on the inside for the cutting, and he's pressing on in the first lap. The best start of all the top 10 guys was Fabian Coulthard. He got a ripping start. He's in 4th spot behind Van Gisbergen.
Top of the mountain, McPhillamy Park, over Skyline. 225 k's on approach up here before the mountain falls away through the S's.
Remember, they've got cold tyres, they've got cold brakes, they've got a full fuel load. They've got to be very careful on this first lap. Gizzy
on the inside of Dumbrell, so Van Gisbergen moves up a spot. The Fords lead the way. Will Davison first, Shane Van Gisbergen second. You're riding with Paul Dumbrell. Behind him is Fabian Coulthard, up towards 300 kilometres an hour on approach into the chase. You watch this.
Drivers know that they have a limited opportunity to pull a move early, because this then sets the tone for the first stint. So in the next couple of laps, things settle down. So if you see an opportunity, oh, Tanny, you don't want to be on the dirty stuff down there. So Garth tucks back in onto the clean line. So the order at the end of lap 1 of 161 is Will Davison, Shane Van Gisbergen, Paul Dumbrell, Fabian Coulthard, Garth Tander, Slade, Winterbottom, Reynolds, Luff and Bright now in the 10. Look at the gap.
And strategically, this is a very good move for the lead drivers to be racing the co-drivers. So Will Davison, big bold move on the early part of the first lap, has now gapped Dumbrell. Van Gisbergen then a move at Forest Elbow to get Dumbrell. So the lead driver guys are trying to make some track position immediately in this race.
Rick Kelly had a huge moment on the exit of turn 1. He speedwayed off there in second gear, dropped the right rear into the gravel. He recovered, but he was being attacked pretty substantially by James Courtney. So they're just outside the 10. So Rick is 11th and James is 12th at the moment.
Both the Holden Racing Team entries have been having a little bit of a peak. Garth Tander did so on the first lap. James Courtney there on the second lap, up under the tree.
Now, the cold tyre pace that Will showed on lap 1, he gapped them. It's actually come down now into lap 2 as tyre pressures normalise. So it's down to about half a second now at the top of the hill. They've got to be very conscious of looking after these tyres while they're coming up to their ideal hot tyre pressures, which, depending on the team, is around about 29, 30, 31, depending on your preferences in terms of pounds. I'm speaking in the old language. But they'll start them down around the 16, 17, 18 pounds as they left the line. Speaking of it, let's have a look at the start.
It's in front of the bay, VIP car.
So it's car 49, Steve Owen and Paul Morris. The left-hand side as we looked at it, on the right-hand side of the track proper.
And he got a tardy start too.
Bad start, yeah. So that's him there. Just coming up to turn 1 now on the outside. So Owen is in position 13, started 10th. This is the view from our pole sitter.
And Will had to ease it away. He had to kid the clutch into action there. There was a leap, and then he had another go. It was almost 3 stabs. How's this? This is wild. Dumbrell left him some space at 1. Oop. A little bit of a touch there as they found position back live. Davison has got a .68 margin now from Van Gisbergen. Coulthard, and Dumbrell has recovered now with the fastest lap of the race as he finds his feet in rhythm. Good decision though for PD. Only 2 races in a V8 supercar in 2012. Doesn't need to get involved in a fight to the death in a paint exchange in the first 2 laps of a long day of racing.
They thought about it though, I reckon, coming up here. Nobody wanted to yield. You're riding with the Bonnello entry of David Reynolds. Dumbrell's just done the fastest lap of the race. First real indicative time, 2:10.83. When you see the green circle there illuminated on any of your leaderboards or tickers, that means that the co-driver is in the car. When you're looking at the car, you'll also see the green LED light, bottom left-hand side of the windscreen. Right as we look at him, there's just saw that light activated for car 888, so Warren Luff behind the wheel.
Tander's hustling here as well at the moment, Matty. He's in 5th at the moment. He's done the best time to intermediate 1, the climb up the mountain in the Holden Racing Team car. We spoke to him at the start.
Movers and shakers. Mark Winterbottom in 7th position, so drop 3 from the start. Steve Owen and Jono Webb both dropped 3. Greg Murphy is up to 18th and he's made up 4.
This is looking rearward, the rear bumper of Garth's car off Forest Elbow. The wide open throttle portion of this straight, the longest straight in Australian motor racing, is 1,350 metres. It's a great ride. There's a southwesterly today which will be aiding the performance of the cars down here. They're still very heavy.
And they're always very unstable in that spot. When they come through the chase, the road's quite bumpy. When the tyre pressures aren't up to normal operating numbers, the tyre moves around, the car moves around on the case of the tyre. Plus you've got full fuel load, so the cars are very unstable. And looks like there Gisbergen has taken some ground off Davison again on that lap. So a 10.35, fastest lap of the race so far for Shane van Gisbergen. Only 0.5 of a second away from Davison.
Interesting to see that replay image in the super slow-mo of the flutter in the splitter, which is effectively the front wing on these cars. Car number 6, Will Davison, the leader of the race at the moment. He's got 0.5 of a second margin. We're going to show you a lot of these wonderful slow-mo images through the course of the day. We've seen some extraordinary stuff in the practice and qualifying lead-up. So Van Gisbergen now, as his car settles down, showing tremendous pace. And they'll all now be beginning to understand what they've got. They'll have had a bit of a think about it. They'll have radioed in. They'll have had a little fiddle with the anti-roll bars, either front and rear. This is Jason Bright on board car 8, 10th at the moment. Let's have a listen.
Doesn't use the clutch for the down change. It's very weird, especially in the unstable spots. At Skyline, when you make the first 3rd gear change back from 4th, the cars are always on the verge of locking the rear wheels, and he just fired it straight into 3rd gear and didn't lock a wheel, which was quite, I mean, it was well done, but quite unusual.
The danger there is if you try and force it too early, you'll lock the rear wheels.
Jason Bright, winner in 1998 with Stephen Richards, celebrated his 400th career race at Sandown. Kidding me, aren't you?
That gets your heart racing. 300 kilometres an hour, 83 metres. With every passing second, the cars are travelling in that spot. You've got to make some pretty rapid decisions at that point, and Van Gisbergen is now 0.3 away. Forget the numbers, he's on him.
And he's on his game this weekend, Shane Van Gisbergen. They had a good run at Sandown. Luke Yilden with him. They started from pole position. It wasn't a shootout down there, a different form of qualifying. They ended up inside the top 5. He's got good history here. He was with Johnny McIntyre last year and finished top 10. He actually finished 6th. So Shane Van Gisbergen has this kind of feel with this kind of circuit. And he's going to have a look at Will Davison, just to let him know he's there at Griffin's Bend.
So 2:10.0 for Shane on that last lap. And he's hustling at the moment. And it's an uncomfortable feeling for Will. You want to lead the race, it's important. So how hard do you play it? Do you defend or do you just let him do his own thing? Big questions to answer.
A great race is underway. Will Davison is holding off a charge in the very early stages of this race from Shane van Gisbergen. Paul Dumbrell, who started on the front row of the grid in car number 1, has now joined the train as well. In fact, van Gisbergen is pulling them all along. So the gap at the front's come down a little bit now. It's 0.7 of a second from Will. And then there's a big, long train waiting to pounce.
Well, Will actually responded in sector 2 then.
Good.
So he saw the threat. The SP Tools logo was looming large. He stepped it up a notch, and you can see that he's taken the pressure off. He's opened that margin out. It was 0.3, it's now 0.7.
And in terms of gamesmanship, it's very important, Neil. This might be a sprint race like this all day. Certainly those top 5 or 6 guys will be in the contest, plus Winterbottom and Reynolds as the day goes on. So if Van Gisbergen catches you, what you want to do is you want to demonstrate straight away that I've got to, don't worry, my pace is good, and I'm going to sneak away.
I've got the answer.
Absolutely.
Guys in the garage with Ross and Jimmy Stone, and Ross, Shane just very focused. It's as though he's come into this weekend with a mission.
Yeah, he is. He's driven me mad a couple of times over the weekend because of it, but you know, that's what it takes these days, so just got to let him get on with it.
So he seriously wants this one today?
I think there's a lot of people out there that want it, but I think he's desperate for it.
Good news. Good on you, Ross.
Ross and Jimmy Stone farewelling the Mountain and Ford colours this year. We know that they will have Mercedes cars, E-Class AMGs running in the 2013 V8 Supercar Championship. Camera tucked in on the inside of the dipper. So round Forest Elbow, Fabian Coulthard, a Lockwood entry. And Bradley Jones Racing is continuing what has been a stellar start to this weekend, and he's now taking that into the race full of confidence. 2 years ago, coming down here on lap 1, he ended up in a right royal mess. Last year, David Bernard was the victim of the big crash up at turn 2. And it's interesting that those 2 guys this year are now pairing, Coulthard and Bernard. We've said it before, they've got a score to settle at this mountain. Maybe today is the day. So 0.67 is the gap between Davison and Van Gisbergen. There's Dumbrell, Team Vodafone looking on. 2-time World MotoGP champion Casey Stoner. I saw him limping back up pit lane after you were down there on the grid. And if you aren't a regular viewer of the V8 Supercar Championship, while Casey's been back home recuperating from that ankle injury, he's been a permanent feature in the Team Vodafone setup. He loves V8 Supercars. When he comes home, he'll have a hand in some way, shape or form.
But he is off his crutches, and when we saw him and spoke to him at Sandown, he was on the crutches. He's off them now. He's still a bit frustrated by the speed of the recovery, not surprisingly. He's an athlete and a determined young man. But I was also surprised when I spoke to him at Sandown. I had a yak to him earlier in the weekend as well. He loves these things. He's going to be in one at some stage, which surprised me, but I reckon he's going to be in one at some stage.
Not only that, the thing that surprised me, Crompo, was, I mean, he's a busy boy. You know, he's travelling around the world racing motorbikes in the top category in the world. Well, he keeps an eye on all this. He knows the news. He watches V8 Extra. He sees the lot. Crazy shot. We'll approach here to McPhillamy. Mark Beretta was standing up there in the sand trap before the great race. Would have been a highlight for sure. Brock Skyline. And just on that shot there, Garth Tander is starting to creep up on the rear end of car 14 of Fabian Coulthard. So since the get-go, Tander has been willing to show his authority as well.
He's having a long, hard look now at the rear wing of Fabian, just sizing him up. There's his teammate Courtney in the background as well. Davison, Van Gisbergen, Dumbrell, Coulthard, Tander, Slade, Winterbottom, Reynolds, Love, Bright. Just outside's Rick Kelly and James Courtney. The thing that I like it when you see other racers from other disciplines showing enthusiasm is just proves that they're hardcore racers. They just love to race. Let me add it. That attitude's fantastic.
That angle's fantastic coming into the chase.
That was Dave Reynolds going to have a dive at Mark Winterbottom. So he looks quite racy. I'm very critical of that oil that Neil made mention of. It's probably the best passing opportunity on the track, and they need to be able to clean that up at some point. So if there is a safety car, they need to be able to sweep that and clear it, because it'll have an effect on the race for the whole day.
You've got to ask yourself what it's doing there.
Oh, well, exactly. Before the start of the biggest race in the country.
Remember at the end of lap 1, Gart Tander had a little look on the inside. He knows that's a passing point down there at Murray's, and he went, "Wait, I better get back."
Instinctively, you do. He's been conditioned over more than a decade of racing here to know that there's an opportunity there.
This man has had more than a decade of racing that we're driving with right now. Greg Ritter, co-driver with Michael Caruso.
The world's fastest plasterer.
Exactly, that's what he does most of the year. Good opportunity early in the race too for us just to sit back, soak in this lap.
That's Jonathan Webb just up in front, coming out of Forest Elbow.
It's a beautiful place on a clear day, isn't it, Scapey? A bit different to 92.
Oh, he's not wrong. I wasn't on board when that happened.
This will be good. Watch this.
Not quite on the limiter. Battling to stop.
In 92, in that spot, you couldn't see a thing. Literally couldn't see where the kink was in the straight. Here's the super slow-mo of the punishment the cars take across the curb, up on 2 wheels, massive load going into the tyres, sliding. Amazing. Now, Will Davison's done the fastest lap of the race. He's eased the gap out to 1.6 seconds now. It's a 2-minute 9.7 for Will. So he's responded to the threat from Van Gisbergen. He's willing to fight. He doesn't want to yield that lead.
It's a very big statement in this race. He come at him. I reckon he's given the sway bars a tweak, and then they've asked him to press on, because that 9.73 is effectively 3.5 tenths of a second faster than the next fastest car. So he's the only guy in the 9s, and that's the gap. That's what it looks like. So that little positioning and that little effect of pressing on has a very profound effect on the sprint at the end.
The last car to salute victory from pole position was 2009. That day, Will Davison was driving with Gart Tander. Could it happen again? Welcome back. The action's in pit lane at the moment because car 888 and car 15 have both decided to come in. So Rick Kelly peels off into his pit bay and Warren Luff will do the same here at Team Vodafone.
Boys, Brixie, plastic on the front. No great issue, just on the top here, mate. Thank you.
That's a bit of a windscreen tear off.
You're going to be good to go once you drop here. Good to go, all yours, mate. See you.
What's that left rear look like?
So, yeah, so there's a couple of things. There's been some tyre durability issues through the week, and maybe there's some drama there. We just saw the plastic there, that's the windscreen tear off in the grille. They don't drag air from there, so that won't have any effect over the engine cooling or engine air intake. But what is interesting out of that is they're either a little durability issue, maybe the first sign to blink, or that they've decided to bring him in early and get off the double stacking regime, meaning you run two cars slightly separately all day to avoid double stacking.
Sorry, Schofield, didn't want to butt in here there, mate. The former, mate. Look at that tyre. There's, gee, that's bad news this early in the race, and particularly for this team. So I had a good chat to them about this last night, and I really thought if anyone was on top of this, I reckon it was these guys. And, well, I reckon we're going to be talking about this for the rest of the day.
Indeed. Now, in the break, we heard Luff talk about the car being unstable, but we weren't 100% sure. So one of the things that Mark's talking about there is the strategy of pitting early and basically working your fuel back from the end of the race, just an alternative strategy. We saw Stone Brothers, for example, do it very successfully quite a few years ago. But to see the tyre damage like that, we've seen this a couple of times over the course of the weekend, and there's something wrong with the door seal on James Courtney's car here. Or is it the actual door itself?
It's that seal that runs across the top of the windscreen or the window on the passenger side. It's just pulled out and is actually caught by the mirror. So that is the big story. If 888 are having tyre drama, there will be tyre drama in this pit lane all day. And to only do 10 laps of what needs to be about a 25-lap run, then that is a spooky feeling. When you're driving a car and the tyre delaminates, and I think Courtney might have a similar drama because he looks like he's way off the pace.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we've just walked down while we're focusing on the lounge stop, just having a look at the tyres in Rick Kelly's car. Exactly same circumstance, mate. So, well, this is a drama now. We did talk to the teams about, you know, we showed you on the grid knocking camber off. They've readdressed pressures, and as this track temperature's coming up more than we thought, we're going to see trouble.
Yeah, there's trouble up ahead, and James Courtney's got a handful of trouble in car 22. Forget about the rubber sticking out on the side. That's the least of his worries, the door seal, but he's really struggling here. He's in 10th position, started 14th. He's got Steve Owen, Jonathan Webb climbing all over him.
Now, there's been conjecture about this all week. Everybody in pit lane has had a tyre drama of some description. It started on the left rear. Some have had left front and right front. Now, the interesting thing about the Warren Luff 888 failure is that they weren't going as fast as Will Davison or Shane Van Gisbergen or Paul Dumbrell. So everybody's been putting it down to the speed and the track condition. Now, everybody now is on a clean surface. The surface looks faster today than it was yesterday. But without going as fast, he's incurred the problem on the left rear, which is really quite weird. Oh! Gee, he just got that done.
Yeah,
actually, Steve Owen did a good job. He moved out of the way.
Sidestepped him.
Yeah.
Meantime, Warren's gone out with that new set of tyres on. He's done the fastest first sector split. So nice opportunism there. Jonathan Webb, sneak up a move there. That takes him to 11th. So the gap now 2.8 seconds, Davison to Van Gisbergen. And we'll watch this story that both the Marks have been speaking about. It's been very random too. It's been hard to track. I mean, they're hard to understand whether is it a geometry thing, is it a tyre pressure thing,
Is it a road surface thing?
line specific. There may be some little crack or crevice somewhere where a curb joins the road.
Here,
this one right there, very high-low position for the cars, particularly when the tyre hasn't fully inflated. As they come up to their operating temperature, ideal windows between about 80 and 90 degrees C. When they're below that, the tyre pressure is low, and that stresses the case. And we've had these tyres now since 2002. They've gone through some development phases, but essentially we've had a very similar tyre for a long period of time. and they're just about at the ceiling in terms of their performance.
Gee, Mark Winterbottle's being held up pretty badly now by Tim Slade. Slade's using a lot of road. That's Dean Fiore. And it's got a weird brake drama or something.
I'm just trying to work out he drove up the pit lane. I watch him, he's just stopped here. I'm just trying to say, I'm wondering if they've put the wrong tyres on the car or something. I really can't add at the moment.
Well, it looked like they tried to push it, Larko, and it wouldn't move.
Yeah, and he got to this far and...
Or just push it back, kill the engine.
They killed the engine.
So they've got to put Go-Jacks on it to get it going. Normally you'd be able to just push it straight back.
Yeah, clearly jammed in gear or something, isn't it?
Well, they may have changed the brake, and it's actually locked with new front pads. It may have locked the front caliper because they can't move the car. Very strange, Larko.
Yeah, this is a real unusual one for Dean Fiore, and he's got Matt Halliday with him this weekend.
Scafie, I reckon you're on the money because they just put it on Go-Jacks and it still wouldn't move, so they've got to get the front of the car in the air. So clearly, you're right, that's what's happened.
So he's been cycled through pit lane, and he gets, what, 20 metres further up?
And there's Larko, so he's straight on the spot, and it's and it just pulled up. That's a brake noise.
Finally got it in there. So early dramas for the Jim Beam racer of Fiore and Halliday. Paul Dumbrell is having a good look now at Fabian Coulthard. Will Davison has a 3.1 second lead. So not only has he answered the charge, but he's decided to press on with it and keep going. That's Fabian Coulthard tucked in behind. The battle between him and Tander's eased off a little bit.
Paul Dumbrell has a very weird line. He's been doing it all week through the cutting, and he runs really wide, which makes the next corner more severe. And you can see the amount of ground that he lost on Shane Van Gisbergen. Looks like a good day at the moment for Brad Jones Racing. Fabian Coulthard's speed very good. Jason Bright up into the top 10 in 9th. They've got a real chance today. They just need to keep their head and be in the ticket, with the ticket to win it, with an hour to go. This is the whole strategy of this race, is track position and not making a mistake when you don't need to. Oh! And that's a big moment. That's Courtney. That's on board now with Jonathan Webb. And that was James Courtney straight ahead at the S's. Lucky to get away with that one. We saw him ragged before, but that's a big one.
So he's got a problem. They're pitting him. That was Matt Crawford's voice on the radio. These two trained together on the Gold Coast. James Courtney, Jonathan Webb. So,
and Matty will say, bring this thing in before you heard it. That's what he's saying.
It's listening to him on the radio. That's exactly what he's talking about. He's seen enough of it over the years.
Matt Crawford was on the radio to Craig Lowndes, Greg Murphy way back in 1996 when they won. So he's a very experienced race engineer. He was Craig Lowndes' man on the radio, along with Rob Starr, and now on the radio to James Courtney as he comes in on lap 15 of 161. It's a big moment.
Yeah, watch this. He doesn't get it turned at all. Straight lines on the run down towards the dipper through the S's. He's lucky to get away with that, Peretz.
Yeah, guys, Neil, the number 12 Jim Beam car, Dean Fiore, that is a broken upright is the problem with that car.
That's a strange time to find it, Brett. Well done, broken upright. So if it's got a front suspension issue, meaning the thing that basically holds all of the brake and the front hub together, if that's actually broken, it's a very strange time for it to do it when you've had a pit stop and start to drive it away. So you should have maybe felt that before you come in. I can't understand how that can happen at that stage. So driver change now for Courtney. And on board now, Cameron McConville, one of the most experienced guys in pit lane.
Absolutely. 20th Bathurst start now for Cam McConville. Been on the podium twice. Once with Craig Lowndes in 1999 and 10 years later with Jason Richards, who's always in our thoughts, in our memory. And Bradley Jones Racing, well, wouldn't that be something if they could continue this good early form and this good early start to the weekend in this race, and salute the judge at the end of it. There you go.
Yeah, so on the left front, good pick up, Matty. On the left front, he's seen when he's put the wheel back on that there's some issue. and as it's gone to replace the wheel, the wheel has moved around, and then he's told the car controller has then told Dean to stop the car. So that's how that has transpired.
And as you know, one of the features of our Bathurst coverage is the CAD, the computer-aided design computer system that we've got in the commentary box. Harrop Engineering helping us, and Sebastian Civitarese is on the job here. We'll show you where it is. We're talking about front suspension, and we've highlighted the device or the article we call the front upright. So it's had a fail. It's had a crack either at the top or the bottom and fractured. So somewhere along the line, it's either clobbered a car or he's hit a curb very hard. We'll just highlight it again for you. That thing there, just rotate it slightly. That's the front upright, so you can see where it sits in the car. So front left corner of the car, you can see the brake rotor, the top and bottom wishbones, the shock absorber, and the upright, which is very much a performance item in these cars. A lot of teams have their own ideas about how to make them work and how to get the most out of them. Remember that they're 888 engineering built and designed cars, so a fail. Thanks, Seb.
Well done, Crompo. And that's a very strange failing, because that would have all been brand new on Friday night. They've only had one practice session plus a short warm-up, and as Neil said, it would be because of high force either at the chase or in the dipper, or maybe over some of the larger bumps. The forces here are very, very high. The track is very fast, and this is a big problem for Mark Winterbottom, because he's being helmed up significantly at the moment. And what you've got to do in these times of the race, you've got to get by. If you're being held up, you've got to find a way to get past so that you do get into the zone of the race. You don't fall too far behind Will Davison.
Guys, I've managed to grab Kevin Fitzsimmons, who heads up Dunlop's motorsport effort in this country. Kevin, we may be talking a bit more today. I mean, it's a hard one, isn't it, mate? This place puts such big loads on the cars, bigger than anywhere we see. We expect to see dramas that early.
No, you don't. But see, the thing is, guys push the boundary as far as during qualifying and stuff like that. So it can damage the tyre, as I've said to you once before. You know, it's a bit like a ligament in your knee. Looks all right, but the strength's gone once the cord's broken, the overlay. So that can be caused through either hitting a curb, low pressure, high camber, that type of thing. So we set a guideline, if you like, as to where we wanted to see everything, and everybody will always push the boundary. They're always chasing that little bit extra speed, and you can pay the penalty. So we'll keep a bit of an eye on what's going on as we progress through the day and everything. I hope we don't have too many more, but it's that type of thing, you just never know.
Thanks, Kev.
Well, we can see Mark Winterbottom still sandwiched in between Tim Slade and David Reynolds there. Will Davison leads this race by 4.3 seconds at the front. That's our V8 Supercar Championship leader, Jamie Whincup, getting ready to slot into car number 1. Paul Dumbrell is doing the job at the moment at Ford Performance Racing. Stephen Richards waiting for his turn as well, with Johnny McIntyre all suited up.
That was awkward and close then, because Coulthard actually had a long, hard look at Dumbrell. In the end, neither of them were ideally positioned as they turned left over the chase, and that's where we've been seeing those wonderful super slow-mo images. And now down the inside on the dirty line. Is he going to be able to stop it there, Mark Winterbottom? That's a very difficult thing to pull off, but it'll start the cleansing process of the mess down the inside of the track. And they're going to make a rear roll centre change to Will Davison's car. He and his engineer Grant McPherson have been discussing it the last couple of laps when they come in for their their first stop. And check this out, this is Tim Slade a little earlier. He got well out of shape over the top of the hill. Through the S's, he actually drops the left side of the car into the grass. Has to use more brake to pull it up for the dipper. So basically, for a couple of 100 metres here, Tim's right on the tippy toe of having a major.
And the interesting thing is that Mark Winterbottom still can't take advantage of that and hasn't got the move done on Tim Slade yet. You're riding with Frosty Car 5. That's the Lucky 7 racer in front of him. Up through the cutting here. And this has been a double whammy for Winterbottom because he dropped 4 spots from the start. He started 4th. He's now in 7th. He is 12.5 seconds off the lead, and he just can't get around Tim Slade. It'll be driving him nuts, and it's going to make the job for Stephen Richards even harder when he gets in the chair at car 5.
100%, Matt. And, you know, I said 5 laps ago, when you have these situations in this race, you have to find a way by. And when we saw Slade make that mistake, Neil correctly pointed out down the hill here for a couple of 100 metres, he was totally out of control. He was actually lucky not to go in that super cheap fence on the left.
See,
and now he's got the run. He's got the run.
This is the opportunity.
So now you've got to get down the inside of Forest Elbow. Feint around now and flick left. Flick left. No, that's the spot. That's the spot. He's got to be down the inside right there.
And Tim's obviously having problems. He can't get the front glued where he wants, and the back won't follow either, so the car's lacking grip and balance. He's jumping around. You could see graphically there that he couldn't get it down to the apex, the inside clipping point at Forest Elbow for the run down here. So rolling out of the throttle, Winterbottom, and listen to that. That's a tyre flailing. That's something. That's a tyre gone. He's going to have to come in. He doesn't need to do another lap. That's Winterbottom in. So a tyre fail for Winterbottom, and we were riding with it. We heard it. We heard the belt come unglued. Are they ready? Are they ready?
Prepare for a driver change. Prepare for a driver change.
Coulthard's in.
Disconnect your helmet hose. Disconnect your cool suit. Disconnect your cool suit. Loosen your belt. Radio and drink straw. Radio and drink straw.
There was Coulthard in the background. So he's come in from a top 5 position as well. Frosty out.
Okay, boys. To the dry ice. Tear off, John.
And we knew that Stephen Richards was ready. He was all suited up, helmet on, getting mentally prepared. But, gee, that's a quick reaction time from the crew. When you make a call in the middle of the chase to come in.
When you're ready.
Yep. There it is.
Okay, clear. Go.
Not much time for
See
the
what
team
side.
to react.
Just check what side there, Matt. I'm not sure whether that was left rear or not. It was left rear? Yeah.
So same again.
Good. So anyone that makes a full stint will win this race.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Scaife. It is the left rear. It's been the left rear on all of them. And this one's probably the most delaminated we've seen. You can see the threads and the strips coming off it at the moment.
Well, it's funny, Crompo, because when you hear it, that gives you a real understanding of when they go, boy, do they go. And there's nothing that Mark could have done there. It just sounded horrible. Had he kept going, he could have been headed for disaster another lap round.
Oh, and a problem here for 91. So Johnny Reid in the car at the moment. He's pulling up on the left side of the road here, coming out of the cutting.
No one home, mate. No one home.
So there is a little, just down there to the right where that second flag is, there's a little gap in the track there. They could roll it backwards and get it out, but this will probably trigger the safety car. Hearing it's one thing, Matt. Feeling it's another, because when it does happen, it's like turning the grip off in the car. So let's hope that doesn't happen anywhere critical around the track. So this is Johnny Reid. And in for the race leader, Will Davison. 7.2 second lead over Shane Van Gisbergen. Great first stint. We need to have a good. We need to have a good look at the left rear tyre off this car. If Larko can hear me,
You can see Larko, he's on the pace.
He's putting in the hard yards to get up to FPR. So early peak hour in pit lane. First safety car of this race.
Very good drive, Will Davison. Very, very good.
He led every lap.
25 seconds worth of fuel. I don't have my stopwatch with me.
This is actually a good thing for a lot of the guys that haven't had the tyre drama because they can inspect the tyre now. So after taking them off after just over 20 laps,
they're changing the window. Sitting changing the window in that car.
Go. You'll make it. Go straight out.
Now,
you will make it.
Oh, Van Gisbergen, Reynolds, Bright, no one have stayed out. So car one, they're changing the window in this car. This is half a drama. They get a zippy tyre. So they've got zip ties on it to hold it in position, but they've got to make sure it's secure. If it flaps, they can cop a flag.
that's strange.
Don't need that sort of stuff early in the day.
You certainly don't. Could come back to haunt you as the day goes on because it's just so fast. There's so much load on all the aero components. Shane Van Gisbergen maintains the lead. And as I said, this is quite fortuitous at that time for them to be able to take the tyres off and have a really good look. So for the cars that have made it through without tyre drama so far, you will be able to inspect the quality of the tyre.
So the Pettis safety car is being activated. It will find the leader of the race. Our first interruption on lap 20. Back after the break.
Make sure you jump in and lift you in it because it's falling around everywhere. Please. Copy. Okay, mate. Disconnect your cool suit, your Dricos, your radio, you're hopping out.
Pump your brake as well, please.
This huge crowd here has witnessed a great start to this race. Still under safety car conditions, and as with all safety cars, there are winners and losers. Check out the people at the top of the mountain. Johnny McIntyre has jumped into car number 6, so that car still leads this race. Luke Youlden has jumped into car number 9 of Shane van Gisbergen. Warren Luff in Triple 8. You remember he came in earlier. Well, he's gone up the list, so he's one of the winners out of all of this, up into 3rd spot in the Craig Lowndes entry car Triple 8. There it is. Barrett's.
Ford Performance Racing Garage, and Will Davis is in. Mark Winterbottom is in as well. Frosty, tyre troubles. We've been talking about the dramas with the tyre at the moment. You felt it coming down Conrod then?
Yeah, it's the first one I've had all weekend, so yeah, just a little issue, and I felt it, drove in, and then a lap later the safety car comes out anyway, so yeah, not bad timing, but yeah, just one of those things. You've got to try and get on top of it now, make sure end of the day, you know, they're not happening, so you can get away with it now, but later in the day it will hurt.
Good little duel out there with Tim Slade.
Yeah, it was not bad. It's a long day, and he was going pretty hard like it was a sprint race, so yeah, it doesn't matter. We jumped him in the pits, and we're on lap 20, so it's a long way to go, so you don't want to damage the car now, but later in the race you would have to put the elbows out a bit more to get through, and but yeah, early days, it's a good little battle.
Frosty, first stint done, bit of a big breath now, bit of a sigh of relief just to have that under your belt and get into the groove.
Yeah, it is. It just sort of shakes the cobwebs out a bit, and but the car feels a little bit understeer in spots. So although you switch off, you're in the engineer's ear saying, "How are we going to fix this thing?" Because obviously you've got to get it right for the end of the day. Temperature's going to drop, that's going to help, but you've got to do that tunability. So although you're relaxing, you're still picking the engineer's ear, and he gets sick here, but doesn't matter. We're here all day.
Keep picking. Frosty, well done. While we're here, we might just jump across and have a quick chat to Will Davis as well. Will, congratulations on a great start. That was a nice way to get this race underway.
Yeah, it's always a relief to get the first stint out of the way, to get these things off the line's a mission. So that's step one, and then just settle into the pace. And obviously I tried to bring the tyres up slowly. I want to look after the tyres. As we're seeing, there's a lot of problems going on, so that's going to be a story of the day, I believe.
Off the start, there's no way you were going to concede that spot to Paul Dumbrell.
Yeah, I slipped the clutch actually, and then it bogged, and he got the run on me. And yeah, I didn't want to do anything silly. Definitely don't want to be making contact here on lap 1. But considering he was the co-driver in the car, it was important I got in front and tried to build a bit of a lead. I didn't want to be stuck up behind him. So yeah, he was pretty clean, and I managed to be that little bit more aggressive at turn 2. I knew he'd give me a bit of room.
Well, you've been ticking boxes all this weekend. Pole position, good start, into the lead. Is that everything running to plan?
Yeah, of course everything's running to plan, but already, as we see, it's never a straightforward race. You get a safety car out of your fuel window, last minute decision to come in and change drivers, as everyone's done, and you know, it's going to be the story of today. So there's going to be a lot of more of these tough decisions yet, and let's hope we're on the right end of it.
Good luck, Will. Thanks.
Cheers.
Starting from pole position gives us an opportunity too to take a look at the highlights of the race so far from the very start, from the air. And Will said he bogged it down, but then it was a really good battle. So that's Paul Dumbrell on Will's right-hand side in car number 1, who got a much better start, gave him a lot of room at turn 1, and eventually Will would lead that lap and lead until the safety car came out. Warren Luff started in car 888. They decided to bring this one in early. There was a little bit of a windscreen tear caught up there on the grille, but no dramas at all. Bigger dramas, though, for car 12, Dean Fiore. Broken front upright on the left-hand side. As he was released, well, he found that he couldn't go anywhere, and didn't matter how much pulling and pushing and tugging they were doing, they weren't going to get that car going until the Gojacks were under it. James Courtney. Window seal was hanging out of that thing, but he had bigger dramas. There's a bigger handful up at the top of the mountain. And this has been the story. Delaminating tyres, left rear delaminating tyres. It caught out Mark Winterbottom going through the chase. And Johnny Reid in car 91 is the reason why we have the safety car out there. So now, most of the co-drivers have jumped in. John McIntyre, so you can see the green light, LED light has been activated. left-hand side of the windscreen, and this will be critical restart for McIntyre.
So it's a bit of a co-drivers battle now. So you've got McIntyre in the lead versus Yulton, Luff, Canto, Rick Kelly, primary driver, still in there. Percat, Bernard, Andy Jones, and of course Jamie Whincup, because they did it differently at Team Vodafone. So this will give us a snapshot of the other half of each entrant.
Funnily enough, Luke Yulton, who's now in car 9 in position 2, was actually driving the car ahead of him this time around last year with Will Davison. Restart we go. Rick Kelly was one of the big winners out of that safety car shuffle. He's in 5th spot.
Remember that Rick Kelly came in behind the 888 car as well, so they had a tyre drama as well that actually benefited them now by being out of sequence slightly with what we just saw. Well, we're in the break also. Van Gisbergen clearly came in, and that's the reason why you're now seeing the change with Luke Yulton in the car. So really the safety car intervention didn't hurt too many of the primary runners, and it's brought those up in the sequence who pitted early.
That's right. It's actually sanitised the race now. And that was definitely one of the real beneficiaries. Rick Kelly up into 4th or 5th, actually 5th position behind Canto.
And clearly one to watch here in the top 10 is Jamie Whincup. The rubber flying off the side there. So Whincup and Rick Kelly, the only 2 regular drivers who are inside the top 10.
Not hard to see why tyres get stressed around here when you see up a metal grate there at Sulman Park just how much load there is on the tyre.
So a couple of guys making their first Bathurst laps under race conditions. Scott McLaughlin is one of them. He's out there in car 19. Scott Pye as well.
It's interesting, after the shootout, with the combination of qualifying and the shootout, in the top 10, 5 drivers, so half the top 10. Half the top 10 had their best ever Bathurst qualifying performances.
Here's Christian Clean also turning his first laps under race conditions in car 66, the super cheap auto car. So first time around, McIntyre holds that position from Luke Yulton.
It's a good opening lap from Johnny Mack because he did a 2-minute 10.9 in his first hit at it. So he's got to feel the track condition, what the car's doing underneath him. So that was a nice start. He's already got a 1.2 second gap, Larko.
Yeah, I managed to grab Garth Tanderholden Racing Team, mate. Now, before we talk tyres, tell us about that first stint, mate, and the general competitiveness of the car for the day.
Yeah, really comfortable with the car. It's really good across the top of the mountain, really flows nicely. It's got pretty good speed up there. There's a bit of time down the bottom here, but, you know, as the track rubbers up, hopefully that'll come to us.
Garth, really interested, I mean, you've had the tyre drama now. From the driver's seat, can you predict it? Can you feel it? Tell us the process before it happens.
Well, Fabs came in the lap before me, and I could smell rubber in the cabin. I was starting to think, is that me or is that him? And I reckon he had one the lap before. And then my car was a little taily, just on the left side, so I thought the tyre was probably going, but you couldn't hear anything. So until it starts smacking the inside of the guard, you press on and try and look after the tyre.
Now, mate, as soon as you get out of the car, I notice you woofed a, there you go, chicken and lettuce sandwich. Has that got egg in it?
No, it's avocado, mate. Do you want the lunch order?
You'd be surprised what Larko wants to know, GT. So Nick Percat behind the wheel. A good weekend for young Nick. He won both races in the Dunlop Development Series and therefore won the round. Watch this move from Warren Luff on Luke Yulton. This is as easy and as clean as you're going to get. Not easy, but as clean as you're going to get at turn 2.
Remember, for Warren, the car's substantially lighter. He came in on lap 10 for that tyre set. So he's done 14 or 15 laps, although there's been a couple in there that have been under the safety car. So all those that he's racing at the moment have got tyres that probably are still quite up to their optimum pressure. A bit of a lock up there. What was that getting all crossed up down there in the braking area? That was a bit awkward. David Bernard was having real trouble stopping there in the Lockwood entry. And in fact now that's Andrew Jones, his teammate, all over him. And the great view from above in the chopper just shows you how dirty it was down the inside. Now watch Whincup in car 1 here as well, because he's the guy that's got the kilometres of this little pod of 3 cars. And Jonesy up the inside. he's got it done. So David Bernard sidesteps him, gives him some space, and Whincup buys in as well. Stephen Richards is going to go with this.
Have a look at the momentum he's got. He got a good clean run, and he's got the toe. And David Bernard, he just needs to pull in behind Whincup now. It'll end up costing both parties time.
So Jamie drops in. It's benefited Stephen, and Andrew Jones is clear. He got held up a little bit when the safety car was out. I got a message there a moment ago from Brad Jones, because you can't pass under the safety car, so you're reliant on the speed of the car in front of you sometimes to determine where you ultimately pop out in the pack, and they felt that they were badly held up.
So we're on board now with Jamie Whincup, but just have a look at the visibility, how difficult it is to follow a car closely at this racetrack. You're going so fast, the fence and the curbs are so close, there is no room for error. Have a look at this, down here through the S's.
Remember, these guys were delayed by that drama with the driver's side window. They had to zip tie it in there. Jamie won't be enjoying having to drag his way through the pack here, because this is where the risk is greatest. Mark Dutton, spoke to him on the starting grid. He's just advising Jamie the important information there, who you're racing.
He's got to get the run. Now, the only way to do this is to get it done cleanly before the kink, or you have to pull out of it. He's going to have to lift out of it, and then down the left-hand side if he can get down there. Ooh, bit of a late move, but he got it done. Well done. And David Bernard also well done. Steve Richards off the road.
He was in the dirt there, so Stephen tried to go with him, couldn't do it. There would have been a little bit of aero disturbance on the front of his car, and he's dropped some spots, 2 of them as a result, and in fact it might end up being 3 before it's done.
Oh, this is ugly.
Michael Caruso on the inside, down at Murray's corner. Look how close Jonathan Webb's car is right behind him.
Scott McLaughlin's in that car at the moment, number 19. Bathurst debut in the main game for Scotty. So meantime, Johnny Mack, 1 second margin over Warren Luff. Luff's a little bit quicker in the last lap by 0.2 of a second. And they're all finding their feet and settling into their natural position at the moment. You hold your breath a little bit in this phase, because it's all a little bit out of sequence.
It certainly is, and a couple of the guys like that who haven't done as many miles around here, it does take at least your first stint. That was wide.
That was McConville coming out of the cutting. So here's the move very late, as Mark said, for Jamie Whincup down the inside, and benefited to some extent by what Bezzy did. He sidestepped him, and Stephen Richards tried to go with, and it wasn't able to be done nicely. Gee, it's dry and dusty out there offline, isn't it?
It certainly is. As I was saying, a lot of the guys that haven't done as many miles, it almost takes the first stint to get a feel for it and find your feet, find a flow, because the thing that makes you fast here is not driving the car like it's a qualifying lap every lap. You've got to be able to get into the rhythm and feel like it comes easily. So the car's got to be nice, but your effect, the way you apply yourself, needs to be done in a way that you've got real rhythm and momentum. It's a game changer in this event.
Back over each other. Just be careful of that front lock.
Welcome back to Seven's coverage of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 of 2012, and a battle is brewing at the front. The co-drivers behind the wheel of car 6 and 888. John McIntyre, the Kiwi, 35 years of age, 3-time New Zealand V8 Supercar champion. There's Craig Lowndes looking on because Warren Luff is starting to creep up towards McIntyre in car 888.
Now remember, there's a very big difference in their strategy position at the moment as we go on board with Warren. Got a lot of Bathurst experience. He's been very strong around here in endurance racing, and particularly in the longer production-based endurance events here as well. But they came in not of their own accord on lap 10 because of the left rear tyre problem. And if you assume 26 laps in a fuel stint, they'll get to lap 36. We're on lap 29 now, so you have to understand that Warren is racing in that light phase of the race. So the fuel burns down at the rate of about 3.5 kilos per lap. So you're getting lighter, but the tyre degrades. It sort of means that, generally speaking, your speed stays about the same or maybe marginally improves. Whereas Johnny Mack, who's leading in the Falcon in the foreground there, he came in on lap 20. So he's very early in the stint and pretty heavy relatively. So you'll see a disparity in the speed there, Barretts.
Neil, Shane Van Gisbergen sitting back and watching Luke Youlden do a great job out there in the number 9 car. That was a good start for you, and Ross Stone told us earlier that you were desperate to win this today.
Desperate's a big word, but yeah, we're here to give it a go. But first stint was okay. We had pace early, and then Will sort of got away, and we settled down a bit. But I think the track will come to us. We're we're sliding around quite a lot, so hopefully the track grips up. But we didn't have any tyre issues, so we've sort of compromised a few things to fix that. But pretty fun, enjoying watching some racing now.
Now, Ross did say you've been driving you mad all week. You've been so focused on this, and we saw you get into the car early before the shootout. Is this one really special this year for you?
Yeah, just trying hard to get it done. Our car's pretty good. All the guys here have done a great job, so I think we've got a shot to get a great result here. But there's 132 laps to go. But it's pretty cool, the race. They're showing it in New Zealand live, so hello to everyone in New Zealand watching. Hope you enjoy the race. Have a good day.
Good on you, Shane. All the best, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Got a lot to be happy about right now, you Kiwis, because Johnny McIntyre is leading the race. There's car 51 of Greg Murphy and Owen Kelly. Owen's behind the wheel now. And while we were talking there to the gears, this little battle group at the back, Scapey, I mean, you put your hands on your head about 3 times. Christian Clean's in the middle of it. You're looking back to Alex Davison, former full-time V8 supercar driver. So Christian in car 66 is 21st. Then it's Davo. Behind him is Chris Pither, then Alex Premer and Carl Reindler.
Have a look at this for the load through the chase. This is the world's fastest touring car corner. Have a look at over the bumps. Look at the crush on the tyre and the amount of displacement that the shock and the coil spring go through.
And we're looking at the left rear, which is the critical one, and this gives you an idea of the stress.
To the stripe.
It's the curbs. Yeah, it's got a stripe on it.
See the stripe? So if you have a closer look, there's a slightly different colour, about 25 mil or 1 inch in from the crown of the tyre, the inner crown of the tyre. That's where the tyre's failing, and already signs are there. You can see it right now.
Doesn't look good, does it?
You can see it right now.
And Scapey, I just had a look at one of those early when it's come off the rim. You can see evidence. That mark you're talking about is very evident on the inside wall of the tyre.
Yeah, because it loads it back inside the case, Larko. So you can actually, for the failing, it's actually a structural distortion and a failure of the case of the tyre. So you'll see it on the inside afterwards. That tyre there doesn't look that great because it's already got a dark mark in the zone we've been talking about.
Yeah, it looks like it's well on its way. As we go on board here with Dean Canto, the Botlow Falcon, he's currently 4th and he's putting pressure at the moment on Luke Youlden. Remember that these guys are business partners, Luke Youlden and Dean Canto. They've got a stunt driving school by day.
With Luffy. Luffy hangs around doing the same stuff.
Well, Craig Lowndes went down for a visit to go see Luffy for a bit of stunt driving practice. I said to him, you don't need any practice getting sideways, mate.
Hey boys, Skate, remember the other thing, that tyre sees like 1.2 tonne of load in some of those heavier load situations. Now, down here in the Texan, how cool is this? We've wheeled in a 68 Monaro. How beautiful is this thing? This was on the front row at Bathurst in 68. And look along the side here, that was part of 3 cars that were the infancy of the Holden dealer racing team. Pretty cool. But I want to show you over here, we saw that Dean Fiore incident earlier where he broke his... Well, he's broken his hub, I can tell you. So if we have a look, that's the part of his car where it locked up in pit lane now there. That's the hub. That's obviously that component there. Now, that's broken there. And you can see little evidence. I'm not a metallurgist, but you can see evidence that it's been working. And Dino said he could feel it from up at the top of the mountain. Now, obviously, what's happened when that's just come a little loose, the disc has got cockeyed, got jammed in the brakes. As you said, Skatey, that's what's jammed the wheel up. Now, this is how it works. That wheel, there's a control wheel that they use. The nut's part of the wheel. And when they put the gun on that nut, there's these little safety clips that stop that. That's why the nut doesn't come off. I don't know if you can see those. There's little safety clips. If you look inside the gun, there's another little ring. So the outer ring grabs the nut. The inner ring compresses these little clips. That allows the nut to come off, but it can't come off the car when it's out on the circuit.
Well, I'd like that front hub that you were talking about there. Neil was explaining how that actually fits in the front upright. We brought that up on the CAD drawing. There's a bit of a battle going on there at the moment with Luke Youlden and Dean Canto. The other thing that's really important now is to not make a mistake in this part of the race. It can put you out if you get involved in a race. You've got to make a move, get it done cleanly, and that's a big slide. That was a big slide for Youlden over the rise there.
Well, Scapey, just sitting with Dave Reynolds, who's almost thrown his sore arm out cheering for Dean Canto to get past then. Dave, tell us about the arm. This is an injury from the car.
Yeah, since we have to change the seat so much because Canto's such a funny size, I have to move the steering wheel really close, and I use different parts of my arm, and it's been sore since I got here. So, you know, I'm just dealing with it, taking Voltaren and having massage, having some ice on it. Yeah, no, I think I need to go to the gym and do some more bicep curls.
Yeah, just like Scapey. Neil Crumpton noticed down on the grid that you were maybe a little edgy, a little bit more nervous than normal. Did you feel that today?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's Bathurst. It's a big one. You know, I was pretty tense out there. It was pretty tense before the start, so, you know, I had a worried look on my face. But I'm all good now. I've done a stint. You know, I followed Winterbottom and Slade across the top, really, really close at 200 Ks, and had a few moments, and, you know, I feel good again. You know, got the heart going.
All right, we'll let you get back to watching Dean Canto, and I'll get back to your donuts. Best donuts in the pit lane, by the way.
Yeah, I think they're cops next to me.
Barrett, it's time to harden up. Little arm injury.
Scapey said harden up, Dave, all right? Toughen up a bit.
I was just thinking the last thing Davey Reynolds needs is Voltaren. There's got to change here, though. Dean Canto in Davey's car has got the slot.
He's going to get
Luke Youlden.
He'll have another crack back up the inside, so it's on here at the moment between these two. We'll take a quick break, be back in a sec. No, we're staying. Apologies, folks. We're going to stay with this. So that was a cool move by Dean Canto. He hustled, and Wincup's in, by the way. Car one's in the pit lane. It's a tyre.
Yep. This is extraordinary. All day, guys. Stay with us because this is the story of the day. You've got to be able to do your stint like we saw with Will Davison and get through without a drama. We'll follow this for you.
All the wheels are done on the right side.
And we thought then that was coming in because of that, so we'll follow that for you and make sure we check the condition of that tyre.
Cold tyres, mate, cold tyres. Left front was the damaged one. Left front was the damaged one, so watch the curbs. Cold tyres, the more damage is from the curbs than the low pressures. Watch curbs. Cold tyres.
There it is. Go. So that was the front left-hander. And Mark Dutton just giving Jamie the heads up, and that's what we've thought might be the problem as well. They're getting bashed around by the curbing.
It's Noel Kelly, Dunlop engineer in the black and yellow shirt in the background. He's been around for a very long time. Frank Adamson, he's from V8 Supercar, the category technical manager. So senior technical people, look at that, looks awful, doesn't it? That left rear tyre that we saw before looked very stressed. So it was interesting, the message from Mark Dutton as well, that we think it's curbs more than the low starting pressures. So stay off them was the word from Mark Dutton. Now we'll take that break. McIntyre is the leader. He's got 1.4 seconds over Warren Luff. Tyres, the big story of the day.
you nice and square in the box, please. Staying in the car. Just in the corner, counting you now. Be clear to go. Be clear to go. Clear when it drops. Clear when it drops. Go, 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 go. Good work, Johnny. Cold tyres, mate. Cold tyres. Green one, please. Green one.
Well, the rubber drama continues to unfold here at Mount Panorama. Beautiful conditions, perfect day. Great day to be up on the mountain and watch racing. Hell of a day to be behind the wheel of a car because these tyre dramas continue to cause chaos. The latest victim, car 6. Remember, this is the pole-sitting cars, led more laps than any throughout the race. Johnny McIntyre behind the wheel, forced into pit lane. And just before that, Warren Luff is taking control of the race. So he got around Johnny Mack and is now ahead of Dean Canto because McIntyre has come back in 26th position.
And remember that car 888 Warren Luff at the helm at the moment with Lowndes on the standby. It's due in any tick of the clock. It'll have its range extended by those safety car laps slightly, but on our numbers you'll see him in the next lap or so.
Back through the field we go. Car 4, Craig Baird. Stellar weekend in Carrera Cup as always for Beardo, driving with Lee Holdsworth. Behind him is Paul Morris, the VIP Pet Foods car, and then it's Dale Wood.
Yeah, boys, look, bitter disappointment down here in the FPR pit garage. Will Davo, they've disappointed. Frank Adamson's a category technical manager. He's just been looking at the tyre that Johnny Macker came in to have come off. There's nothing wrong with the tyre. Now, I've got to say, that's the drama with this because everyone out there, all the drivers know what's going on. They know this tyre's coming apart, and as soon as they feel anything, it might just be a little bit of rubber build-up, a little bit of oil on the road. They're obviously diving in here thinking the tyre's coming apart. That's going to be hard to play.
Yeah, like the Jim Beam Racing guys seem to be copying the worst of it at the moment. What they suspect is that they're having a problem on the exit of turn 2. So they've told their drivers to be very careful on the exit of turn 2. They think that is where the tyre damage is being done.
And we'll have a bit of a look at that at some stage. We've clearly got a camera mounted beneath the car. We'll have a look at the way in which the left rear tyre takes a whack, but we've also seen damage to the front left as well. But the place is renowned to be very hard on tyres, always has been. So now Warren Luff, 2-second margin over Dean Canto. Looking further down the order here, car 11, Carl Reindler's driving at the moment, 21st position. He's sharing with Kiwi Daniel Gaunt. It's Todd Kelly, Tim Blanchard with Tim at the wheel, car 7 there, the Jack Daniels entry. And radio in the background telling me at the moment that in this lap for Warren Luff, so Lowndes will get in the team Vodafone car.
So you remember they came in on lap 10. Do an alternate strategy, avoid that double stacking. It's worked well for them with the safety car, and I can clarify that car 91 of Johnny Reid and Michael Patrizzi out of the race. Driveline problems, so we're up back to 28 competitors, 27 on the lead lap. Matt Halliday and Dean Fiore, car 12, 28th spot, 9 laps down. So Luff's lead when he comes in will be 1.5 seconds over Dean Canto as Warren enters pit lane. Christian Klein arrives on cue as well in car 66.
This is the car that's carrying that underbody camera. Meantime, Warren Luff has come into the pit lane. Rick Kelly's in here as well, the Jack Daniels car. So this is very important. Remember, they were tied together. They both came in on lap 10. They're out of fuel now in this stint. There we go. There's Warren. Craig will be standing by. We'll come back to that story on the tyre because Christian Klein's in that car at the moment, and we'll have a look at the stresses. Here's Lowndes. And Mark Scaife said something earlier. It's going to be about the guy who's standing at the end of the day, who's looked after tyres. It's going to make the difference. So they're getting a pad change done early. Are they going to do brake disc as well? Or is it purely pads? Looks like it's pads at this stage. Easily done, well within the time frame. Fuel's the limiting thing. Fuel's going in at the rate of 3.3 litres a second. We're restricting it to make the driver change easier. First gear, belts on. Bring those pads up, check that he's got brake pressure and gone. Good stop.
Yeah, and good observation, Neil. No disc change envisaged for the Lowndes car today at all. I mean, they don't have the quick release disc system that we showed you. Plenty of the others do, so they're happy they're on top of the disc for the weekend.
18 Bathurst starts for Craig Lowndes, 5 wins, 10 podiums. He heads out on another mission. As we take a look at another windscreen tear coming off.
There's been quite a few of them come adrift today, and we saw a little bit of debris in the front of one of the Team Vodafone cars, I think, which... there's a problem here for the number 2 car with Percat at the wheel at the moment as he whacked the wall or had a tyre failure. Let's listen. Last year's winner.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's Nick Percat. Damage front right corner. So Garth Tander, Scott Sinclair on the radio in the background there, so we don't know the backdrop to that one, but clearly a drama for car 2. The reigning champions limping back, and that's big damage. Look at the car crabbing down the road. It's made contact with the wall, but I mean, it looks like the tyre's up, so I think it might be something else other than the tyre fail issue.
Well, I think it's hit the fence so hard. He was already wide, and then he's gone straight ahead now, bang, and that's hit the wheel so hard that it's actually, it doesn't look, the tyre's still inflated, but it's actually pushed the hub right down. Watch this.
So that was Andrew Jones and David Bernard avoiding action right at the peak.
There you go.
Huge failure now of the front right-hand suspension. They'll be struggling to get that car back. What a disaster.
12 months ago, he was celebrating the highest of highs, Nick Percat, a youngster on the top step of the podium in his first ever crack at the mountain. Garth Tander was up there with him, of course, with his 3rd Bathurst victory.
So did it make contact on the left side on the way, or was it, you basically ended up sliding down the hill and then he whacked it on the right, the dipper? Okay.
He did say over the radio something about the cutting, but I think he might have got his corners wrong, because it was the dipper that cost so dearly. So whether or not he's done something before this, when he gets up to the S's...
He's too fast in the S's, so he's actually made the mistake down the hill, then ran wide around the right-hand piece, which made the dipper too tight and straight on.
The telling bit is a bit earlier than that, isn't it? And that's where all the damage has been done in terms of his pace. So probably broken that upright that we talked about before, or fractured the end off the hub, but slowing it down's actually helped here to be able to get him back in.
On the boom as you can. Swing it over.
It's got rear end damage too. I think it's actually bent the diff housing.
On lap 52 last year, Nick Percat made contact with the wall at turn 2 and got away with it to go on and win the race. This time around, well, the mountain's been a bit harder.
Garth, you're probably as keen as me to have a look at the tyres on this, and I know you haven't spoken to him yet, but what you read there, mate?
I don't think it's a tyre. I think it looks like something may have failed in the front. I haven't spoken to him yet, so he's a bit busy trying to get back to the pits, but that's it. We're over now for the day. We'll try and fix her up and scoot around for the afternoon, but we can just see the young fella on the screen there. He's pretty distraught, but it didn't look like it was his fault.
Oh, mate, bad luck, eh?
Dean Canto is the leader of the race at the moment in car number 52. That's Nick Percat. Great job yesterday in the Dunlop Development Series race. It just goes to show how cruel and what a contrast this business can be in a 24-hour period.
So at the front of the field now is Dean Canto in car 52. We'll zero in on John McIntyre. Behind him is Jamie Whincup. Story of the day, tyres, 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 and let's get the thoughts of Roland Dane out of the Team Vodafone 888 bunker. Roland, have you got me? It's Matty White.
Yeah, I hear you, Matty.
Mate, what are your thoughts on this ever-growing tyre drama?
Yeah, we're going to have to manage our way through it. I think you'll see teams probably fairly successfully managing their way through it during the day. There's a little bit of input from the drivers, but also a little bit of input from us in the pits. We've just got to try and make the right compromise. The problem is that we all want to drive as fast as we can, and we hate making compromises. both on the track and in the garage. So it's a tough call to just try and get it at the right level.
Good move there, Roland, for Jamie on Johnny Mack. He goes up to position 22. You and I discussed tyres at length yesterday. I was interested in Mark Dutton, your engineer's remarks earlier, that you think it's actually related to the curbing, beware the curbing, rather than the low tyre pressure issue.
Well, to be honest, it's probably a combination. The tyre's probably right at the edge of what it can do around here now, given the speed of the cars, etc. So it's a combination. What we're trying to do really is ask the drivers to be as careful as possible, avoid lockups, stay off some of the curbs that we think could be contributing to it. We're probably running a little bit more pressure than we'd like to. Combination is really probably the key to trying to make sure we get through the day.
Thanks, Roland. Obviously, the Petters STP safety car's now been deployed. We'll come back to you a little bit later on. It's the opportunity now for Canto and Yulden to come in. So there's debris, as I understand it, down at Caltech's Chase. So there's a range of cars coming in now, all taking the opportunity. Canto, Yulden, Bernard, Andrew Jones, Tomo, McConville, Caruso, Stephen Richards, McLaughlin, Simonson. The top 10 are in and stacking, queuing there for the boys down at Brad Jones Racing. Here's the 22 car.
So that will really hurt the Fabian Coulthard entry, and also Slade having to stack.
It's the lesser of the two evils often, though, as painful as it looks. So McConville's in that Holden Racing Team car. It's Michael Caruso leaping out, I think it was.
Yep.
The Bottle entry is going to depart pit lane first. Andy Jones and Jason Bright finally get out.
Hang on, we've got a car parked. That was close.
So Carl Weinler stacking as well.
Techno Auto Sports car. It's a bit frantic out there at the moment. The radios are erupting as everybody tries to find some space. So pretty much everybody's come in, except Jamie Whincup. Now remember, they were out of sequence in the one car. Oh, that looks awkward, doesn't it?
And John McIntyre.
And John McIntyre. So Whincup and McIntyre, who we were talking about with Roland a moment ago, 22 and 3, because everyone in front of them has cleared into the pit lane, it takes them to the top of the tree. We'll grab a quick break while things are quiet, come back with more of this Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 edition for 2012.
there's safety cars still out there. So let's run you through the highlights once more as the great race continues. The 21st race of our 2012 championship. This is all about the Peter Brock Trophy. Car number 1 of Paul Dumbrell and Jamie Whincup. Dumbrell started this car, but when Whincup jumped in, he had co-drivers all around him, but tyre dramas underneath him. And as we say, that's been the story. This was an interesting one. Johnny McIntyre came in complaining of tyre problems. It turns out there wasn't any. That was a good move from Warren Luff to get around onto the race lead. And then this is the one that has cost Car 2, the defending Bathurst champions, Nick Percat and Garth Tander dearly, out of the race. Major damage to the front right-hand side, and poor old Nick came here last year, first ever crack at the mountain, and walked away with the trophy, and now he's got his head in his hands. Whincup having a look on the inside here at turn 2 of Johnny Mack. And he slotted it in perfectly. So when the safety car came out for debris on the track, it meant that Whincup and McIntyre could stay out there. The rest of the field pretty much went all through pit lane. Some were stacked, some were caught up. Whincup, McIntyre 1 and 2. Canto now 3rd, Luke Yilden in 4th, Craig Lowndes up to 5th.
So when you saw Whincup go underneath John at turn 2, that was for positions 22 and 23 at the time. But because everybody else is now peeled off, they're a little bit out of sequence. They last came in on, well, Jamie was in on lap 32. They're on lap 41 at the moment. So Petter's STP safety car out. This is the left rear corner of car number 66. Austrian driver Christian Klein driving, and a little bit later when all hot's up once again and there's plenty of load in that tyre, we'll look at it. It's that inside edge of the left rear tyre that's been the most problematic, but we're also hearing problems for the front left. But I want to show you what the tyre looks like and how much distortion and how much of an impact there is across a couple of the critical curbs here. So we'll come back to that a bit later in the coverage.
Hey, I managed to grab Gary Rogers. A couple of questions, Gary. Firstly, how are you guys going with the tyres, and you know what you're going to have to do to win the race here today?
Well, obviously we're going to drive as fast as we can without breaking anything, particularly tyres. I mean, they've been an issue every year, and I think we were talking about it before, weren't we? The man who saves the tyres, I reckon, is the one who will win the race.
No doubt about it. Got to quickly ask you about, we're all sad to see Tony Cochrane leaving, mate. We've all been a big part of him, you as much as anyone.
Yes, I don't think people do really realise yet how much they will miss him. He's done, I mean, have a look at the crowd, look at the people, look at the facility, you know. I mean, we know how good he is because he tells us all the time.
All right, thanks, Gary. Good luck today.
Gary Rogers, team owner, Gary Rogers Motorsport, Jiu-Jitsu Racing.
That was
Mark
great.
Yeah. well done, Gary. Brave man to say stuff like that. You can only say it when he's on his way out the door, where the chairman's leaving. So Whincup is the leader at the moment. He's just early in the stint. That's his engineer, Mark Dutton, on the radio in the background. So he's calling to advise Jamie to stand by for a start, a restart now. McIntyre behind, then Canto, Yilden, Lowndes. Lowndes will be racing here, but everybody's got to be mindful of tyres. Ritter, Jones, McLaughlin, Simonson, McConville. That's the 10. Green flag, and we're go once again. Restart number 2.
Whincup leads them away. McIntyre in the pole-sitting car is in 2nd. Dean Canto for the Bottle-O entry, doing a good job in 3rd. Car 14, David Bernard there, just stepping out and going around. Car 7 of Tim Blanchard up over the rise of Mountain Straight towards turn 2.
So the curious thing here is that 2 of the regular drivers that we know are in the top 5, Jamie Whincup and Craig Lowndes. So look to them to gravitate in this sequence of the race. There's no substitute for kilometres and proximity to your car, your engineers, the team around you, and that'll make them very strong in this particular sequence of the race, but they've got to be very mindful of this tyre management issue. If they go crazy, drive like they instinctively drive every other weekend, they're going to be in trouble with these tyres.
I was just about to make the exact same point. It's fine to be the lead drivers. It's a great shot at Reed Park. Look how fast that mid-corner is. Oh, that was very wide, whoever that was. They'd be battling to stay off the fence. As soon as you get wide there, out of the groove, very easy to go in the concrete fence on the right. But what I was going to say, Neil, is that the management of this now is don't go too fast. Just sneak away rather than you know, at any stage, they can probably make 5 or 10 seconds in this stint on the others. But you've got to do it in a very managed way.
We've spoken a lot about the history of this race in the last week or two, and this is all about Bathurst actually making the car survive, looking after aspects of it, whether it is engine, brakes, tyres, whatever the case may be. So this was, I mean, people carved out careers being able to do this well.
And in the bunker, there will be every bit of tyre discussion that you've ever heard, meaning what do the drivers got to do when they first go out, when the pressures are low? Don't damage the tyre. When they're driving the car, stay off the curbs. When they're driving the car, don't excite the throttle, don't overheat it anywhere. Do all the things you can possibly do to keep the load off the tyre in the critical positions on this track. And as Neil said, it will become a tyre economy run to ensure you can do the fastest speed whilst you maintain that consistency and hopefully some preservation of that tyre.
Turn 1, inside curbing, and this is the left rear corner of Christian Klean's car, Super Cheap Auto car number 66. He's sharing it with Russell Ingall. 49 Grand Prix starts, not that long out of the saddle, did some Aston Martin sports car running. Now it's a little over 260 kilometres an hour here. This is turn 2, I reckon this is one of the danger areas. Big load, big distortion, and no evidence of curb. Oh yes, there is, just at the end he picks up the curb, but it's the curb there when that tyre's crushed. It's one that we've got to watch. Now the cutting, it's about 90 odd kilometres an hour. A little bit slower when the cars are heavy. Big distortion on the hump where you grab third gear. Up under what we call the KB tree, where you saw the Camaro roll. Another curb that you whack there. This is metal grate. Now the run to McPhillamy. Not a lot of load here. Actually comes off the deck momentarily when the car's light. A little bit of curb on the inside now, Skyline. And that's sparks you can see from the brake rotors and pads. Then on the curbing again on the run down to the dipper. Off the ground briefly. It's 80 Ks at the dipper. Big distortion in the direction change up to third gear. Back again to second. A little right-hand kick before you then go left at Forest Elbow. Now you just even watch the crush here in a straight line. Just as the car accelerates and brings on big aero load and mechanical loads as well. See the gap from the rim to the road is narrowing. Crush, 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 and the band appearing. It's the band that worries me. It's superheating the inside edge of the tyre. Look at the distortion. Look at the crush. And look at the way the tyre virtually tears off the rim at 300 kilometres an hour in the chase. Curb. So you crush it, you heat it, and you whack it with a curb. So I reckon the two curbs that are most critical here at the moment are turn 2 and the left-hander in the chase.
The last time we had tyre dramas in the Great Race was 2008, and the culprit that you'll remember was turn 2. The curbing at turn 2 caused all sorts of chaos, and it appears to be doing so again. And I reckon, Crompo, the critical words over the last half hour came out of the mouth of Mark Dutton when he said to Jamie Whincup, tyre problems, stay off the curbs. It appears to be more of the curbing issue that we're hitting that's causing all of these problems. It's a combination of all the things that you just showed us and ran us through as John McIntyre escapes.
That could have been big, Matt. That easily off the curb, you go in the fence on the left-hand side. Alan Moffat did it in 1986. Was one of his biggest accidents, and it's one of the wildest spots in Australian motorsport.
50 years of the endurance race here at Mount Panorama. Jamie Whincup, championship leader, race leader. Welcome back. Edging towards our 2-hour mark of racing, and another move here for car 52. Almost had a crack at Johnny McIntyre. Jamie Whincup leads by 4 seconds, so he's taking advantage of the fact that he's out there amongst all these co-drivers. Jamie and Craig Lowndes, the 2 regular drivers inside the top 10, but the field here is seeing signs of weakness in car 6.
The thing that I'm surprised about this early is there's much more rubber debris, much more in the way of marbles on the edge of the racetrack.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, I know. But not the reason that you're gagging about. No, but there is a massive amount. We normally see these sorts of images offline there on the run to Skyline much later in the day. Yeah. You don't normally see them this earlier in the day, so they're wearing tyres as well. You're a goose. Stop laughing. Also a message from Holden Racing Team that they have got car 2 in the final stages of getting it prepared to get it back out on the racetrack as well.
Quite a few people have been active on Twitter, and keep them coming. Use our hashtag V8SC. Great coverage. A lot of people are saying, a lot of people love our opener, and so do we. So thanks for your comments on that. Has Barks got to drive next year? We're not sure about that. He's here today. He's not driving. The first time in 16 years, I understand, that Barks isn't driving. A couple of others, people loving our slow-mo as well, and we'll continue to try and keep that pumping through. And also, a lot of people asking about the Shannon Supercar team of Cam Waters and Jesse Dixon. Down in 26th position at the moment. Cam is behind the wheel, the 18-year-old.
We had a technical tweet there a second ago. It basically said if there was a judicial system issue, if there's a penalty applied in this race, do both drivers get the point penalty? And the answer is yes, both drivers do.
And the reason for that is that both drivers enjoy points when they finish. So if you can't have one without the other. So if you're going to get a gain, you have to be able to take some pain as well.
So there's a few lively battles in the field, guys. I feel a little bit sorry for David Bernard, who, when he stacked for the last pit stop, he was right behind his teammate Andrew Jones, and Andrew Jones is in 7th, and David Bernard is in 19th. So he lost 12 positions as a consequence of the last pit stop.
Jono Webb, I just found him soaking up the sun here. Is it not hot enough in the car, Jono?
Oh, it's actually surprisingly cold down here. Get out of the car, and it took a couple of minutes to cool off, and once I realised how cold it was, grabbed some sunshine.
Scotty McLaughlin might be feeling a little bit warmer at the moment. You guys are going very well. From 11th at the start up to 8th is nice.
Yeah, it's been a really good session for us. Just slowly plodding away. The car's really good. Obviously, a couple of safety cars have sort of messed around with us a little bit, but no, at the moment we're pretty happy.
Take a look at the screen. We're on board with Scotty at the moment. Going very well.
Yeah, he is. He's done a brilliant job all weekend. We've given him as much laps as we can in our car. Obviously, he did an awesome job in the development series as well. So, he's a young talent to be reckoned with, I think, in the future.
And settling into this position very well. Difficult for the two of you because you're a big fella.
Yeah, well, it's always hard. We've always got big inserts and everything in the past. But Scotty's pretty close. He wears we've got a small bit of foam in his back just to push him forward slightly. But other than that, no, we're really close.
John, you're going very well, mate. Keep it up. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're right. Scott McLaughlin is doing a very good job. He did so at Sandown as well. And that car finished inside the top 10. Incoming.
It's frighteningly fast, isn't it? It's just 300 kilometres an hour. And here we go. This is Lowndes up the inside of Youlden. And Luke did a good job too. He didn't turn down on him. He knew he was coming. So Craig up into 4th position. So Whincup, McIntyre, Canto, Lowndes, Youlden, Ritter, Jones, McLaughlin, McConville and Simonson. That is your top 10. In 11th and 12th, Paul Morris and Steve Richards are in a bit of a hostile battle too. There's another group there that were playing for keeps when we saw them in the ad break.
One of the things that's happening in this race, because people are on different strategies and this question mark tyre issue, is it's scrambling the pack. Normally there's a sort order. It starts with the shootout yesterday and then they race and the pack sort of opens and closes. But this constantly resorts the order. So people are having to race back to position again all the time, which raises the risk. And that's also something that's got to be managed.
Well, it puts Craig in this battle, doesn't it?
That's what I was getting at, yeah. And then when you've got to go out and race people, you use more of everything: tyres, brakes, fuel, brain. And you've just got to be a bit careful because It's very easy around here to make a split-second decision, have a lunge, and for it to not work, and all of us know the consequences, Larko.
Oh, gee whiz, boys, I'm blown away by the numbers that Jamie Whincup is punching out at the moment. I mean, the whole field ended an 11 or a 12, a couple to the 10. He's done a 9. He's still punching out the numbers. Given the tyre scenario, there's either one or two things going on here. Obviously, you want to get out ahead, but you know a safety car is going to drag you back. I wonder if he's just flushing out what they've got, you know, see what this thing will do while it can, set them up for later in the day.
Well, that's exactly right. I just called Roland Dane a second ago about it, and what he was saying, Larko, is that the next couple of stints will determine really what the pace is and how they run the rest of the race. So I was surprised too. I was about to make the point a second ago that for Whincup to be doing these sorts of times when everybody else is effectively a second slower, then what you don't need to at this point. But what they're trying to do is establish what that really means and what the durability of the tyre will be at that lap time.
And if you think about it, Scafey, by just getting his nose out in front at the moment, if he has a little drama, he has the ability to read it early and nurse the car in for a pit stop. So maybe pretty smart, eh?
Yep. Notice that through the chase then he was nowhere near the curb, and I wouldn't mind betting he stays off the curb up at turn 2. So we'll keep a bit of an eye on Jamie for you. Maybe what this is how fast can you go, here's a concept, when you use the racetrack. And it's something that the officials talk about. No, they do. Tim Schenken speaks about it a lot. The race director says when we have these curb issues and runoff issues, stay between the white lines.
He's making sense.
Whincup is the leader. He's got an 8.9 second margin. I'm getting beaten up by the others.
Go back and keep
it's on in the
driving,
commentary box, and it's on out there.
The field's just coming through the chase now, so I'll probably get out in time. But just make sure it feels all right, especially in the rear end. When the field gets close, we'll have to let them through.
So Jamie Whincup now has an 11-second lead, 11.5-second lead over this group. John McIntyre, Dean Canto, Craig Lowndes, Luke Youlden, Greg Ritter doing a great job in car 34, Andrew Jones in car 8, Scott McLaughlin in 19, Cam McConville, and then Alan Simonson make up our top 10. There's Warren Luff. Headphones are on. Hello, Luffy. Did a good opening stint, made some good moves, put the car back in good shape for Craig Lowndes, and they've activated car 2 again, but only for 1 lap. Now, the co-driver light's on, but we understand that Garth Tander's jumped behind the wheel, and he's gone out and done 1 lap. In the ad break, folks, we were watching that car go out. It had a distinct lead.
It did. Certainly wasn't fixed.
Look at this. This has been on now for the last lap or two.
This is going to be a bit ugly. Oh.
And Lowndes is just probing, looking for a wave. There's a big queue forming. Look at them. Cars line astern here. And at the moment, it's McIntyre second, and he's got Canto working on him hard here as well. So this is Cam McConville, car number 22. He's sharing it with James Courtney. It's one of the offending curbs that we've been talking about, cars getting launched up into 2 wheels.
It's a great shot, isn't it?
Wonderful. So Whincup, 12.5-second lead at the moment.
And Whincup on the last lap did a 2-minute 10.3. The next fastest was a 2-minute 11.9. 1.6 seconds faster than the next car.
Well, Jamie Whincup and Team Vodafone, by virtue of being the leading team and the leading driver of the last couple of years, are the classic case of give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And that's what they've done here. They've wasted no time in putting time against those behind them. He stretched it out to almost 13 seconds now. On the other side of the Team Vodafone fence, Craig Lowndes has caught up behind Dean Canto, who's got a lot of experience in this game. Lowndes just can't get around at the moment, and that's costing him dearly. Johnny McIntyre's holding up because Dean Canto can't get past McIntyre. It's one of those classic trains.
And I think a little bit of this is strategy from Lowndes' standpoint, because I'd be surprised. Whincup is just on a 10.2. I'll just give you a lap time now. McIntyre 11.5, Canto 11.5, Lowndes 11.6. That's 1.4 seconds between Whincup and Lowndes.
But it's McIntyre that's determining the pace for the next 6 cars.
Yes, I agree, but at the same time, he's not having a major dive. No. He could have had a dive at this point.
That's what 13.2 seconds looks like out there on the track. Whincup's gone. He's heading up the cutting now. Here comes McIntyre in second. Dean Canto's had a couple of looks, but just hasn't had the opportunity, the willingness to take the almighty risk, and they're still using that curb at turn 2. I don't know if Lowndes did that time around.
Some are, but Lowndes just kissed the end of it just a little bit then, but not nearly as aggressively as we've seen in times gone by, already qualifying lap.
Well, just down in the garage, did you watch Craig Lowndes? So is Warren Luff, probably keener than most at the moment. Going very well, Luffy.
Yeah, look, the car's going really good so far. Obviously, we had a slight tyre issue early on, but looks like we're not the only ones out there. But look, Craig's doing a solid job out there. I think he's caught up behind some slower cars at the moment, and I think once he can get past them, I think he'll soldier on and catch up to Jamie.
You started from 9th. You got the feeling there's a bit of momentum there for you guys?
Oh, look, definitely. We've got great car speed. It was quick this morning in warm-up, and all week we've really been working towards more of a race setup. Like Craig said all along, it wasn't about the shootout. It wasn't about starting on the front row. For us, it's 5:15 this afternoon. That's the important one.
What's it like teaming up with Lowndesy?
Look, he's fantastic. Look, we've been together a few times now, obviously, and doing some long-distance stuff in the 12-hour. And look, he's just such a great guy to work with. He's a great guy to learn from, and just a really good person to be around.
Luffy, all the very best, mate. Hang in there.
Thanks, mate.
So we've passed the 2-hour mark now of racing, and if at the end of the day car 888 wins this thing, I reckon they'll go back to the warm-up session this morning that we always say is all important, because that car was a dog for Craig Lowndes and Warren Luff yesterday. They got it right in the warm-up this morning, which meant that they can take the confidence into this race.
isn't quite right, or John McIntyre's not comfortable driving the way that needs to be driven, and the way that Will Davis is driving.
Still more than 100 laps to go in the great race of 2012, and Jamie Whincup has a 17-second lead of this race. You're looking at second, third, fourth and fifth from the Coates Hire chopper. John McIntyre in the Trading Post Falcon, the Kiwi. Dean Canto in the Bottle-O entry. Craig Lowndes, Car 888 and Luke Youlden now approaching Caltex Chase. Mount Panorama Complex chock-a-block this weekend as we're celebrating 50 years of the endurance race here at Bathurst. Let's go down to pit lane and check in. Oh, well, let's not, because Paul Morris in car 49 has major damage. Steve Owen could be behind the wheel here. This car has just come through in pit lane.
This is turn 2, and they
car forward, sort of flank, safety car hold, got car off.
They did a brake change
Close to the edge of the circuit at turn 2.
It hasn't stopped. It hasn't got any front brake. It's locked the rears. So we've seen this over the years.
Oh, that's
so it's gone in hard.
That is a big one, Neil. That's just locked the rears, didn't it? As soon as he put his foot on the brake, it was gone.
And oh, look at this,
McIntyre.
He's gone straight ahead at 1. Remember all that pressure that he was under as well. And the safety car boards are being shown. So the Petters STP safety car is going to go out. So it's all going on. So I think it was Steve Owen that actually got in when Paul got out. He's gone up there. He hasn't had enough. Hasn't had enough brake retardation, and it's fired in hard.
Well, we saw the same thing happen to David Bernard at the same spot last year.
I'm going to say call that. We're not going to get that back. It's pretty bad. Rear window and everything. So I think switch her off, mate.
That is a very, very heavy incident.
You can tell by the fact that it had locked the rears. We understand that they've done a pad change down there, so mustn't have had the pistons pumped up in the caliper enough. Watch this, the rears lock.
It just never looked like stopping now. It's almost like it's popped a piston out.
Yeah, mate, fortunately it's not as bad as last year's incident. And,
and that's the McIntyre runoff down the escape road. Now he can't spin it, so he's lost a lot of time. Did a good job to get reverse. This is at turn 1 at Hell Corner. So he runs down right next to our host position there. He backs it back, does a good job to get it back there, but has to do a 3-point turn to get out, and Whincup comes in to make a very important stop.
There's all water in there, bunker. I don't want him in there. Mate, you're out. TD's in. Loosen those belts for me. Check that brake bias and bars for us.
And here comes the rest of the cavalry.
888 will have to stack unfortunately, they're a long way back. But it's also changed the game because the first of the NPR cars to be serviced will actually be Dean Canto. And then McIntyre, by going off, is now a long way behind Steve Richards.
So that was a good stint, car one. They got 23 laps done then at pretty handy pace. And I don't think, well, hasn't been any word of any tyre issue there. So that's been a bit more indicative, hasn't it?
It certainly has.
Steve Owen out of the car up there. The entry to turn 2. Interestingly enough, Aaron Noonan's just reminded me that Steve was the car behind when David Bernard went in last year at exactly the same spot with exactly the same problem.
And it was a Dick Johnson racing car, so they've had to deal with the same problem 365 days apart. So just want to make that point again about as 34 just squeezes in there. Ritter and Caruso. That's a good stint, Jamie Whincup, and I reckon...
Oh, the wheels are spinning. The wheels are spinning on that car then.
Yeah, that's no. Yeah, that rule's been rewritten.
It was in gear. So they're saying it's in gear, it's in gear, it's in gear.
So 23 odd laps there for Whincup. And I'd say that was running hard without hitting curbs to see what the lap speed would be.
So Will Davison straps in. That's a replay of Craig Lowndes. When spinning just as we picked it up. So Lowndes goes out. Paul Dumbrell behind the wheel now of car 1. So turn 2 now takes on even more critical importance. It's been the curb on the exit of 2 that they've had to worry about, that we believe is the major problem for the tyre delamination. Now there's a whole heap of junk up there and fluid as well that'll have to be cleaned up. Under safety car conditions, we'll grab a break.
Mate, just be careful on those tyres on when they're cold. Okay, so it's safety car, spares, car 4 in the leader, then it's 47 is for position, then it should be you. Yes, sorry, that's how you hit it now. Mate. Reynolds for position, then Bright. So we got Baird, Thompson, Reynolds behind, Bright, Caruso.
Race fans around Australia, around the world, never get sick of this sight. The sight of Mount Panorama on race day for the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. And we've been blessed with beautiful weather today. In fact, really, the only hint of weather was throughout the shootout. That's what it sounds like when a V8 supercar goes into the fence at around about 200 Ks. Oh, sideways, Steve Owen. So out of pit lane on flat stick under race conditions, you can go through there at 260. Now, this is car 6, wheels spinning.
Well, that's a penalty. The way the wording in the rule is now, that got reworded after a little issue earlier in the year.
And just take a look at this. This tyre is 18 laps old.
Yes.
It's only done 18 laps. Looks like it's been mauled by a shark. Larko?
Yeah, that incident up at turn 2, Matty, don't know the facts behind it yet, but typically what happens, and we've seen it plenty of times before, so when they come in and do a pit stop, here's a front caliper. So there's your worn pads. What they do, undo the clip, out go the pads, and if you look how thick that is compared to a new pad that you're going to put in, so when you put your new pads in, before you do, if I can just get my pliers here, what you've got to do is put those pliers in there and push those pistons back. Now, I don't know if you can see the little pistons down in there, right? So when you then put the nice big fat pads back in, ship it down the pit lane, the most important thing that the driver's got to do is pump the brakes to get the pistons back out, contacting the pads to contact the disc surface, so when you get to turn 2, it's all good. And there's been plenty of instances. In fact, if you look on a lot of dashes and a lot of team managers' boards when they're talking to the drivers, first things, you know, it's like belts, radio, pump your brakes all the way up the mountain to make sure that doesn't happen.
Larko, just grab that pad because you've got that in backwards.
Look,
turn
seriously,
that around.
How did I know? How did I know you'd be
the other way?
How did I know you'd be onto that? How did I know you'd be?
Larko, these guys don't need any more encouragement to give you heaps.
Supplementary regulations for the race meeting. Rule 2, 16.1. During any pit stop from the time the car leaves the ground until it returns to the ground, it is not permitted to have the clutch engaged to cause the rear wheels to rotate unless prior permission's been given by the category technical manager. And that prior permission involves if you'd had a clutch drama. Basically, they would allow you to let the wheels rotate, drop you and go. So unfortunately, once that gets noted, race control, that's going to be problematic. So Ludo talking to Jamie. Bit of French-English.
Yeah. Needs subtitles. Jamie's thinking, geez, I wish I was on SBS for this.
Well, he's just done a remarkable job out there to put up a 17-second lead, doing exactly what they asked him to do, stay off the curbs and drive fast.
He's a very clever engineer. Not only the job that he's done here in Australia, but the job that he did in international touring car racing. Pretty much everything he touches turns to gold. He's got an extraordinary record creating very fast racing cars.
100%. He's arguably the #1 engineer in pit lane, and he'd be listening to Jamie's comments, and Jamie would be listening to his engineering advice to get the best yield. This is, look at that deformation of the tyre over the edge of the curb. It's an amazing shot. That's just coming out of the chase.
Just back to that stint for Whincup, I reckon what we were seeing there was him driving as hard as he dared without using curb. Now, we know you can make lap time using the curb, and that was the point that I was making a little bit earlier, that he just wanted to see what you can get away with driving the car straight. And the answer to the question was that he got 23 laps, and he got good lap speed, enough to draw. It was nearly 17-odd seconds when it was done. So that was a vital stint. No apparent tyre damage. Clearly, we can't see what's going on inside the case. But that was a pretty important and a telling message there, I think.
100%. That's the stint of the race so far in terms of getting the tyre durability to almost that critical fuel number of 25 or 26 laps.
So the two cars at the front of the field, car 4 and 47, Craig Baird and Andrew Thompson, last stopped on lap 39. So they decided not to come in under the safety car.
Safety car lights out, accelerate away from the field, car 4 to hold speed.
Let's quickly check in with Bradley Jones, who's got a headset on down there in pit lane. How are you, Brad?
Fantastic.
That's good. Now you guys are going drama-free.
Well, I don't know that we're drama-free. We've got the same problems a few of them have got, but our problem really is we're struggling a little bit with pit stop strategy, which annoys me immensely, to tell you the truth. But you can't do much about having to queue a couple of cars, so we're just trying to find an alternate way of getting them back at the same spot on the circuit, which is a bit rough at the moment.
I thought you'd take that in your stride very well, Bradley. You're a very, very below average loser. You're a very, very good winner, but a below average loser.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So you have got some tyre dramas, BJ?
We got a little bit, but it's not too much. I mean, I think we have very fast cars. We need a bit of clear air and we need a strategy. But I think everyone's going to be running lean on tyres, so you're just going to have to stay on top of it.
Thanks, mate. We'll come back to you. We've started again. There's Jack Perkins on the right of screen on the pit wall watching. So Baird is the race leader at the moment. From Andrew Thompson, Paul Dumbrell, David Reynolds, Jason Bright, Michael Caruso, James Courtney, Shane Van Gisbergen, Mark Winterbottom, Jonathan Webb. That's the 10. Again, we've got a mix here of those that we know that have got pace. They're down the order. There's also some primary drivers and backup drivers in there, and that flag saying that the condition of the road up at turn 2 needs to be respected.
And all the teams are on the phone to the drivers to say, stay off the debris. So where we saw the Steve Owen incident, they'll all run a narrow line to ensure they don't get any carbon splinters or any of the debris that was on the road on any of the tyres, meaning we know the sort of tyre durability that we're experiencing and some of the problems that the teams are dealing with today. You just don't want anything else to impact on that.
Lowndes is 12th, and here we are, car 2. When it went out there before, they quickly brought it back in. It was unstable in the rear. You made reference to the fact that it was crabbing down the road. I think it's had a whack in the diff housing as well, or in the Watts link bracket.
So now we've almost got a full field of the primary drivers back in the lead style cars, and Dumbrell, who did such a great job against the lead drivers in the early part of the race, is effectively leading the race. He's third behind Baird and Thompson right now, but Dumbrell, Reynolds, Bright, Caruso, Courtney, Van Gisbergen, Winterbottom, Webb, Johnson, Lowndes. So a very deep group of 10 cars after Baird and Thompson in those critical positions after this next stop, who are out of phase with the 2 cars that are currently leading.
Now, those that we've had focus on earlier in the race, we just look at here now as well. So Lowndes, who's been there or thereabouts all day, he is 12th. And Will Davison with Rick Kelly watching there on the wall. Will is 20th in car number 6, and that's as a result of what happened for John McIntyre going off here at turn 1, getting back on, getting back in the queue, but down the order, then getting caught up in all the pit lane traffic. So that really burned him. He just got a glimpse of him in the back of the queue there, Will Davison, so 20th. So this is the point that I made a little bit earlier, that typically with races that aren't being affected by these safety car interventions or this tyre thing that's been happening, there's a bit of a sort order, so they tend to all get sorted out with the fastest at the front, the slowest at the back. That's not happening cleanly today. It's making guys who've got pace have to fight. That makes it hard. It means they use more of everything to get that job done, and it means they have to manage risk. Every passing move you make's got to be carefully considered and properly planned and executed, or it'll bring your day undone instantly.
And this is the sort of race that it is, Neil, isn't it? It's the ultimate race of thinking on your feet and risk management. You have to, whatever the course of the day is, whether it's fuel consumption, brake wear, whether it's weather variables, whether it's safety cars, whether it's today tyre issues, you just have to try to sort the best solution out.
So it's Thompson and Baird at the front of this field, 47 and 4. They will have to come in about 7 laps time. The rest can take it out to about lap 82, given that we've got a green run until then. So that's why we say that effective race leader is Paul Dumbrell.
And that number that Matt mentions is the fuel limited number, not the tyre limited number. So that's assuming they get to the end of this fuel load. That's been a real challenge for some of them in the field so far today, because tyres have been the limiting factor.
And that's what we always say at this race, the variables of this race.
Yeah.
We always count in the weather. Well, it doesn't appear as though we're going to be bothered by that. The biggest variable today seems to be the tyres.
He'll have a dive down here now. He's close enough in the slipstream. Great pair just ahead. This is where we saw that big incident. And he runs a little bit wide. Dave Reynolds is also trying to capitalise. He's on the outside for the kink here, so this will be interesting. He has to just back out of it. Pulls in behind Baird and down the inside. A big dive. I reckon they made contact. Wow, that was close.
Courtney had to come back out of that in a real hurry. Baird ended up on the crown of the road at turn 2 then. If you end up on the wrong side of it, it cambers away. Now he's struggling, sliding with David Reynolds right in behind. Remember, he's long and late in the stint, Craig Baird, so the tyres are a bit second-hand. It's light, he's covering. But that was a moment for James Courtney, and a bit of a moment also for Baird, because Craig did the right thing. He sat up high at turn 2, but probably by being courteous, it really hurt him. It took all the momentum away, and now he's paying the price all the way over the top of the hill. He had a great win in Singapore a couple of weeks ago in the Carrera Cup car, and great run here this weekend in the Carrera Cup. He's been doing a lot of kilometres lately. He's got his hands full at the moment. He'll need to draw a bit of that experience, and down the inside, Caruso. Nice move on Bright. We're on board now with Jason coming off. Oh, a bit of a moment there.
He's got hit.
Got a whack there as he did the gear change as well. Who tickled him? I think it was Courtney.
Yep. Oh, no, sorry. It was Brian. So sideways.
He's covering down there. Gee, it's all going on.
Well, Van Gisbergen's waiting to pounce as well, and he was always going to be a danger man because he was aggressive in his first stint, and he's tucked in there behind car 22 at the front. David Reynolds gets around Craig Baird. That had all the makings of pure nastiness coming down towards Forest Elbow. Somehow they've sorted it out. Andrew Thompson is the leader of the race, the 7th leader we've had today. Last year we only had 6 in total the entire afternoon, 6 different leaders. So Reynolds gets clear of Baird.
So we were on board here with Bright when he came off the elbow. It looked like he got a whack, didn't it? Because on the gear change it just cranked sideways. We're back with him again now in the braking approach to turn 2.
Sorry, yeah, I thought we were on board with Caruso. We're on board with Bright. And definitely it was Courtney because he was the car behind and it had to have had contact. So this is his bold move. Caruso down the inside. Bright did a good job to actually give him room. And then this is the bump. So just as we're pulling gears, moves across, bang, right there, just as it goes in the shot.
Yeah. And back in the same spot again now, back with Jason Bright.
This is still the replay, so watch again for the steering correction. Pulling gears, bang. Oh, that could be nasty.
So now Caruso lines up Baird. Bright and Courtney and Van Gisbergen all waiting to get past as well. This experienced Kiwi, Craig Baird, is out of loop in terms of pit stop scenarios, but he is fighting for position. This time, though, Caruso gets him and gets him cleanly at Forest Elbow. Andrew Thompson, Tim Slade, leaders of the race.
on fuel, waiting on fuel. Okay, go mate, go. Right, you go.
We're back on 7 Sport. The Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Unscheduled stop here for Shane van Gisbergen, who, as you saw before the break, was fighting up there within the top 5. So he's had to come straight in, and it will be a tyre issue, which Barrett's is extraordinary, given that he's only done 8 laps on this stint.
Yeah, Matty, spot on. He called a tyre issue. They decided to bring him in, and that's exactly right. As you can see, the damage there. Kevin Fitzsimmons from Dunlop is taking a look at it at the moment as they assess that tyre, but it's not nice.
Well, it certainly isn't. You can see that delamination. It just pulls a strand of the inside crown of the tyre off and makes it like a rope. It just lashes around in the inner guard. We heard it at Sandno. We actually heard it today also, and it's one of the things that's obviously very, very dangerous. Depends on where it is on the car. And one of the real issues there is that it starts to make me feel like it's a bit ad hoc, because you've only done 8 laps of that run, and a good move, healthy move there from Jason Bright, but he couldn't quite get it done. He'll get it done down here. He's right behind Craig Baird. As he pulls out, have to make a little braking dive. He gets it done. Still no road there for him. He did a good job not to bump Baird there. And he'll still have track position as they get down to Hell Corner. Beardo just moves it across a little bit. He's have to be careful here. You've got to make sure you don't make contact. It's so easy to drag a mudguard onto the tyre and put yourself out. So finally, Bright gets it done and swipes across to the inside behind Craig Baird.
Well, that's Mark Winterbottom that we were riding with there, who's going to follow Jason Bright past Baird up at turn 2, and also tucking in is Stephen Johnson in car 18.
Now, I heard Mark Dutton describing, it was that hadn't grabbed 4th gear on the run up there. But I heard Mark Dutton describing that Jamie's actually lifting off on the humps on both straights as well to give the tyre a breather in a straight line to stop that crush, that squat. Look at Baird. Oh, he's got a tap. He's got a tap from Stephen. Dislodged him and makes a pass. So the back of the Irwin Tools car is a bit loose at the moment. It's getting long in the tooth in that tyre stint.
And Greg Murphy is on a charge at the back of this group. He's up behind Lowndes now, previous teammates. And Murphy has come from nowhere. It's been a very, very strong drive. They qualified 22nd and now in 12th.
Baird's done something like 26 laps on these tyres. We were looking at the rear wing of his car there a moment ago. So they're pretty much at the end of their life, and he's pretty much at the end of the fuel load as well. He's got a little bit of a reprieve because of the safety car. And they've just called him. He's in this lap for a driver change for Craig Baird. He's driving with Lee Holdsworth. Put up a big fight. He's got a little bit of tyre smoke there. The guard's rubbing on the right rear tyre. His Mirth tucked in behind. He's a terrier, isn't he? He's been giving a few of them character references on the radio for the last couple of hours.
This could be ugly. Oh, that was close. Very, very close for D'Alberto, who almost gave the back of the Irwin Tools Falcon a bit of a tweak. It's Coulthard now, comes down the inside.
Yeah, Will Davison's having a good look at Fabian as well. So Tony D'Alberto is the marked man at the moment in car 3. Look at them zipping around, trying to get in position to take him on at turn 1. They won't be able to there. At the front, Paul Dumbrell. Well, Andrew Thompson leads the race, but he is out of sync. So Paul Dumbrell is our effective race leader from David Reynolds, Michael Caruso, James Courtney.
And Will Davison's in recovery. He's up to 14th now. You were getting glimpses of him there a moment ago. Remember that he's recovering from what happened there with John McIntyre at turn 1. Here's that driver change. And remember that they'll be under investigation for that pit stop as well, and the wheels rotating at the rear of car 6.
Betcha Beardo's
glad to
be out.
We'll finish them for you.
Okay, man, put you on radio. Just wait, don't touch the pedal.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this was not a really good pit stop. Beardo's gone straight past his marker, and the marker's so critical because they had all the pit equipment set up here right at the front tyre. Beardo's got out of the cockpit and stepped straight into all the gear, which should have been about 2 metres up the road.
It's because he was in such a rush to get out of the thing.
He certainly was, Larko.
So
did they put the pads in properly, Larko? Did you check that?
Andrew Thompson, we believe, in car 47, the lucky 7 entry with Tim Slade will be coming in, so the field will effectively be cleansed.
He's done a good job, Andrew.
Yep. He's with JD Whincup last year. Big raps on Andrew Thompson. Won't be long before we see him full-time in the main game. So on lap 66 at 161.
Another car with a tear off or loose on the screen.
It was all crinkled, wasn't it? Yeah.
So they're not attaching properly for some reason today, or something. Maybe it's rubber debris flicking up on them or dislodging them. So Thompson is in, and a black flag, pit lane drive-through penalty for car 6. As predicted, it's taken a long time to get to that, mind you, but has been looked at, and a black flag drive-through penalty, car 6.
I said you can't blame the tyre for the windscreen tear off. You can't blame it for everything today.
I was listening to Tim.
David Russell in the Jack Daniels entry with Rick Kelly coming in. And this is a slow-mo look at the defending Bathurst champions of Nick Percat and Garth Tander. Of course, Nick hit the wall so hard up at the Dipper. Their day is done in terms of fighting for victory. Still out there circulating with Nick behind the wheel.
It's Andrew Thompson out of the car. So that's the air intake at the lower part of the front there. You heard Mark Scaife say a little bit earlier that it's not where it is on your road car. That's why it was no fuss when that bit of windscreen tear off was up at what we traditionally call the intake grill. It's just cosmetic on these cars. Cold air actually goes in at the front on the lower, the big hole, the big aperture you can see at the front.
Look at all the rubber right and left of the drivers up there. It's just extraordinary at this stage of the race.
You can say it. Is that because of the windscreen tear-offs?
I'm just amazed by how much of it there is so early in the day. Says Damien White, just explaining it all to Tim.
Who's not taking it very well. And this is the reason why. Wheels spinning while the car is up. And Johnny McIntyre just to the right there as we push in on Tim Edwards, who is absolutely boiling at this point. The car started on pole position. Ford Performance Racing still searching for their first win at the mountain. Will Davison and John both doing a great job out there on the track, but this is going to hurt and hurt badly.
Well, his drive today has been fantastic. He led the race. It was a very bold passing manoeuvre on Paul Dumbrell at turn 2.
Because the wheels were spinning while the car was in the air. Short to me, don't you? Oh, mate. This don't get any worse.
That's the sort of reaction.
Yeah, mate, you're telling me. Look, it is what it is. We'll just press on and see what happens, mate.
Here's a rule. Read it out.
Bloody disgraceful, mate, that's what it is. Yeah, it's a joke.
Well, the only dispensation they can get is if they've got a clutch drama and they've spoken to the category technical manager about it, which will allow them to have the wheels rotating. But page 6, regulations for this event, it's very clear. I read it out before. I won't bore everybody with it the second time. But this came about as a result of some fog in the rule a bit earlier in the year. So clearly they're not happy. They're competitors. You'd expect that to be the case. They're not done yet, though. But clearly frustrating, but the rule's pretty clear.
critically now, you have to say, is driver management to just calm Will down, get him back out there and get him back going in the job. This is a super fast car. This is the pole-sitting car. And as we mentioned just before he came in, both of these drivers have been doing a very good job today. They've got every chance of winning this race on lap 68, so just under 100 to go. Barrett's, let's get Tim Edwards' thoughts on it.
Yeah, Matty, Tim, with 90-odd laps to go, I guess the thing with this is just getting focus and getting back down to business for Will now.
Yeah, look, the day's not over for us, but clearly we're pretty upset about that. I mean, we all know what the intent of the rule is, and, you know, some people make decisions that are sometimes embarrassing for the sport.
You're not happy with that one?
No, it's a disgrace, absolute disgrace. You know, we know what the intent is, everybody does. The V8 supercar officials agree with us. Unfortunately, the people that make this decision sometimes don't think about the sport.
We'll let you get back to work.
It certainly cooled their chances at this stage of the race. It's a long, hard afternoon ahead of 2009 Bathurst champion Will Davison and the Kiwi Johnny McIntyre. Paul Dumbrell leads the race, car 1, Team Vodafone. David Reynolds is in second, so it's a 2.5-second break at the front of the field. We'll take a break from the mountain.
Car's just got 0 reading grip. Nearly feels like a roll bar is broken or something.
heading towards the 3-hour mark in this race on a sunny Sunday afternoon here at Bathurst. We're looking at car 47 of Tim Slade in 23rd position. Got a lot of free space around him, so room to move and get back in the groove as he tries to join the leaders. This is pretty lively. Jonathan Webb, Craig Lowndes, Stephen Johnson. So Lounsey has got past Junior. Jono has held them off. You're having a look at the back of car 888 there up Mountain Straight. And waiting to pounce yet again is Greg Murphy, who's been the success story of the last hour or so of the race. He has been on the tear. He's up to 10th, started 22nd. He's paired with Owen Kelly this weekend. 4-time Bathurst champion Murph. He's got another one in his sights.
While we were away in that break, we looked at lap times, and Mark observed that it's flattened out a little bit now. I think slowly but surely people are beginning to figure out how to get their lap time without using all those track widths, without using the curbs. If that's the case, if they can run in a normal fashion, they'll get then to the end of their fuel windows and things will settle down a little bit. We'll start to find some real pace. And I don't think at this stage, though he's out of track position, I don't think Will Davison's out of this at all at the moment. He's got a quick car, he's driving well. Actually, the big issue now will just be to cork up the emotion, get it back in the bottle and just get back on with the focus. It's frustrating. They may not like it, but that's how it is. And so he's 20th at the moment, 45 seconds off the lead. As soon as he gets a safety car, which will happen, he'll be back in touch with it again, and then it's just a question of using the fast car to its best. And it's good enough, based on what we saw early on, to be an effective car.
Well, Rick Kelly, the nature of this race is you make a million strategic decisions on the run, and that's what you guys have been forced to do today.
Yeah, we keep having the same tyre drama. We've been told to increase pressures, stay off the curb, and take some camber off. And we've done all those things, and it's still happening. So unfortunately, that's dictating the strategy that we've got at the moment. But Dave's in the car. We're going to run him out of laps, just between you and I. And then I'm going to get in the car and grab the thing by the nuts and see if we can throw it up the top of the grid a bit more in the last 80 or so laps.
We'll just keep it between us. So, Rick, you will go to home. You'll do, what, 71 laps or so?
Yeah, we're going to have to, just because we had to pit again for a tyre issue. We're going to have to just do 3 stints, and that's a big call in a race like this because you normally do 5 or 6 and keep swapping drivers. So plenty of liquids and try and just do my best out there. The good thing is I'm going to actually be in the car when a lot of the co-drivers get back in. So hopefully if we chuck a set of greens at it, I can move up and really capitalise on that time of the race. And if we do that, we should be okay.
Rick, where's Todd at? Is he in a similar situation with his car?
Well, he's out there. I'm not too sure. I don't think he's had too many tyres go. I don't think the first set went down to the canvas as well, but we're just trying to do everything we can and really taking advice from Dunlop, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to work at this stage. But we've still got 3 or 4 sets left, so we'll keep throwing tyres at it and hopefully get to lap 161 okay.
Now this time next year you'll be turning up here with brand new cars, the Nissans. How's that coming along?
Yeah, it's really exciting. At the moment, you walk through the workshop and front to back, all the ultimate parts are sitting there and getting bolted on the car now. So 3 or 4 weeks' time, we'll pull the cover off that, and it's a very, very exciting time for us.
Well, let's get this job finished first. All the best, Rick. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Jack Daniels Racing, Rick Kelly with Mark Beretta doing a bit of comedy along the way. They've done 4 stops so far in that 15 car. Their first one, remember, they came in behind Warren Luff, and that was at lap 10, so it's a lot of stops, but they're just basically adjusting their strategy according to what they're being dealt with.
Hashtag V8SC if you want to join the combo on Twitter for the V8 Supercars at any time. And something there that Barrett's and Rick touched on, the minimum number of laps that co-drivers are required to do.
So 161 laps, the minimum number is 54 for the co-driver.
There you go, Alison, via our Twitter service. And also Jack sent one through just asking where's the penalty for Team Vodafone for wheel spin in pit lane. Well, according to us on our replay, it actually wasn't Team Vodafone, it was certainly car 6, and they have been penalised.
And one of the things when you get a topsy-turvy race, as we've seen so far today, that management of the driver maximum minimum business is actually quite tricky to play into the tyre factoring together with the fuel, and very often you have a dedicated person on those numbers. We'll show you the gaps here now. This is Dumbrell, race leader, 3.1 seconds back to David Reynolds. There he is, Michael Caruso, James Courtney, position 4. Then it's a bit of air to Jason Bright. In the dirty hot air behind him is Mark Winterbottom, Jonathan Webb, Craig Lowndes right behind Webby, Stephen Johnson, Greg Murphy. That little arm wrestle continues. Then Tony Delberto for High Flex, Fabian Coulthard, James Moffat in the True Blue colours for Norton, Todd Kelly, Christian Klein, David Wall in car 21 for Wilson Security, Daniel Gaunt there. We'll continue to go back through them for you. That was Taz Douglas in the iSelect entry, Alex Premer. There's Will Davison. He's 45 odd seconds away from the lead still. And Shane Van Gisbergen, remember his stint got cut short in this stint. He had a tyre fail after just 8 laps. So he's 21st in the field, and Shane is 49 seconds away from the lead.
This distortion of the tyres yet again under extreme load and extreme slow-mo as we take a look at the Pepsi Max crew of Greg Murphy in 10th. Somebody you mentioned as you were going through there is that man, Michael Caruso. These guys have done a fantastic job. Qualified in 16th position, now up in 3rd. And the job that Greg Ritter did is the kind of job that we expect him to do. He's not a regular driver. He only steps in at the Enduros. He's done a fantastic drive to put Michael Caruso, car 34 and Fujitsu in the running for this race. Paul Dumbrell leads the way.
Very good, mate. Keep doing what you're doing. We're going to run the tank out, mate. It's going to be another 9 laps.
You've got a clear pit lane. Clear to go, mate. Clear to go.
Welcome back. Well, Ford Performance Racing have had their dramas with car 6, but gee, car 5 is really stepping up here, putting the pressure mark Winterbottom on Jason Bright. Just centimetres in it over the top of the mountain, down through the S's. This is for position 5. Paul Dumbrell's our race leader by 3.6 seconds over David Reynolds, then Caruso and Courtney. And then this battle that's unfolding over the last couple of laps. Winterbottom has shown maximum attack, and Lowndes wants to go too.
And Mark Winterbottom's got a problem with the tear-off on the windscreen of his car as well. We've seen a bit of this today. It's great, isn't it? Just an awesome shot as things zap through there. They're at 7,500 RPM. They're in 6th gear. They're just nudging 300 kilometres an hour. Absolutely committed. New hotel complex there to the right, and this is into the last corner. The second big hit for brakes in a row. Fronts get up to about 800 degrees there. The rears are up around 700. They get another pretty big hit here. So when you do the twilight runs or the dark races here, you see that the brakes basically glow from the chase to the last corner to turn 1, and they just begin a slow process of cooling out now up Mountain Straight. They get another temperature hit at the end of this straight, Mountain Straight, into turn 2. And then, despite the fact that the total brake application is about 14 per lap, oh, here's the move, done. So Winterbottom down the inside, moves up into 5th, and Lowndes, a lot of curb there, not able to get by with Bright. And from here on, one of the issues is that the brakes actually get pretty cool. So the lowest value you see is about 400 degrees for the fronts and about 370 for the rears. And they don't come back up to those peak values again until you have the big brake application back down the bottom of the mountain. That's a very big temperature spread in a racing brake system.
Now they're up on the top of the mountain. Let's check in up there too. Neil Kearney's up there, Kearns. They're coming your way.
We are, Matty. Up here, the view is absolutely majestic. I can't believe how gorgeous it is, how much you can see. Not that everyone up here can see. Now, the drivers consume 13.5 litres, most of them for the day. I think more than 13.5 has been consumed by a lot of people up here. But there are lots of families. It's a fantastic atmosphere. It's a rich atmosphere. And that everyone's in survival mode. Sausages, chops, barbecues. Everyone's out here. I think we're going to have a great afternoon. It's only going to get better.
It's only going to get crazier, mate. Get out while you can. Thank you, Neil Kearney. It's his first ever trip up here to Mountain Panorama. He's been to all the great sporting events for Seven Sport over so many years.
He turned up on Friday. He came from Tassie.
Yeah.
He's shooting a story for our Melbourne Cup coverage where he'd been on a fox hunt. There's a transition for you in one day, from Tassie to Mount Panorama.
I'll tell you what, his observation was really good yesterday. He went to the top of the hill and he said, I couldn't believe it was unlike other major sporting fixtures where they still knew and they were genuine race fans. So they were up there having a good time, laughing and joking. But it was unlike the Melbourne Cup where sometimes you don't know whether the horse race was on. They were really aficionados of the sport. He was amazed by the level of interest.
Now Lowndes looks racy here. If he gets a good exit, he'll have a look at Bright at the end of this straight. Jason will probably cover. Is he close enough? He used a lot of curb on the exit. Lowndes, he's certainly in the draft. He should be able to have a go here. He'll get a little benefit. Now he jumps out of the toe. Bright doesn't bother to cover, so if he's good enough, he'll get up the inside, and there's enough grip and brake performance. Jason leaves him room. A great little battle, this one. Good contest between two pros who've done lots of it.
It's always good. Jason Bright did a really good job then. It's always good. If you break the car on the race line and you break it as deep as you possibly can, then that's as fast as you can be. And if Craig Lowndes was going to be more bold than that and he was going to dive up the inside, well, great job. But he didn't get it done because Jason Bright was committed. It was an excellent bit of driving. I've been interested all day, Neil, because Lowndes is usually a master of the top of the hill, and especially down the hill. Against the other cars today, he has lost a lot of ground. And there's no reason for that. The normal, the sort of fluency, the level of commitment that he has, and the way that he's always attacked this part of the hill, I've always thought he's probably the best in the field at it.
I think it was Kando he was racing earlier, and he was actually struggling from Skyline to here. And usually when that happens, it's because you've got a little bit too much understeer where the front of the car isn't really responding.
He still lost ground.
Yeah. Yeah, still looking front, so he's just backed up what I was saying. It's usually understeer. It's just becoming neutral now, but I'm still looking for front. And he last stopped on 55. We're on 77. So it's becoming neutral, to use Craig's terminology. Too late in the stint. He's nearly out of fuel in this stint.
That's right. He's still got 6 or 7 laps to go.
Oh, there he is. Well,
no, there you go. He's not got 6 or 7 laps to go. He's going in.
So Warren Luff will be standing by because Jeremy Moore...
Good prediction.
You weren't listening close enough. Jeremy Moore said to him, let's bring it in. Get the belts ready because it's going to be a driver change. You're all over it, aren't you? Fabian Coulthard has also come in.
Now, he's done 23 laps as well. So it was Whincup who did 23. They've now done 23 with that car. That appears to be about the magic number.
Well, I was just going to pose the question there while you were talking about Lowndes, whether he was holding back a little bit, whether he's under instructions there to stay off the curbs, a la Jamie Whincup. But clearly he wasn't. Still searching for front-end grip. So Warren Luff comes in. Good driver change.
We're good at the front, thanks, Shady. So all the wheels are done fully. All wheels are done.
There's never a hurry.
Done. Mate, nothing going on in pit lane. Fully, we got rear roll centre. Thanks, brother. You're awesome. All right, mate, it's all yours.
It's always reassurement down there at Team Vodafone. And make sure it's a calm environment. The driver's happy, the crew are happy. And now Warren Luff can go about his business as he heads up Mountain Straight. So at the other end of the field, car 1, Jamie Whincup and Paul Dumbrell, with Dumbrell behind the wheel. Has a 3.8 second lead. So 77 laps done. We're on lap 78. Therefore, we're edging closer and closer to the halfway mark after 3 hours and 3 minutes of racing.
Well, that's such a pressure-filled moment. Any of those pit stops, for that to be cohesive and have those guys, from a dynamic standpoint, work so well together. It's almost like any sport. When you see the really best people at it, they make it look slow. And that's what Vodafone do with their pit stops.
Let's just run you through some of the field contenders here and the shakers, the movers. Tony D'Alberto and Dale Wood. Look at that, started 23rd, 8th for Team Highflex.
It's a good job, very good job.
We're not out of sync in any strategy. This has just been a really good job. Dale Wood did a terrific performance in his stint. And James Moffat was behind them when we joined that, but now car 17, the true blue livery this weekend, has entered pit lane. So Tony and Dale qualified 13th at Sandown, but drifted away to be 23rd. They paired up here last year and they finished inside the top 10 in 9th after starting from 23rd. So they certainly know how to make their way through the field at the big one.
You might notice that little bit of odd sequence with the Lowndes stop there, and you might see some odd sequencing for the rest of the afternoon. Not even remotely interested in fuel. Roland Dane has just told me, the team principal, they're running the thing full. Rich, not even looking at that. They're only interested in making it equidistant for each of the sets of tyres they've got left between here and the end of the day. They just want to share that load to get the most from them. That's all they're looking at.
Therefore, the 23 laps that I mentioned for the 1 car for Whincup and 23 laps for the 888 car Lowndes. And I just intercepted a message to Luff in car 888. Our strategy from here on is flat out. So they're going to drive the car like you saw Jamie do a bit earlier, between the white lines, but flat out. Try not to put too much load in, ease the throttle over those humps and try and preserve tyres. Fuel's not the consideration.
So they've determined that it's a tyre race, this one.
Well, Mike Devereaux, the boss of Holden, is with me. And Mike, enjoying your first Bathurst 1000. What's the impression? How do you like it?
Well, it's an incredible race, kind of like the Indy 500 or Daytona back where I come from. Growing up in the States, it's part of the fabric of the country. And being here for the first time after a couple of years in the country, it's incredible. And this 50th anniversary thing is just out of sight.
Nice when your cars are doing well too. Your first impressions when you got here and take all this in, the crowd, the atmosphere, what did it feel like to you?
You know, the passion, we have a great business globally with Chevrolet, and there's a lot of passion. It's not like it is here, and I'm not just saying that. It is very, very different. And the extremeness of the love for the brand, you got to be here to feel it. You watch it on television, it's just not the same.
Now, speaking of which, tell us about the commitment from Holden to V8 Supercars and to building cars, Holden cars in Australia.
Well, we're in the 888 pits right now, and we've got a great team down the road with HRT committed to the race. This is part of our brand. It's part of the country's DNA. So a long-term commitment, obviously, from us, both for what we're doing here today, which is a blast, but also for making things in this country, which is, I think, incredibly important.
Mike, that's going to make a lot of people very happy. Now, we're going to head to Austin, Texas next year for the first time. Can you give us a bit of a heads up? What can we expect in Austin?
Well, we've got some things that we're thinking about for the cars, but the Texas Motor Speedway is very, very fast, but it's very different. It's a big, huge oval, massive crowds, but it'll be good for the V8s. We're also going to be exporting our Commodore as the top-of-the-line Chevy SS, so that's the best of the best Chevrolet sedan, and they're going to be running that in NASCAR next year, which is the equivalent of V8 Supercars. So we'll have some stuff up our sleeve for Texas.
It's going to be great, Mike. Good to chat to you. Enjoy it today, and good luck.
Thanks, Barrett's.
I think somebody's got the Bathurst bug.
I think he has. I think he's smelt the fumes and he's here.
He loves it.
It's done.
Mike Deborah, the boss of Holden, who's soaking it in as we take a good close look at car 888 of Warren Luff and Craig Lowndes. And Mike there mentioned our Texas race. May 17, 19, the date has now been locked in. Go to v8supercars.com.au if you want any more details. We'll be at Circuit of America's, a brand new track. Here's the Shannon Supercar Showdown winner about to get in, Jesse Dixon, as Cameron Waters gets out. What's Neil Kearney got for us now, Kearns?
Oh, Matt, you blokes think Channel 7 go to a lot of trouble to get organised for this meeting. Up here on the mountain, we've found a train. There is a carriage with the TV, there's a carriage with the barbecue, a carriage with the fridge, a carriage with the nuts, and there's a man here called Mal who brought it all from Melbourne. Mal, you've got a lot of hangers on here. Are they mates?
They're all mates, mate, yeah.
All mates?
They're all mates, yeah. All the family and that here.
Mal's a pretty big fella, so I'm going to need some mates later on up on this mountain. So I'm sticking with Mal's train. Good on your way.
There's only one carriage full of beer, though. He is nuts.
Now, looking down the order of the field here at the moment, Will Davison's moved up to 12th, and he's got the pep back in his step on the radio again. I can hear that he's cleared that little blockage before, and he's talking about how good the car is, wants a couple of little tweaks, but he's coming back into play here, so just keep him in the back of your mind.
And that's what we said, Compo, didn't we, as we look down on David Bernard, who is paired up with Fabian Coulthard in the Lockwood entry. Car 14 is down in 22nd as he takes aim down Conrod Straight. It was all about getting that disaster out of the way, getting themselves through pit lane, getting the driver management back on board, and letting Will go back out and just get back into that rhythm that you talk about being so important up there.
Well, look, get a safety car. Nothing shorter than between now and the 161st lap there'll be another safety car intervention, and when that happens, you won't have track position, but the air gaps will close.
I said that before.
Yeah.
I said about the safety cars before when I've made that prediction we didn't get one. So we're right at the halfway mark now, the 50th anniversary, the Bathurst 1000 event, and Paul Dumbrell leads from David Reynolds, and a big moment for Murph. That's at Murray's corner, the final corner. He locked the rear brakes. Neil was talking about the brake temperatures earlier, and after you've used them very hard at the chase, what happens is that the front brakes fade, meaning they're too hot, and the rear brakes are then more efficient. So as they got to the last corner then, Greg Murphy rear wheels locked, and the leader in the pits.
So Dumbrell comes in. We might expect to see Mark Winterbottom come in too. I'm getting word that he's reporting back that he...
Mate, you're going to stay in, obviously. So just keep your foot on the clutch and the brake for us. We're just going to jam 4 cold tyres on it and top up that fuel. So we've got a nice lead in, so we'll take advantage of it. Not sort of stuff, just the normal gear. So that's how we roll.
Frosty is complaining of another tyre drama, and yes, he has entered pit lane as well. So Paul Dumbrell will stay in the car.
It's going to be about 28 seconds sort of thing, so we'll have a good look around and do some housekeeping.
Well, both 1 and 5 were in on the same lap, 55. So it's a good opportunity for him to come in, follow the leader, as it were.
Give her a gear in. windscreen there. Looking good. So all the wheels are done, Bully. All the wheels are done.
So you've got 27 laps out of this stint. But there was a bit of safety car in that.
Thanks for that, G-Man. You're going to be good to go once you drop your mate. Still nothing that's going to concern us here. All right, all yours. See you on the podium.
Refuelers looking at the visual cues there on the filler nozzle.
Did you hear that? Yeah. See you on the podium.
Just see Russell Ingall jumping back in the car here. Now, they're doing this pad change we're talking about. There's the plies we talked about. They've pushed the pistons back. In go the pads. Now, what will be really critical now is that Russell is told to pump the brakes. There you go. Team manager just did it. Flapped his arms, said to Russell, there you go, pump the brakes, pump the brakes.
Clear. Okay, Russell, pump the pedal. Make sure you've got a pedal. Pump the pedal. Green seat gets slide off. Green seat gets slide off. Remember to warm the tyres up, mate. Nice and easy on the outlap.
21st.
Reset your bars, mate. Probably 3.5 front, 1.5 rear.
It's Robbie Starr on the radio, and they've now cleared their requirement with Christian Clean. He's done his minimum co-driver laps.
So Russell's got the rest of the afternoon to keep on driving. 21st Bathurst for the Enforcer, the most of any active driver out there. Two-time winner, of course. And it just goes to show you, with all that experience, all those years behind him, the critical points are still the same. Pump, pump, pump. You can't drill it in hard enough, and you see what happens when you get up here and you haven't done that. Steve Owen knows the feeling.
By the way, Clean's the only one to have actually reached his minimum.
Take it out of first gear. Radio and drink straw out.
It's James Small. The other issue there, Matty, is it's not just the pump in the pit lane. After you've actually departed the lane and started the run up Mountain Straight, you need another safety tap again to ensure, because what they do is they'll just rattle back into the caliper a little bit. You've got to be managed twice before you have the big brake application at turn 2. Once in the lane, once on the approach.
We often see that, don't we, just over the crest.
Massive overrun there. It was about a metre past the marks for that stop for Gary Rogers Motorsport. There is nothing worse, especially if you're doing a brake pad stop. So all the gear, you've got to grab it and transport it forward.
6 more seconds, mate.
So we ran straight through. If you see where the mark is, see where the front wheel is, where the caliper is being attacked at the moment to pull the pistons back and put those new pads in. Lucky they're able to do that. They've responded very well.
Green driver light on. No traffic on the front straight yet.
So Dean Canto activates the co-driver light for the Bottle-O entry. David Reynolds will have a break.
And I think that Courtney, or McConville, who's now in the car, has jumped this car then. You need to see them when they're on the straight, but I've got a feeling he has.
He has, yeah.
And they've been having quite a race.
So Will Davison is in pit lane.
See the pump? So he's on the left foot.
That's that extra little safety tap that I spoke about.
So Shane Van Gisbergen is now at the head of the field. So Davison and McIntyre have done a switch in car 6. Johnny Mack goes back in and tries to continue this job of...
If you've got wet shoes, mate, just be real careful.
And there's another point as well. Tries to continue this rescue job. He's already seen them go through pit lane, drive through penalty. Up on top, car 5 versus 888. Stephen Richards against Warren Luff. The two co-drivers. One in the Orcon Steel Falcon, the other in the Team Vodafone 888 Commodore. We will take a break. So we've officially gone past the halfway mark here. The Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 at 2012. Stay with us. Still perfectly clear skies here as we reach the 3-hour, 20-minute mark of racing, and they are still going flat chat. You're riding with Stephen Richards, taking a look at Warren Luff. Car 888 with Craig Lowndes won the Sandown 500. You are having too much of a good time, Neil Kearney.
I am, Whitey. This is fantastic here. We can actually smell the rubber coming off the tyres. This is looking down from Skyline down through the S's. It's 174 metres from the top of the mountain in elevation to the bottom. And what a magnificent view. We're waving to the chopper. But some blokes are never happy. This fella here has got a TV. He's complaining about the reception. And he's not happy about the commentary. And also, this bloke is sitting here. He's got binoculars. He can touch the cars as he goes past. He still wants to see whether they're changing their minds.
I reckon they do 100 times. I don't know why he's complaining of the commentary. He wouldn't be able to hear it up there. Can't hear a thing that close. All right, Shane van Gisbergen at the head of the field. 8.8 seconds.
Who last stopped on lap 63. So we're on lap 86. So he's getting towards the end of a stint here. So he's a little bit out of sequence. Slow-mo here with a lot of air beneath the Stephen Richards. Mark Winterbottom, car number 5, with Richo at the helm at the moment. So on our estimate, we think that Shane will be in the next couple of laps. He's got an 8.8 second lead at the moment, and that'll leave Paul Dumbrell in control. This little battle raging along here big time at the moment. This is 6th and 7th.
Steve will get a little word in his ear at some stage based on the blocking up into turn 2. It's a pretty healthy battle because Steve looks like the mid-corner speed and the speed over the top of the hill. You can just see now what's the difference in the characteristic of the cars, because the entry speed is quite good with the Vodafone car. The mid-corner speed, look how much gap he's already got. A couple of car lengths already. This is
Big Philly Park staying well off those curbs again, and he was just on the radio there before talking about being blocked at the end of the mountain straight.
And in front of them, gents, is Cam McConville in car 22. We know the story of car 2, the defending Bathurst champs, HRT, Nick Percat and Garth Tander Dunn.
Bad sportsmanship flag for car 5, Stephen Richards, for blocking. So that's been confirmed, and that will be shown next time through. So it's Campbell Little. So I thought that had happened. It was pretty aggressive on the run-up mountain straight there.
Point I was going to make about car 22 up to 5th now, starting 14th, Courtney and McConville.
So Stephen will have to stay on the race line, and if he stays on the race line and Warren's got enough pace in the car, enough grip in it, balance is okay, he'll have a lunge, and we'll see whether that can give him a spot.
Ooh, he had to give it a gear. He wasn't going to stop.
He fed second in early. Then you hear the big revs on the downshift.
So this is Hell Corner. There's a lot of camber right at the apex of the corner there, and the boys are out of the chase.
Alan Simonson.
Andrew Jones is in the Team BOC entry as we jump on board here into the last corner, and then 16th.
David Russell's meeting the sandwich here. He's in the Jack Daniels entry, you can see. Back to turn 2.
Richo left the room then. He drove on the race line, and as Mark said a little while ago, it's the fastest way anyway, so if he can poke it up there as deep as he can, Richo, and just brake as he normally would, he'll be covered most of the time unless he's really struggling for grip. Bit of an instinctive thing sometimes when you're racing somebody, you just go over there. So he's been made aware of it now. Super slow-mo again. This is the curb down at the chase on the inside. It really hits the cars, and I think that's one of the problem areas. And they'll probably correspondingly warn Paul to ease up a bit on that, because we saw that tyre stress earlier from Christian Kleen's car, how hot and aggravated the inside of the left rear tyre looks by the time it gets down to the bottom of the chase.
Russell Ingall's going to liven this battle up a bit now.
Alan Simonson's kicked away a little bit there, so you're looking at 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th. And Russell will give him a hurry along.
He will on the spot, but he'll try to use. It's not now, this is Skyline. So you break it down the hill, third, second gear, and then off here, you've got to get the run. So off the dipper, be in contention. So it's probably a little bit too far back now. He's a car length back, and he wanted to go down the left-hand side. Right now, that's the spot. Well done. It's probably a little bit too far back, but Andrew Jones gave him enough road and didn't turn down on him. The only time that's a problem is if the guy in front doesn't see you and you turn in, cars definitely make contact, and because there's a wall on the left-hand side, it's always easy for both cars to be damaged with that manoeuvre. So this battle continues. Stevie Richards holding off Warren Luff. This is the spot that we've seen a couple of times. Steve has been warned about blocking. He's got to stay on the race line, and here comes Luff. Can he do it? Down there he goes. Well done. Good pass. And Steve also, good racing. And this will help both of them. They'll get on with this now. In terms of overall lap speed, both will be benefited by...
Well, it shifts the agenda, doesn't it?
It does, and they don't race each other, and you just get on with it, going as fast as you possibly can.
Now, car 9, Shane Van Gisbergen, will be in this lap. So sometimes you find a bit of relief in this process, I reckon. If you, instead of being the hunted, you become the hunter and get a chance to play with the bars, have a bit of a think about it, let the tyres normalise and cool out. And sometimes you can even have another crack. And so Stephen's hanging on here at the moment. He's going to keep on going, as he should. So this could be a great little battle between these two. There's a long way to go in this.
Stephen, two-time winner at the Mountain. He won his first in 1998 from 15th on the grid with Jason Bright in the Falcon EL, and then backed it up the next year in the Holden Commodore with Murph.
He had a period here in the late 90s. He was doing a lot of mileage in those days and lots of categories, and he was going very, very well. He was very high level and still is.
Hey, in case you're wondering, when you see down here in a V8 supercar pit stop, and I've got to keep my eye out because Shane Van Gisbergen, here he comes now. It's not like a Formula 1 stop with 800 people here. You can only have 8 over this line, behind me, this red line. We've got our wheelman, fuel man, fireman, front wheel man, the guy on the air spike, and the car controller at the front. He can only do his job. He's got to stick at his job. And during an endurance event, we're allowed to have this guy, because he's allowed to help, if you watch, the insertion of the outgoing driver. Now, some teams choose to let their driver do this work. A lot of them just like to go, and he's allowed to do that. Now, the other thing I want to show you in a minute, watch the way these guys throw these tyres. Just watch this. Throw them around, grab the gun, whack. Now, I sent my man down to get a set of bathroom sculls in a minute. I want to go and weigh all that stuff for you. You'll be quite surprised. Fuel man, he'll keep going until he sees in a little digital readout down in there, a little lot, bang. Car gone.
Well done, Marco. That was fantastic. It was a really well-composed stop. Everybody knows their job, and there's such functionality with that. You've got to have so much practice, and those guys clearly have done the work before they got to Bathurst, and that was a great stop for Stone Brothers Racing.
Brilliant work from Larko too. Well done, mate. Get yourself right in the middle of it and put us in the picture. Car 1 leads the way. Paul Dumbrell and Jamie Whincup. They've got an 8.4 second lead over Dean Canto and David Reynolds.
This race is an endurance event, like any great endurance event. The athletes here use every trick in the book. These are some of the gels that the athletes use, some rehydration formula, and of course, this is most important from the teammates' point of view, a bit of deodorant. Tony D'Alberto's just down here in the ice bath between driving stints. Tony, it's a big part of it, isn't it? It's just recovering and looking after your body.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really important to refresh after a hot stint. We're not running a cool suit this round, so it's very hot out there, and I want to try and make myself as fresh as I can be for the final 2 stints.
How is it in that ice bath, by the way?
It's getting very cold.
Mate, you guys are going great, having a good day, sitting about 14th at the moment.
Yeah, it's going okay. We're chipping away. The car's not too bad, so hopefully we'll make a couple of little changes over the next 2 stints and bring it home really strong. That's what we want to do, as we did last year. And we're not here to set the world on fire, but we're here to finish the race in a strong position.
Great strategy. If I keep you in that ice bath long enough, will you turn into an ice block?
I'm shivering as it is.
I'll let you get out. We're going.
Cheers. Thanks.
He's meant to be recovering, not in more pain. It's just part of the day here. Well, on the top of the mountain, and that's Fabian Coulthard's car. Car 14, David Bernard behind the wheel.
That's a spin. That is a very, very fast corner. That's McPhillamy Park.
So Bernard's in it. It's facing the wrong way. It's between McPhillamy. It'd actually be better to reverse there at the moment. So it's between McPhillamy and Skyline. Andrew Edwards. There's Fabian. Edwards is the engineer. He's on the radio. We've reacted and brought McLaughlin in, car number 19. Luff's in now as well, car 888, Brett.
Well, with Fabian now, that just breaks your heart, doesn't it?
There's not a lot I can do sitting here, it's what this game's about, you have your ups and downs, and these 2 Enduros haven't been too kind to us, but we'll cop it on the chin and we'll be back for the Gold Coast.
It's so hard, isn't it? Because we chatted earlier in the day, both cars from this camp looked in really good shape. You're going to be real contenders.
Yeah, look, the race is from, the last hour, and, you've got to get there, and unfortunately, it's stuck in the gravel, but like I say, there's not a lot I can do.
Well, we look forward to the Gold Coast.
Cheers, mate.
He must have not been able to get reverse because he needed to just back a little bit and he was out. So he's actually moved forward and now he's locked there. He was right on the edge. You can see where the wheels were on the edge of that sand trap, so he maybe couldn't engage reverse.
So 888 taking the opportunity to process the Lowndes Laffenbiel, and he just hasn't been able to get it turned there at the apex. It's gone straight in, showered everybody in rocks and dirt, and the flag is just engulfed in dust. It's quite ordinary there because when you come around there, you've got huge speed. So he's tried to stay with the throttle, and then actually he's picked the brake up. So lucky not to clout that wall.
It's gone in there strangely, Neil. There's something broken at the apex. It just arrowed straight off. As soon as he got it turned, that shot from the front was really telling. He's come over the rise, looked like he got it turned, and then it's just changed the trajectory and run straight on. And he's into the throttle, which was a good idea at the time because he needed to come forward, but luckily right at the end it spun around on him.
Well, Neil Kearney's up there, Neil.
Yeah, we've just been watching the action. In fact, the place erupted when he went into the sand. I feel sorry for Fabian Coulthard, but it's been a lot of excitement up here. There is a lot of humanity amongst the people up here. We just had a man come up to us, and he was wearing a very menacing-looking hat, an army coat, a lot of whiskers. I felt fairly intimidated, Whitey, but he gave me a water and looked at me and he said, "We're mountain men, not cave men."
You're starting to worry me more and more as the afternoon goes on, Kurds. Our chopper has got a bird's eye view, so that's an extraordinary one. Maybe something's broken on the way in for David Bernard, and it's weird, isn't it? He hasn't hit anything, but he finds himself dug in a hole up there, and that's the end of the race for those guys, and that curse continues. 2 years ago, Fabian down at the chase. Last year, David Bernard put them together this year, and the mountain has got them again. So safety car activated yet again. We will take this opportunity to grab a break so you don't miss a beat.
get up behind the safety cars there.
One car coming down pit lane now. Should be right to go. Yep, go. You're right.
Reset fuel, mate. Reset fuel. Cold tires, mate. Cold tires.
Okay, safety car, just look your speed to 80, look your speed to 80.
Safety car comes around, get the dust out of it, they'll be back on the tail of the queue and one lap down, maybe when the others coming to make their pit stop.
Can you turn the wheel left and right, please, Desi? Okay, mate, just for a bit of an update, we're currently P20, but we were out of 6 of the field people there. Now, 2 people are sitting now, so make no more.
Taking a look down Mountain Straight from our Coates Hire chopper, with the field still behind the Petter's safety car. So it gives us a moment to refresh, pause and go through what's happened so far on our Mother highlights. That was the moment that Nick Percat and Garth Tander realised they would not be defending their Bathurst 1000 title. Percat into the wall up at the dipper, hands on his helmet in pit lane. He just could not believe it. So they've sent that car back out a couple of times, but the day is done for Percat and Tander. Jamie Whincup just did a brilliant job. He was instructed by Mark Dutton to stay off the curbs. This is Steve Owen on the big impact at turn 2. Exactly the same issue that David Bernard had last year, and this time without the fireball, so car 49 out as well. It's been one of those days for the pole-sitting car of Will Davison and Johnny McIntyre. The wheel spinning while it was up in pit lane. That's an infringement. It caused a drive-through penalty. They were blowing up Deluxe at Ford Performance Racing. Tim Edwards was not happy. And then our 4th safety car triggered by this incident. Up at McPhillamy, David Bernard behind the wheel of car 14, the Lockwood entry. They've got it out of the sand there and got it back down into pit lane. Larko, what do you got?
Yeah, Matty, look, we see a lot of these guys, the way they just throw those wheels and guns around, as we saw with that SPR pit stop. And I can tell you, all this stuff, it is very heavy. How heavy? I've actually got these bathroom scales. So there's our control wheel tyre scales. We'll just get those going. There's a gun sitting on top of there. Now, if I whack that on there, can you see that figure? 28.7, so close enough to 30 kilos of weight. Now think about that, that's a decent old cement bag. In fact, the only thing I know that weighs 30 kilos is Scafey's wallet when he goes into the bar. And the sad thing about that is it still weighs 30 kilos when he leaves.
Yeah, it often weighs 35 on the way out, unfortunately, yeah, exactly. And ours are lighter. That's extraordinary, though. And you're right there, Larko. It was great when you were down there in that SP Tools pit bay getting ready for Shane Van Gisbergen and Luke Uden to come in, just to show just how agile these guys have to be under duress, under pressure, and throwing around things like 30 kilos worth of equipment. So the safety car has been ordered to disappear and back into pit lane. So Paul Dumbrell heads the field in car 1, the championship leading car.
Safety car in pit lane.
This is a very important restart, Matt, because it's Dumbrell versus McConville. Richards, Ritter, Canto. That's your top 5. Garth Taylor just getting out of the way.
How's the effort from James Courtney and Cam McConville from 14th at the start of this race, now up to 2nd?
This is an interesting period of the race now to focus very carefully on, because by not bringing in car 1, it was last in on lap 81, and we're on lap 96.5, I should say. You look at Canto, for example, in car 52 in position 5, they did bring that car in. So that means that they'll have less fuel to stick in a little bit later, and that'll give them a very handy advantage to play. 14 seconds will be that margin. So this will, and he hasn't lost a lot of track position is where I'm getting to with it. So if you look where car 52 is, and there he is there, Kando and Reynolds are in a very good position here at the moment. Now, the thing that you can never be 100%. So, oh, trouble back in the cutting with one of the FPR cars has been turned around there. I just caught a glimpse of it. Oh, car number 6 with Johnny McIntyre in it. I just saw it rotating in the background. Did he get helped or did he do it on his own? And it's never good to be pointing the wrong way there.
Oh. And he can't turn it around. He can't turn it around. He tried to flick spin it and it wouldn't flick spin. You've got to use the flag marshals here. He'll be trying to get eye contact with the flag marshal. Well done. And you've got to gas it now. Okay, you'll be right now. Clear.
Good news is the pack's all on Conrod straight.
Wow.
Wow. So, did it actually make contact with anything or did he get away with it? Looks like he might have got away with it.
No worries. Just settle it.
Here we go.
Yeah, he might have got a bump. Yep.
So that was Luke Yulden on the inside of him in the SP Tools car.
And car 12's got a black flag pit lane drive-through penalty for failing to comply with the safety car rules. So there's then a little traffic congestion as they all headbutted each other nose to tail. Meantime, back in the chase, it's all happening here as well.
Russell Ingall, position 17, leading.
And there is the penalty now being served.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
Alan Simonson.
Oh, I didn't think he was going to be able to stop then. That was right down the dirty side of the road.
Rick Kelly's on the other side of Simonson coming up to turn 1. So this is 16th and beyond. So Kelly slots through.
When he was on the slide, the wheels were locked and he was down the inside on the dirty side of the road. I thought for sure he's going to make contact with the car in front. He did a very good job to save it, actually. So Russell Ingall there, that's 16th.
Then Dale Wood behind him.
Well, Davo, mate, I was watching you look on disappointed, mate. Johnny Max had a tough day in that car, but it does look like he was helped.
Oh, yeah, he was definitely helped, wasn't he? So, yeah, we'll have to have a look at that. What happened? People just got to give each other room. It just shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be going around backwards at the cutting like that.
Mate, and it's a dangerous spot. Just tell us for people at home how hard it is to get these things in reverse. What's the sequence?
It's not too bad to get in reverse. You just got to go into neutral, then one forward from neutral. It's actually not that hard. I think more the tall diff and the nature of the cutting there, I think he was struggling to do a flick spin to get the wheel spinning. So he had to do a good old three-point turn.
All right, mate, chin up, long way to go.
Yeah.
Phil Davison with Mark Larkham, a bit downcast at the moment. So Paul Dumbrell, Cam Conville, Stephen Richards and Greg Ritter, 1 to 4 at the moment. They're not that far away from having to pull another stop. Still a fair way to go in reality. But the guy that's got the most amount of fuel and is the highest in the field is Dean Caddo in position 5. As we go back here and look at car number 3. As we heard from Tony Delberto before, and it's Dale Wood in the car at the moment coming off Forest Selvo. 17th behind Ingall in front of Rick Kelly here.
We'll try to give you a little gauge at the end of this lap as to who's got the speed out of those 5 or 6 guys at the front that are on a similar strategy.
Oh, guys, just down here with Paul Morris and Steve Owen earlier on had a bit of a moment on the track, really beating himself up a little bit about it.
Yeah, we don't have to tell him about it. He knows what happened, and Steve really doesn't normally make mistakes, so we've got a good thing going on. We're just going to move on from it.
Paul, how do you settle a driver back down after something like that?
I just gave him a big hug.
Of course, as you would, and that is a big hug. Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah, so Paul Morris there making reference to the fact that I'm sure that Steve didn't have the safety tap of the brakes on the way up Mountain Straight to make sure that those pistons in the brake calipers were pumped up and the pads were nice and close to the disc face so that the front brakes worked effectively.
So the lap time, Dumbrell 10.8, McConville 11.2, Steve Richards 11.3, Ritter 11.4, Canto 11.3, Andrew Jones 11.3. So top 6 cars, very similar times. Dumbrell's just got a little margin based on the last lap.
We're probably looking to the next stop around lap 118, 119 in terms of fuel. That's how far they want to take it out if they can. The question is, what's the tyre situation?
Well, car number 1 leading at the moment is going to get as far as 108 laps, where Dean Canto, David Reynolds' car is going to get out to 119. That really gives you an indication of the rise and fall here. And the first thing that anybody says to you when they either have a ride around here in a race car or if they just cruise around in the road car midweek, and there's an enormous amount of midweek traffic. A lot of people go to the National Motor Racing Museum here down at the bottom of Conrod Straight as well. They can't believe how narrow, they can't believe how steep, and they can't believe how treacherous. And the consequences here, concrete lining either side of the road, mean that when you do make even the tiniest of errors, you pay big time.
Now, because you're in aviation land, is our tyre chopper man not a guru based on parking that there?
Fantastic.
He was very good, wasn't he?
Fantastic shot. We've seen some awesome shots. Looks like it's been part of the race on occasion. 29 and a half cars in the race.
He's still getting over the FA18s from yesterday. He was struggling in aviation land yesterday. It was like Formula 1 for Cropper.
Car 5, Stephen Richards, 3rd on the road, paired up with Mark Winterbottom. 2-time winner, as we know. Very popular Kiwi. There's a whole stack of Kiwis throughout the field, and you found a couple up the top of the mountain there, Kearns.
I have, yeah. Besides the obvious stubby holder, there is one fashion accessory that everyone's wearing on the mountain. Have a look at them. Now, these guys are all from where?
New Zealand.
And you know what they've been doing? They've been practicing their national anthem for when Greg Murphy wins. Is that right? Okay. Well, we might hear a couple of bars of it, fellas. Go with it.
God of nations, as thy feet in the bonds of the Queen.
Oh dear.
I think that might be all from the Mount Panorama men's choir.
You got it. By the way, Murph, car 51 has just been in terrific touch over the last couple of hours. Owen Kelly's behind the wheel now. He's in 7th. There's Stevie Richards. So the top 3 really showing equal pace. Paul Dumbrell slightly quicker than the other 3 or 4 behind him. So we've got 64 laps to go, approaching the 100 lap marker, which means that in about another 11 laps will be our next stop.
So Dumbrell, McConville, Richards and Ritter are conventionally in a strategy window here. They'll come in, fill up, and they'll have to do it a couple of times to get home. The interesting one continues to be, and I'll keep on making the point with Canto, they don't have to stick as much fuel in. That'll vault them back up to the top here. Then it's a question of whether or not we'll do it the lap speed and the race pace. Now, they're yet to clear their maximum minimums numbers at the moment. So what will happen is Davey will get in the car then for the last 2 stints of the race, I'm sure, and then it'll be on. We'll see what they've got, but they're going to vault back into the game here by virtue of strategy.
Let's take a look at the times this time around. As car 19, Scott McLaughlin gets up on the inside of Chris Pither. 2 debutants, and there is Carl Reindler. So Paul Dumbrell did a 2:10.6. Positions 2 down to 8. All did at the same time. 2 11s.
Pither and Reindler just playing dodgems off turn 1 there. There was a bit of tit for tat in all that. It's all sorted now.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Momentarily.
It's all sorted in a straight line. I don't know whether it's quite over.
Now this is Luff we're looking at here, just on the attack. Andrew Thompson, former teammate, just in front. Tomo won the Dunlop Development Series last year in a 888 car. And so Luff and Thompson, 12 and 13. I just heard someone else talking tyres in the background there as well.
This is what I was saying earlier. It's so hard to follow another car so closely at this place. Very easy to make a little mistake. That's McPhillamy Park. Run up on the curb and then over Skyline and down through here. You can't see the road because you're so close to the rear wing of the Falcon in front. That's the dipper. Hard to find that apex as you fire off the hill. And now down to Forest Elbow. He lost quite a lot of ground in that phase of the run down the mountain. This is Forest Elbow. Very important to get a run. You'll be close enough now for the slipstream. And you've got to make your mind up as you get to the kink, whether you can get alongside prior to the kink or you've got to do the manoeuvre in the braking area before the left-hand part of the chase. So here he is. He's not quite close enough. He's going to have a bit of a dive off the throttle. Not quite close enough, and he's up. Yeah, it didn't really look like it retarded that nicely, did it?
Been a little bit reliant on a couple of occasions that we've listened in on second gear. He's actually had to use second a fair bit and effectively compression braking to help the cause.
We've reached the century mark on lap 100 here of the great race of 2012. And car one continues to lead the way. Welcome back. 100 laps done in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. So you know that means 61 to go. Paul Dumbrell, car number 1, 3.3 second lead over Cam McConville and James Courtney. Mark Winterbottom and Stevie Richards' car, number 5, is currently in 3rd. We're keeping an eye on Dean Canto, car 52, because in the next round of stops, they will be the beneficiaries towards the end of this race. They'll have to spend less amount of time in pit lane putting fuel in that car. This is a pretty gripping battle here, just outside the top 10. It's headed up by Chris Pither. Behind him, Andrew Thompson, then car 888 of Warren Luff, then Alex Davison, Craig Baird. So they're all willing and they're all going at it. Larko.
Yeah, it is, Matty. I'm just going to try and duck beneath all the 888 guys here and grab a quick word with Jamie Whincup before he jumps in the car. Thanks for that, Jamie. Hey, mate, that stint you did before, mate, to me that was the stint of the race, and I think pivotal in how you're going to go about the rest of this race. Fast when everyone else was trying to conserve the tyres, but you know what you got now, don't you?
Thanks, Larko. We had to make an unscheduled pit stop, as you would have known at the start, so I was just trying to make up for that, which I think we have. So still mega tight. 2 or 3 stops maybe to go. You know, it's yeah, it doesn't look like much at the moment, but there's 4 or 5 cars in the pack that are all very, very good and be right there at the end.
And mate, tell us from the driving seat, it's sort of hard to understand when you're trying to preserve this left rear tyre in particular, or your left front, how you're driving the car, but you can't exactly punch out 209s and not lean on it.
No, hey, we don't know, to be honest. No one really knows exactly what's going on with the tyres. So you can starve curves, you can do all sorts of things, but we don't really know. So what's going to happen though, late in the race, everyone's going to be trying to do 208.5 or something. So I think we're just going to have to be forced to use the curves. I think some people are going to have a bit of a hard luck story, but we'll see how we go.
All right, mate. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks for the chat and good luck. You're doing a good job.
He is doing a good job, and look at this. There's his teammate getting crossed up in turn 2. And just coming back to building a story here for you, a little bit of a case. And just before I go on with a number headache for you, I've also got further reports that John McIntyre reckons the rear tyre's hurting bad on that Ford Performance Racing car number 6 at the moment. So they're actually going to bring him in and try and sort it. Now, just to understand, let's just take a case here. For example, with car number 52 with Dean Canto, who will give the car back to David Reynolds for the last couple of stints of the race, because they took the opportunity to pit him on lap 92 on that last safety car, they are 11 laps out of sequence with the top 4. And the top of the top 4 is Paul Dumbrell at the moment. 11 laps on our conservative numbers is about 51 litres of fuel difference. So with a refueling rate of 3.3 litres a second, that equates to about 15 seconds difference. In other words, car number 52, isn't that an awesome shot? Now, you scrambled my brain with aviation when I'm trying to tell a car racing story, boys. So when they bring that number 52 car in, it means that they spend less time stationary to return it to full, means that they'll jump everybody in pit lane and theoretically go to the head of the queue, which will give David Reynolds track position later in this race. But there's still a couple of stints to deal with, but I'm finding that a really interesting thing to focus on at the moment as we build the drama in the back end of this race.
No doubt. That's an enormous gap, isn't it? 15 seconds, that's a lot of time. Just when Larko was talking to Jamie Whincup there about his earlier stint, in that stint he built up a 17-second lead before the safety car intervened.
So he's trying to get that gap out to help himself.
Yep. Doing everything he can to ruin that party. That's right. So his car 6, as I said before, and Johnny Mack talking about being damaged from quite a while ago. See him looking at the left rear.
Not much longer, Stevie. Not much longer. Not much longer, Stevie. Out, Stevie. Go, 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 go. Out.
And John McIntyre's done 55 laps, so he's achieved the driver minimum for the co-driver of 54 laps, and that's the reason they took the opportunity to get him out as quickly as they could with that damaged tyre.
And that's the critical stage we're getting to, Crompo. We're getting to that stage where all the main drivers will be getting in and going to the end of this race. It'll be happening soon, so we'll grab a quick break and bring you straight back. Welcome back. We're looking at Cam McConville here in car 22. 6 seconds further up the road in first spot is Paul Dumbrell in car 1. These guys started 14th, have now pushed their way up into what is a very familiar position for Cam McConville at Bathurst. He's been on the podium 5 times, second twice and third 3 times. This is an enormous amount of experience. In fact, he's had 18 different co-drivers in 19 starts.
Sounds like
into
Neil.
this one.
Sounds like Cropper. You've had a lot of co-drivers.
He's had 18 different race suits. Look at this. Lee Holdsworth versus Tony D'Alberto up Mountain Straight. And Rick Kelly is going to buy into this argument as well. So 3 abreast heading towards turn 2. Up over the rise. Something's got to give. And it will be car 3.
Oh, trouble here for car number 8. This is a drama for Team BOC, and Andrew Jones is off.
We understand he's popped a tyre.
Safety car board, flag, safety car board, flag.
Now you've got to think about the implications of this strategically.
Just hold. Leader's still got more than half a lap to come around.
Heartbreak.
Turned it in as a change man, and I braked early into this last one, and it just wouldn't stop.
Now there were people, for example, like Dumbrell, McConville, Richards, Ritter, and they're not far.
Let's do our best to try and finish it, okay?
Chris Clark. They are not far from having to come in, and that's why they're laying up, because they've really got no choice. They can't really stay out there.
Pit lane of flurry. So more heartbreak for Bradley Jones Racing. Already the Lockwood entry of Fabian Coulthard and David Bernard. Incident up the top, and now car 8.
And they're changing the power steering rack in that Lockwood car as well, so they think that's what the issue was up the top. So it's gone sideways for them down there, which is disappointing, isn't it?
Started today with such great...
So it's going to be some pit activity here, folks, because it's pretty close to the window closeout for a bunch of them here. They'll have to take it.
And these guys are pressing on hard. And they'll get into the pit lane.
Car 9 can't take it because they have Luke Yorton hasn't taken the sufficient number of minimum laps yet. So there's the replay of what happened to Andy. Popped the tyre and fired into the last corner. We see over the years, we've seen a lot of people in that spot down there. It's been a bit of a heartbreaker. There's very little space down there. So in comes one, Dumbrell in.
Lights flashing.
It's earlier than they would have liked. And it depends on how much safety car there is now as to whether it gets them off the hook for fuel. And theory here is that returning car 52 to Fullerton, he's just going past our commentary point, should take less time if traffic doesn't intervene. So watch for him to vault the queue, 52.
There are 19 cars currently in pit lane.
Isn't that a great shot of the revamped paddock here? Yeah, we've got a beautiful pit lane, beautiful pit buildings in the paddock area. It's all been opened up. It's modern. Look at that. Big, wide working area on the apron. They're all in there. It's all high stress for those guys on the deck, and queuing again for Team Vodafone. There's 52. Jumped him up.
Good call, Crompo. Car 52, David Reynolds now behind the wheel as Craig Lowndes slots in.
Something didn't work as well as we thought it was going to do for 52, because they come out behind one. Should have been in front. Yeah.
It's okay to say keep into it.
Well, he would have had an accident if he'd stayed in it there.
And you can't see because your peripheral vision to your right is blocked out by the B-pillar of the car and the Hans device in the seat. So when they're saying go, 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 he doesn't know where the other cars are. So that car there is blind to Craig Lowndes until the point they almost got together. And arguably, though he was going to have contact, here we go, with the Fujitsu car also.
So he slots in front of Alex Premier, and David Wall gets out in front of him. So a good net result for car 52, David Reynolds, but Jamie Whincup is still at the front of the queue under safety car.
Safety car, yes, you can run to 100 where appropriate. Thank you. Up to 100 where appropriate.
Safety car up to 100 where appropriate.
Thank you. We're expecting one more lap, one more lap.
Safety car received.
From Reynolds, equal third, out of sequence, the only driver to be out of sequence.
Safety car received.
Everyone is obviously in the same boat. We're just working on an exact number.
This was Paul Dumbrell on the way into pit lane for that last round of stops there under safety car. And now Jamie Whincup is behind the wheel, so it's been building and building. The main drivers will now go all out in their attack on the Bathurst 1000 title. Barretts, what have you got?
Well, I've got Cam McCombel, who's about to hang up the helmet for the day. Cam, you've done a couple of ripper stints. Great result. You guys are right in this.
Yeah, I think so, Barretts. Look, I was pushing as hard as I possibly could to catch PD, but he looks like he's doing it easy, to be honest, which is a worry for that last stint. I think they got a lot of speed in that Vodafone car. But, you know, the Toll HRT car, it's really nice across the top, but I just could not push any harder. But considering we started 14th, you know, we're thereabouts. JC can charge now.
I'd call that a fair amount of momentum. Everything's going the right way.
Yeah, it is, and it's just nice. Obviously, car 2 hasn't had a good day, so we'll keep batting to the end and give it absolutely everything we've got, and I know JC will.
Very well. All right, well done, Cam. Great effort, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
So that's the Team BOC entry there, car 8 of Andy Jones and Jason Bright. So David Reynolds has come out in position number 2 by the calculations that you were doing, Crompo. They should have been at the front of the field, given the fact that they only had to stay in much, much less time. And I can just tell you that Dean Canto has tweeted straight away, as soon as he got out of the car, no courtesy in the pits on that stop. We should have rejoined in P1. So according to that by Dino, they've been balked somewhere along the way.
As soon as I saw him come out behind car 1, I knew something happened. But there's a lot of congestion in the lane when all that's going on. And the theory's one thing, but the reality's another, because you can have all the software in the world that predicts what can happen, but it doesn't take into account the realities of the congestion in the lane.
So it's Whincup versus Reynolds at the front.
But it has put him back in touch. That's the point. So he's back in this game now. What will be interesting is that safety car, as they always do, the luck of the gods here, they never quite fall when you want them. So this is going to be a little bit of a squeak in terms of fuel, depending on more safety cars to the end. So they're going to have to be a bit careful here. We think that it's 26 laps per stint in terms of fuel range, using the averages of about 4.6 litres. Of course, the field use kilos because fuel volume varies with temperature, so the density has an impact on how much you actually get. You've got to take all that into account, depending on whether it's a cool or a hot day. So for accuracy, they measure fuel in kilos.
This has been a pretty traumatic lap. Oh my God. That was very, very close for young Jesse Dixon then. And he gave the fence a hit, I'm sure.
He's been so courteous. He's in the filthy line everywhere. So the tyres will be junk on that car at the moment. It'll have absolutely no grip. So he's trying to do the right thing, but in doing so, he's really hurting his own case.
And it was quite dangerous as they come up under the tree and onto that fast section before Reed Park and McPhillamy Park. He was doing the right thing to get out of the way, but he ended up out in the marbles. I think he gave the fence a little rub on the way out of Reed Park.
So Paul Dumbrell did 71 successful laps. Dean Canto did 58 successful laps. Their job's done. So double stints now to the end for Whincup and Reynolds. And so it's one more stop to home for everybody from here, but with a little question mark over a bit of cautious fuel management and the ever-present question of tyres. I wouldn't be throwing a car around too much up on curbs.
And Triple 8's pit release is being investigated. We saw the drama as Craig Lowndes tried to exit into the fast lane and almost got this car, and then almost got the Fujitsu Commodore car 33.
And that's Jeremy Moore on the phone to Craig Lowndes in the background there. You may have heard his voice. It's 13th at the moment. I also heard that he was struggling with something in the cabin, in the cockpit of the car. He wasn't fully coupled up either. So I've got a feeling he's missed the air hose to his helmet, which is a driver comfort issue. And meantime, Will Davison, who barely able to hang on the lead lap with the troubles that they've been having, reporting that car's just not right, in his words.
Some of the air hose issue is not necessarily just the comfort part. When it starts to flap around, it's really distracting, isn't it? So it actually flaps around in the rear view mirror. So we go on board now with Mark Winterbottom. This is a great ride around this place, and you see it's a little bit more aggressive on the throttle than most of the rounds that we see where the tyre degradation is very severe. But what does happen at this place is that there are lots of confident pumps of the brake. There needs to be a very diligent process in a couple of the critical areas. And as we go on board, this is now Conrod Straight. Let's accelerate down there to 300 kilometres an hour.
56% of the lap is 100% throttle, and you're seeing 100% throttle there at the moment. Frosty's right foot glued, and he'll stay with it. Remember though, the car's heavy, got a lot of fuel on at the moment, relatively fresh tyres. He'll roll out of the throttle a bit here to the chase, just a bit. Then see the initial brake application's gentle, and then he pulls on big brake pressure, turns it in. Short shifts from second to third so that he doesn't excite the rear of the car and slide it into a power-driven oversteer. This is the last corner for him, and that second gear just holds a little bit of brake pressure with what we describe as trail braking to keep a bit of load on the nose, make the car turn nicely so he can accurately hit the spot, put the nose of the car where he wants. Turn 1, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. Mark Dutton's telling Jamie Whincup he is able to go a little bit quicker if he wants at 10.9. But he doesn't want him to use much more pace because it's going to burn fuel, and that puts him in the margin. Now Campbell Little's talking to Mark Winterbottom here. This is turn 2. That's a very big brake application because it's uphill. Gravity helps the cause, and it's a quick corner. Mid-corner there's about 130 kilometres an hour in 3rd gear, and it's quite cambered. It's like a little speedway in there. So 10.9 on the last lap for Whincup, 10.8 for Reynolds, 10.4 for Courtney, good pace, 10.5 for Caruso. A bit wild down in Caltech's chase here for Greg Murphy up on 2 wheels as he forces the issue on Alex Davison in the True Blue Norton Falcon. Livery change overnight for that car.
From yellow to blue after qualifying. So that's the gap at the front. Next to nothing in it, half a second in fact back to Reynolds. Then it's James Courtney in 3rd. Russell Ingall is currently in 4th, but he will have to stop much earlier. Michael Caruso behind him, Mark Winterbottom, Jonathan Webb, Rick Kelly inside the top 10, and so too is Greg Murphy and Shane Van Gisbergen.
Oil temperature alarm for Lee Holdsworth. They've asked him to find fresh air. It'll be because perhaps the oil level's gone down slightly and he'll be well in the traffic. He's down in 19th at the moment. So he's ingesting a lot of hot air from the preceding cars.
There's not a driver in the field that's not being told to roll out of the throttle through the chase, because they're all trying to conserve fuel and make the minimum impact on lap time. So when you get to the end of the straight there's not much use just holding it on full throttle and jamming it against the rev limiter. So you just roll out of the throttle. You also do the same with the shift mechanism, slightly shorter shifts, slightly less throttle on the down change.
They want to get to lap 135. They've got to get there to be fueled to get home without a splash and dash at the very last portion of the race.
Enjoy the fuel there, mate. 28 minus is the maximum.
Jeremy Moore on the phone to Craig. Where is he at the moment? He's 12th. That's Alex Davis in the True Blue car just ahead.
They're 8.5 seconds off the lead.
So he's not just driving the car, and he's not just doing a lap time. He's got to drive to a fuel number.
Last 17 is well and truly in position. He won't have to stop until 133 as well. This is this fascinating stage of this race. Mostly all the main drivers are in, except for the man you can see there in the True Blue entry, Alex Davison. He was full-time to V8 Supercars as recent as last year, so you just about call him a main gamer. No breach of rules for 888 pit bay release. So Craig Lowndes and Warren Luff in the clear for that release from pit lane.
Matty, just on that, I want to get back to the tech centre. I've actually got a genuine 1980 True Blue Falcon sitting down there we'll have a look at. But a guy I haven't spoken to all weekend I've been keen to catch up with is Christian Queen. Now, Christian, you've done it all. Formula One, the whole lot. I'm really always keen to get someone's grasp take on the mountain.
Absolutely, you know, it's one of the big races in the world, so you know, you have to click that off the box. And obviously it's my first time in Bathurst, and I had a really great week so far. Really enjoyed it.
Let me ask you, mate, is it the cars that are the most difficult thing to drive, or the circuit?
It's more the cars. Obviously the circuit is a really challenging track, very exciting to drive on, but it's more the cars. Obviously everything I've done before, single seaters, prototypes in Le Mans, these cars were totally different, and the V8 Supercars, it's quite a unique car to drive. The way, the driving style you actually need for it. So it took me a couple of tests to get used to it.
And as we're speaking, mate, we're just sadly looking at your car parked out the front here. We look like we might have another tyre problem. I mean, it's been a difficult thing to manage all day, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Well, we had actually no tyre problems all week so far, but it's the second tyre issue in the race already. Two in a row right now, so that's not looking too good for us.
Now, let me ask you, mate, you've got pretty close to Russell Ingall this week. He plays this tough guy type of image in Australia, right? Actually, we know those that are close to him, he's quite soft. What's your take?
No, he is quite tough. He's a
We'll have to leave it at that, mate. We've got a shutout there with the Lockwood car.
Thanks, Larko. And it's David Bernard off at the final corner. They've changed the steering rack in this car, and he's off the road and parked. This could trigger the safety car.
Safety car, stand by. Safety car, got a car on the gravel trap at turn 23. Just stand right.
Copy that, Bendy.
Same spot as the sister car went in earlier.
Get it moving, otherwise they'll pull you out.
And only 13 laps on the last tyre set there for Russell Ingall when we saw him come in there for that tyre, and I think it was Robbie in the background confirming it was a tyre. So there's Bernard again, and this is Lowndes up at turn 2. That's for position, and he's now inside the top 10. This might help the cause also for Will Davison in car 6. Still on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's right. That will vault him.
Basically puts him back in the race. He's got a quick car, although he's been throwing up a question mark on the radio just in the recent past. We'll keep an eye on where he ends up.
So it's Whincup leading. Safety car will round them all up again and compress the field yet again. We'll take a break here at the Mountain.
Copy that, mate. You've got a straight run in. Staying in the car. Please, not in you. We will car rotate till you hit the deck. Square it up, bring it in. Flip the wheel when you get there, boys. Flip the wheel for your pad man. Make sure you get on the right spot there, Fetus. That's it, the rotor's going in. Firm radio. Wedge it out, come on, wedge it out. You boys want to get round camo? Oh, sorry. Get the going. Put it in. Okay, and go. Clear. Cold side, cold brake. Pads and rotors, mate, pads and rotors. Bring him up to 10 nice and slow. When it rains, it pours.
lights out, mate. The lights out.
Getting ready for yet another restart, but yet more dramas for car 6 of Will Davison and Johnny McIntyre. A Will drama in pit lane, and Will just cannot believe it. His engineer, Grant McPherson, said to him over the radio as he exited pit lane, when it rains, it pours, mate. And that's been the story of the day for our pole sitter. Our 6th restart of the day, with Jamie Whincup leading the field.
Bad restart for Michael Caruso. Terrible restart. And look at the gap there between Courtney and Caruso.
So 1, 2 and 3 is Whincup, Reynolds, then Courtney. And then little gap that Scafie's talking about. Back to Michael Caruso. Behind him is Mark Winterbottom, Jonathan Webb, then Rick Kelly, Greg Murphy, Craig Lowndes and Tim Slade make up our top 10.
Now what this has done is solve the issue that I raised before about fuel economy. So just those couple of laps of relief, which equates to about 9 litres of fuel. You've still got to burn some to get around, of course, but that'll just get them off the hook now. So they should be able to get comfortably with and be able to run full ritual, one away from it, get themselves to lap 135, fill up and then get home. So one stop to home. That's good for the car race because it means they'll be car racing, not economy driving.
Yeah, exactly. It's now pretty much sprint mode. This is a great shot. This is the one we say is the best on the whole of the place, Reed Park. ...210 kilometres an hour as they emerge over the rise there. 195 kilometres an hour when we saw them from the back. Then they come through this spot. McPhillimian down the hill to the dipper. It's an extraordinary racetrack and a lot of ground. Caruso, a great lap because it was a terrible restart. We made the comment, but he's made all that ground up on Courtney. He's right behind him now. So he's obviously got good speed.
Difficult time, Scafie, for Stone Brothers Racing. Ross Stone, can you just explain for us the situation with Luke Youlden?
Oh, it's an easy one, really. We were actually 1 lap short. We thought we were on it, and in the rush with the safety car, one of those deals that happens, and we'll recover all right because with that stop, we can now just leave it on trim 1 and fuel, and then Shane will do the last 20 laps. So,
all right.
See how we shape up.
Thanks, Ross.
Okay.
He's trying to make the best of a bad deal there, Ross, and trying to be positive, but the reality is that that's hurt because they got it wrong. And we flagged it, we saw it on our data here and our calculations, and our engineer Oscar was onto it straight away. So 2 laps short, so they had to bring Shane in, put Luke back in, because now he'll go past his driver minimum of 54, but he's in the car, he's trapped in the car, so you can't put your gun in now until the last stint of the race.
And what Ross is saying as he tries to make the best of a bad situation is that when Shane does get in the car, they'll have no fuel issues whatsoever. They can run him as rich as they want.
But they don't have track position.
They don't have track position, so it's going to be up to Van Gisbergen to squeeze every bit of pace out of that car and push his way through the field.
So Whincup leads from Reynolds, Courtney, Caruso, Winterbottom, Webb, Kelly, Murphy, Lowndes and Tim Slade. That's your top 10. And these early laps in these restart periods are very important because you get a little feel for what the track conditions like. Ooh, gee, Dave Reynolds very close to hitting the fence. And you also get a bit of a feel for what your car's like as you've tuned it all day for this final sprint home.
Now, Reynolds can't afford to do that at all. Whincup is driving the car absolutely on the black stuff, between the white lines, avoiding the curbs. Doesn't need to bring on a tyre drama. He's got a championship lead at the moment, which is ever present in the background of this race. You want to win the big one, but you want to keep your championship alive. It's race 21 of 29. And Davey, if you recall, was in the box seat at Sandown for our last endurance event, the Dick Smith Sandown 500. and then an unusual call to change brakes in the last stop. It was a tardy stop. They lost ground, took him out of contention, so he needs a good result here today. So he's just got to make sure that he stays tidy.
And as always, Croppo, at the back end of this race, these stories start to emerge and these fascinating situations that the drivers find themselves in. Jamie Whincup, he's done it here before, like you say, championship leader, the form driver of the last few years of the V8 Supercar Championship. Already 3 victories here. He knows what it's going to be like at the end of this race when the conditions start to change and the pressure's on and the noise starts to lift. David Reynolds is yet to win a V8 Supercar race, let alone one here on the mountain. James Courtney, in behind them, is out of the championship picture. He's won a championship, he's won races, he's yet to win Bathurst. He will go for broke. So all of these stories will start to unfold even more as we get further and further into the afternoon. The sun will start to set, the conditions will start to change, and the intensity will start to go up.
Might be wrong here, but I think it's the first time that we've also dealt in the late stages of this race with daylight savings. And we always talk about the sun effect into turn 1, also up into the cutting area. Coming along pit straight, so interesting to see how that impacts it. We haven't made a lot of this being a championship race, but there's 300 points up for today for a win. One race, sudden death. Points awarded all the way back to 29th. That's one of the reasons why you want to try and get your car going if you have a problem today. Get it out there, get some points. So 300 for first, 276 for second, 258 for third, and so it goes.
And Jamie Whincup that is, came into this round or this race with a 32-point lead in the championship over Mark Winterbottom. Craig Lowndes is third in the title race and Will Davison fourth. It was interesting to hear Mark Dutton say, honestly, earlier in the day, this is the day where we're not going to think about the championship. They'll think about it if they get 300 points in the bank. Don't worry about that.
Now,
and there is Mark Dutton.
Now that's Whincup pushing back at Dado. He's a little bit cranky there. He said can't do 3 things at once because he can't do lap speed, save fuel, and look after tyres. So that's what that was. And that was a little slap back from the driver.
And that's a healthy thing to have. It's okay for everyone to demand stuff. This guy's the best operator in the field at the moment. And when you give him a challenge that you just can't face, you can't get it done.
Well, just said I can't do all 3 things at once.
You've got to be able to rebound. You've got to be able to do it.
I can't look after your tyres, drive the car fast, and not burn fuel.
Stay off the curbs, stay in the middle.
Just keep doing what you're doing, mate. It's fantastic.
Yeah, there you go. So Dutto finally responds back.
I don't mind what to do, but whenever you're ready.
15 all, I reckon.
Yeah, could be advantage Whincup.
Advantage Jamie, yeah. The good thing about that exchange, we do make mention of this for good reason, because they put a lot of work into it. There's no angst involved in that.
No, it's a professional respect. These 2 guys get on very well. They've got one of those tremendous driver-engineer relationships where each knows, sometimes just by voice tone or the side of the other's face, precisely what needs to be done to get the job right. Those little special chemistry relationships come along every now and again in motor racing, and those 2 have got it, and they've put it to brilliant effect.
James Small will have the job of managing David Reynolds throughout the back end of this race, throughout the whole race, but especially when it's all on the line like it was just there.
It was a bit rugged. A bit more curb creeping into everyone's game there, so Whincup decided to use the curb then. So he's actually willing, he's showing signs of, he's willing to fight. He'll use the track, he'll use the curb. If it breaks the tyre, breaks the tyre.
So Whincup with a half a second lead. The Bottle-O racer, though, looks really pacey. It's been a record-breaking weekend here, the 50th year of the endurance race at the mountain, and that's why 207,205 people have attended this race over the 4 days of the event. We know there's plenty of televisions up along the mountain and all around this circuit, so congratulations to you race fans. You have upped the ante and set a new record crowd. Betters the mark of 192,000 in 2006. So over 200,000 here to witness a fascinating stage of this race. 42 laps remaining. Jamie Whincup leading by 1.2 seconds in the top 10, and then some are all still within a chance of winning the Peter Brock Trophy.
Matty Bob Graziano, the boss of Ford, is here in the pits with us at Ford Performance Racing. Now, Bob, I know you've seen a lot of motorsport around the world. How does this stack up?
Oh, this is absolutely outstanding. When I was growing up, you hear about Bathurst, but I never thought I'd have an opportunity to actually be here and participate in it. And when you look at the crowd that's out there, you think about the enthusiasm, whether it's for Holden or for Ford, it's been absolutely terrific.
You know, the blue enthusiasm is better for you, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. We love all the blue enthusiasts out there, and I see a blue out there.
Speaking of which, it is remarkable, isn't it, when you see grandparents in blue gear and kids in blue gear. I mean, it must warm the heart to see the passion for the brand.
Now, you know, it's really great that the population is changing, so we've got a lot more kids that are participating in the sport today. Future Ford owners.
We love hearing that. Now, it's just speaking on that, Ford's commitment to V8 supercars and to building cars in Australia still as strong as ever?
Oh, absolutely. The one thing about Australia, it's one of 13 countries in the world that can design, develop, and produce vehicles. And I think that's pretty special, and that's something we want to continue to be part of going forward.
Hope you make a lot of people happy with that. Enjoy the day and good luck.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bob Graziano, Ford Australia, the president there with Mark Beretta. Now, while all that's going on, Will Davison's really upset with the balance of his car. It's really oversteer. It's sliding around a lot in the rear. He said, I feel like I'm going to have a shunt. He's down in 19th at the moment. Inside the top 10, however, there's an interesting debate going on between Rick Kelly and Greg Murphy, because Rick is 7th and Greg is 8th. Greg looks pacey. He's saying, this bloke's holding me up. This bloke is actually his boss. But that's a bit of a... When you're out there racing, that's a point you need to sneak off to the side. Rick's response to his group is, if I slow up and let him by, I'll lose 10 spots, so he can sit there and wait. So it's on at the moment, and they are battling for 7th and 8th at the moment. Rick Kelly, Jack Daniels racing, Greg Murphy in the Pepsi Kick car.
Don't forget, back in 2003 and 2004, they were in the Kmart Commodore and stood on the top step. Just going back to Ford, last 3 years, a Ford hasn't been on the podium. So you have to go back to 2008 to find a Ford on the podium at the Great Race. So Bob Graziano might be a happy man today, because David Reynolds is currently in 2nd and is looking very good to break through for his first ever V8 supercar win, which would be, of course, the Bathurst 1000.
So I think Murph might have had a bit of a moment there. Then he lost a little bit of ground, didn't he? But he's on the charge. He's very, very good around this place. He's very quick here. He's had success. We've talked about it. Actually, he nearly lost a spot then to Lowndes. We remarked in the break, Scafey, that Lowndes has got no pace. The car's just not good enough today, is it?
It's not, and it looks like even from the start it was too understeery. They've tried to tune it through the day. It hasn't had enough front grip, and as a consequence, he's just not in it. He's currently 9th.
Well, we heard him say earlier in the day that it was just going balance neutral right near the end of the fuel load. Well, it's too late at that stage. So Lowndes on the attack here. He's in position 9, looking up the inside at turn 2, but not quite close enough. And now Murph just lost touch a bit in that battle with Rick, because he's got his hands full with Lowndes, and they've had some big battles over the years. So they're getting the job done here at the moment. Lap 122. They want to get to lap 135. They'll all need to stop, fuel up for the final time, and then make the charge to lap 161.
So Murph won 2 races here with the guy in front of him and one with the bloke behind him.
Yeah, but right now he couldn't care less about any of that. Yeah. And that's one of the funny things about sport, that in the end, doesn't matter what's painted on the car. These guys are out there, and it matters big time to them. Every lap, every result, every race. And Murphy in particular wears his heart on his sleeve. He pushes hard, and he'll want a result just as much today as he did on day 1.
He has been one of the men of the match so far, because Greg Murphy has gained 14 positions from starting 22nd. So very, very good drive today. Also Michael Caruso, 12 positions. from 16th, and James Courtney 11 spots from 14th.
Something going on at the front end of the Highflex Ford at the moment as well. They're under there looking at the steering rack, just checking to see if anything's bent or broken by the look of it. He was in 21st position, D'Alberto. So he's stationary down there while they do a spanner check on a whole bunch of things.
Jonathan Webb is heading towards his first ever top 10 finish here at Bathurst with the debutant Scott McLaughlin.
So Whincup has got a margin of 1.7 seconds over David Reynolds, and James Small said to Davey before, come on mate, keep it going. But what he may not be aware of is at the moment Jamie's still using a bit of fuel. Now, this is the moment that I saw when we went on board. I could tell by what was going on with the steering wheel, it was non-standard. So he was doing a bit of needle threading there, catching it.
Non-standard.
It was.
How did you pick that up? Was it the direction of the road versus the direction of the wheel? Is that how you picked it up?
There's a bit of it going on. It was a fair. He needed the grease nipples on the elbows there. He was a bit busy at the time, and that was where he nearly lost that position. And in fact, he actually lost touch a little bit there with Rick in the process.
Non-standard. I'll tell you what won't be standard is Lowndes filling that mirror with a big Vodafone sign there now, because Greg will be trying to get up to Rick Kelly and he won't want the pressure from Craig Lowndes.
What is interesting was, you know, we had a little bit of weather come through yesterday. It was beautiful, very hot in fact earlier in the week, and early on they were saying there may be a shower, a bit of weather today earlier in the week, but we've got up this morning and it's just got better and better during the day. It's a beautiful day out there at the moment. Severe clear. I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky anywhere, is there?
Severe
clear.
Is that a
meteorological term?
Yeah. Is that coming aviation manual?
No, I think it's just a Cromptonism.
Does that come in a handbook or stop?
1.5 seconds Whincup to Reynolds. 2.5 seconds from Courtney to the leader. They've been in the wars with this Lockwood car, unfortunately. We thought that they were going to have a strong day. Performance on Friday was outstanding from Fabian.
You think Neil could do the Channel 7 weather tonight?
You have a radio.
Remember this battle between Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy on the final laps of the 2008 race. Murph was paired with Jason Richards. It was an extraordinary battle to see them going the distance. Well, it's aiming towards that for our main game drivers, but this time around it's Jamie Whincup leading the way. David Reynolds will be chasing him down with James Courtney. It's been a long, spectacular day here at the mountain. What a sight. This world-famous circus and this world-famous race. World-famous circuit, that is. Sometimes it's a circus, but not today for Jamie Whincup and Paul Dumbrell. There's Warren Luff. His co-driver, Craig Lowndes, is inside the top 10 and continuing a gripping battle with Greg Murphy. Here's Jono Webb.
He's only 8 seconds off the lead.
Yep.
Sergeant Security. And Whincup continues to manage his fuel burn at the moment. And he's got a 2-second margin, and he's just been told to slow it down slightly. He's just using a little bit too much fuel, and they're a little bit worried about tyres, so lose a little bit of lap time was the instruction.
Lowndes is close enough this time to get the toe. He's got to get down the inside. Get it done. Good job.
It's been a bit bothersome for Greg Murphy, this little battle with Craig, because what it's done is it dragged him away from Rick Kelly. He had that little skating moment down in the chase. He hasn't really recovered, so now Craig steps up 1 position, so that takes him to position 8.
And now we'll be able to see if there is any more speed in that car.
Taz Douglas with me. Taz, just looking at your isolate car behind us, that's not how you want your car to look at this stage of the day at the Bathurst 1000.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. The guys are pulling the engine out now. It's expired during the race, which is unfortunate, and we've got to get it going for Indy in 2 weeks, so it'll go straight back to the engine builders and be rebuilt for then.
Expired's a very nice way to say it, Taz. We wish you all the best. We'll see you at the Gold Coast.
No worries. Thanks.
Taz Douglas is 3rd Bathurst 1000. Scott Pye was making his debut. So Lowndes is clear of Murphy. His next target in the list will be Rick Kelly. Whincup has a 1.9 second lead over David Reynolds at the front. Looking towards lap 134 for the next and final stops.
So lose a bit of lap time was the instruction, so we'll see what that looks like. So they've matched each other, Whincup and Reynolds, they've matched to the second sector. 2:10.7 for both of them. And at 10.8 for Courtney, 10.7 for Caruso. So 3 of the top 4 drivers have done virtually the same lap time. And he has...
Perfect, maintained the gap and gave me more fuel. Thanks, man, again, please.
There you go. So he held the gap. It's 1.88 seconds, and you heard Mark Dutton. Perfect. So he's just eased out slightly off the pace, giving him the fuel number he's looking for. What they need to do is get to a point where they can fuel once and get home safely.
That move there put Lee Holdsworth up into 13th, so he gained 2 spots in the course of that last lap. Luke Youlden is still behind the wheel, remember, the SP Tools entry out of Stone Brothers Racing. He goes side by side with Todd Kelly up Mountain Straight. A miscalculation out of Stone Brothers in the amount of laps that Luke had done. Remember, there's a minimum amount that the co-driver must do. They missed it by a lap. So now he's stuck back in there, and Shane Van Gisbergen will get back in about another 6 or 7 laps.
And Todd Kelly was just talking to Brendan Hogan there a few moments ago on the radio. He said, I think it's running out of fuel, but that doesn't make sense. So they reported that the telemetry says that the fuel pressure's fine, because he stopped on lap 106. He should be fine. He's only on lap 127. He should have plenty of fuel.
The guy that's hung in better than I thought is James Courtney. He hasn't looked like he's had the pace all weekend, but on the last lap, as Neil said, he basically the same lap time as Whincup and Reynolds, and he's only 3 seconds away from Whincup. He's absolutely in this battle.
And Scafie, his fastest lap of the race was set 10 laps ago, so he's got pace at the end of the day here. On lap 116, he did a 2:10.2.
And just so you clued in on this, Whincup, Reynolds, Courtney, they'll stay in the car. Their co-drivers have done their minimums.
Paul Dumbrell, he's done his job. And he's currently sitting on the verge of claiming his first Bathurst title.
Michael Caruso and Mark Winterbottom, they're in the clear to do their run to the flag as well, to stay in the car with a double stint. That's a big physical requirement. It's a big ask for the boys. They do lots of mileage, but it's still tough. Here's the gaps for you. Jamie Whincup, car 1, Team Vodafone the leader, 1.99 seconds. He was a 10th quicker on the last lap than David Reynolds right there in second. Then Courtney, there's the gap back to Caruso. Here's Winterbottom, Jonathan Webb. It's a good battle with all these guys. There's not much in it. Rick Kelly's next in the queue, and Rick's coming under threat now from Lowndes, who has moved up. Slade has grabbed Murphy, so Greg must have hurt the rear tyres a little bit. Behind Greg, David Wall's doing a good job in that Wilson security car. Alex Davison, then Lee Holdsworth, Russell Ingall, Todd Kelly, Luke Hilton, Will Davison, as you just saw there. And Will is 17th at the moment. He's not happy. And Alex Premer is 18th. And quite a long way gap then, a long way back, and a big gap back to 19th is Daniel Gaunt. And that car's totally out of sequence at the moment. Car number 2's got Nick Percat in it, and they're 20-odd laps off the lead of the race.
With us earlier, Nick Percat had a drama coming down through the S's, ran wide, the right-hander before the dipper, come off the dipper and hit the fence on the exit of the dipper on the right-hand side, and basically put them out of the race reasonably early on. So they're just running around now, trying to make sure that they stay out of the way of the leaders. There's Garth Tander, who's been in the car through the day. He was very disappointed, obviously, and for the winners of last year's event, a much different scenario. It can be a very, very cruel place on the worst day. So Whincup from Reynolds, Courtney, Caruso, Winterbottom. We saw that on that waiter shot, the gap that we had, and Whincup on the last lap has now done a 10.89. The fastest guy of the top 10 on the previous lap was actually Craig Lowndes in position 8. He was 1/10 faster than Whincup. This lap now, Lowndes an 11.1. So still a couple of tenths away down the inside of Rick Kelly, turn 1.
Car 6, we think, has got a suspect tyre. So more trouble for Will Davison as Craig Lowndes grabs another spot to 7th now, up on Rick Kelly. Next in the queue could be Jonathan Webb. And Mark Dutton has asked Jamie Whincup to slow up by another 2 tenths. He said, we're not the only ones. Everyone's still a bit marginal for fuel. He said, we're going to do another 5 laps on these tyres. Which is about what our calculations suggested.
134. So Lowndes is picking them off at this stage of the race.
He's been the weeds here, isn't he, to get it done? And Rick chased him over there, but it was never in doubt. Craig was always going to get up the inside there. Sent him a fair way over to the wall.
Did. We should see a little bit of, like before that, as to how that transpired, but he got alongside, and then Rick escorted him over to the inside in the dirty area, braking into Hell Corner. And this unbelievable shot at the chase with Greg Murphy up over the curb.
And Mark Winterbottom's talking about a problem with the tyre as well. He's 5th in car 5 at the moment, and I think he said he's coming in. So look out for car 5, and Murph's got a problem here. This is the reason why there's been a positional change. That's the second time we've seen him do that down there.
Yeah, spot on there, guys. There's been a reshuffle down here in the pit bay for Ford Performance Racing. The tyres for car number 5 are out. Both cars are reporting problems with tyres. Car number 6 done about 20 laps and has a problem with the left rear.
Yeah, so I heard Will talking about it, and then I just caught a message from Mark Winterbottom. Now, they'll give priority to Frosty because he's in the game, but this is awkwardly timed for them from a fuel standpoint. It's not handy at all.
So Winterbottom in.
Unless there's a safety car, which is always the little bracket caveat on these deals.
So he was 5th when they pulled him into pit lane.
It's about 25 seconds, guys. You stop. About 25. Take your time, please. Let's make sure this is spot on. Take your time. Make sure it's spot on. This is a perfect stop. There on. Dry ice for him. Obviously got a clear exit, mate. Watching Juzzy. Yeah, still clear, mate. Still clear. Go.
Gee, the instructions there were so precise. This has to be the perfect stop.
Yeah, that's not fuel to the end, though, unless they can get a safety car to help the cause. The other interesting thing here to contemplate, sneak off to the break, I'll just squeeze it in quickly, but why are both the two factory cars 5 and 6 having the tyre problems and the sister car 52 isn't? So
good question, 99. We'll ponder that in the break.
I'll get a slide ruler out and work on it. I'll come back to you.
Be back with you in just a moment here at the Mountain.
Be back at 1 for a while, mate. I'll let you know.
Okay, mate. Try and get it to the pit lane if you can. Very slow. Be very careful to go straight to shed.
Oh, holy shit, man. Metal just 100% to the floor, but 0 broke.
Welcome back. Well, the bad day has just got even worse for Will Davison. Big damage. Had no brake coming through the chase.
He's been describing a car that's been really unbalanced for a while, and he's had a massive moment here, and there's bits hanging out underneath it. It's had some sort of severe failure in the rear end.
I'm just with Tim Edwards now. You can't believe the change in emotion from yesterday when Will got pole. And Tim, now this, do we know what's happened?
Well, it's a watch links failed now, but it hasn't been right since Yulden hit McIntyre 30 or 40 laps ago. They've been complaining about the back wobbling round, and looks like the watch was damaged, and it's finally let go.
That it for Will's car?
No, we'll change the watch. We've got a spare one built up.
Mate, good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Gee, that's heartbreaking, isn't it? Bit of taste in their mouths down there because they had such an amazing day yesterday. And how's this?
Oh my God, that is so fast.
Fabian Coulthard was the one in the Lockwood car.
That is, and it finally hit the fence. That is amazing. That he's had to lose here. This is gone now.
Feeding gears. Lucky it didn't roll.
Listen.
Look at that. Just a nanosecond, and that would have been into that car.
At maximum speed it went. Let go of him just as he approaches the chase at the end of Conrod Straight. So 290 plus kilograms. He even sent the Magpies scurrying away, and this would have been one hell of a ride for Will Davison. Backwards into the sand, and knowing that there's a wall waiting for you as well. So just as we came back from the break, this is the first time we've seen this, just as we came back from the break, I heard Will say I just had no brake whatsoever. So he's arrived there and his foot's gone straight to the floor. So I wonder whether that's given way or whether the impact has caused the damage.
No, I think the Watts link is actually, that's given way. And then when it's moved so severely across the car, it's broken a brake line.
Yep.
So when he's put his foot on the brake, then there's nothing. That's why you saw him when he went into the sandpit, he fired gears at it straight away.
Yeah, and Scapey, just to show you when Tim Edwards is talking about the Watts linkage, this is a rear axle looking from behind. This is what we call the Watts linkage. So if you can imagine, this black part here is attached to the chassis of the car, the body of the car. These rods laterally hold the differential in the car from popping out either side, and because this is all flexible, it allows it to do all the things it needs to do, squat and roll. Now when you cop a hit in one corner, you can bend these arms, you can bend these bolts, these brackets, you can bend in here, and so this track's a little bit weird and a little bit crooked, and that's what Will would have been complaining about. Ultimately, when one of these points lets go, there's nothing to hold that diff laterally in the car, and she's on her own.
Which is what's happened. That's why we saw one of those arms actually dangling when finally Will was able to grab a gear and drive away. That was a near miss, and very lucky to get away with that one.
Well, I can tell you guys here in the back of the garage, Will Davison is obviously shaken. That was an amazing ride. I'll just try and ask him, Will, we've seen the video. It's about as scary as it gets. What was it like from your seat?
Oh, yeah, it's shocking, mate. Whole day, I don't know. Someone's got it in for me today, but I was nursing. We've got a broken roll bar in the car. Just trying to nurse the tyre that I felt going down. Now, I heard a big bang at the start of Conrod Straight, and I thought it might have been the tyre, but it was the roll bar breaking and cutting the brake line in half. And I went to just touch the brake before the kink, just to the floor, and I just pump. Normally you'll get a bit of brakes. Absolutely zero brake. So even when I was spinning, I had no brakes. So just trying to go down the gears, trying to do what I could. So I couldn't even jam the brakes on when I was spinning, you know. So it was, yeah, really, that's your worst nightmare, is that happening at that corner.
Mate, grab a deep breath.
Yeah.
Good on you, Will.
I've had that before, and when you're going that fast and you've got no brakes, no steering, you are out of control. You are just a 100% passenger. And the feeling that Will would have been experiencing as he sliding through there, just don't know where you're going to land, and finally come to rest against the fence.
Now, boys, we're just about to see a flurry of activity in the pit lane. We're on lap 134. So any tick of the clock, they'll all fly in now to get their last load of fuel. These stops are going to be critical. They're going to need to be super efficient. Drivers are going to need to stop on the mark, no wheel spin. Everything's going to have to be done right here, or you're going to change the result.
Yeah, and Neil, I've just had a scan of the whole pit lane, and I can tell you, everyone is marginal on food fuel, so obviously they're going to come in and fill them up. Now, when they do, this is a typical fuel filler, like wrestling with a python, sorry, mate. There's a little restricting there. That restricts to 3.3 litres per second into the car. Now, if it goes on and they've got to do a little splash at the end of the day, the way they'll do this is they'll shove that in there like that, and if you can see the counter, look in front of me there. There's a little digital counter so they can put in 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 8 seconds, exactly the amount of fuel they need.
Thanks, Larko. Very good. Puts us in the picture because that's exactly what's going on right now. Whincup in. Courtney stayed out. Reynolds in. Caruso in. Webb's in.
And they'll need every millilitre now. To get home, you've still got to have every little bit of that.
Lowndes stayed out.
So he'll come in on the next lap.
Slade stayed out.
Greg Murphy has come in. So too is David Wall and Lee Holdsworth. But here we go, Caruso.
And just before the stop, Caruso had made a lot of ground on Courtney. He was right up behind him. He was only 2 or 3 tenths of a second behind.
So this clears Courtney to the lead of the race, but we expect him in too.
See there, the critical nature of getting every last drop of fuel.
There, Whincup gets out in front of him. So Reynolds again in second, Caruso in third. But Courtney has stayed out. Remember, Courtney was in third. So he will probably come in the next lap. And Craig Lowndes will probably come in next lap as well.
And race control has advised us no breach of rule for that questionable departure for Lowndes a bit earlier in the day. Question mark the unsafe release, no issue. So here is the temporary race leader, James Courtney. He's been matching the speed of the leaders. This car looks like it's got better during the day as things have rubbered up and they've continued to trim the car.
So he'll be coming in right now.
And again, this is going to be about accuracy. And they all know in each bunker the importance of this one because there's no cushion now, there's no recovery. Earlier in the day, you can get away with a little error here or there. He's in the lane, he advises, standard protocol is to advise when you're in the lane. That puts everybody on standby, and then he begins to sort out stuff in the cabin.
Okay, watch your speed now, mate. Watch your speed. Nice and easy into the box. It's all clear. Neutral into the box, please. Neutral into the box.
Drove with Cameron McConville here last year to finish 7th. They were 9th at the Sandown 500 a few weeks back, and here comes Lowndes as well.
Green tyres.
And they're all, when there's time, they're all using the opportunity to clean screens as well.
Yes, Scafie, interesting observation you make there, mate. Through all of the drama we've had with tyres all day, and they only had 32 and the amount of stops they've done, all the key runners ended up with a green set of tyres for this last stint. Very important.
Certainly is. These will give you speed, but if everybody else has got the same thing, it's hard to make a comparative gain.
Well, because this is the race now. They've bought the ticket that we talk about. They've got the tyres to do the job.
And here we go.
Courtney on Lowndes. Watch this.
So there goes Whincup. He's your effective race leader. There goes David Reynolds. Courtney exits up against Michael Caruso, so that could be a change for position. Caruso slots into what will be third once they settle everything out. Courtney goes out on cold tyres, full of fuel. Whincup, Reynolds, Caruso, James Courtney.
Now, the thing you've got to be careful of is although it's fine to put green tyres at the end, we've seen so much tyre drama all day that if you go and torture them straight away, you run the risk of tyre degradation as we've seen, and ultimately the sort of failures that we've seen through the day. So they've got to be careful. You've got to not just go mad.
So Whincup is the effective leader of the race, but he is actually 4th at the moment. Alex Davison's in car 17 with James Moffat. Russell Ingall's in 66 with Christian Klein. And Luke Gilden's in 9 with Shane Van Gisbergen. But they've all got to take one more stop. They can't get home from where they are.
So that's good work from Gary Rogers Motorsport because they were right up behind Courtney before the stop. They've serviced that car and have been able to get out in front of the second HRT car. And now, as we said, it'll be a real sprint.
Gary, I'm not a betting man. I know you are. I said to my buddies yesterday, the best bet this weekend is Michael Caruso and Greg Ritter for a podium.
Well, there's a long way to go, Larko. You know that, but yeah, so far, so good.
Scafey just made the point, and I think it's a good one. I mean, you've worked with a lot of drivers now, mate. We're a few laps away from the finish of taking the Bathurst 1000. If you go too hard, you are going to hurt your tyres. You're going to be in the fence or out of the game. I mean, this is mental, tough stuff.
Well, it is, but I think, fortunately, we've had this tyre issue over the years. We've spoken about it. The drivers know how to look after them, and so far, you can have a look at them there, we're going OK there. But it isn't over yet.
All right, mate. Oh, that's words of wisdom. Tough mental stuff.
This is tightened up, boys.
Going.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Larko. This is tightened up.
11.6 to 10.3. That's why it's tightened up. Great lap there for Reynolds. Very, very good lap speed. And they may have told Whincup not to hurt the tyre.
Well, and already, straight away, Mark Dutton said we need more fuel. So he's got this. I mean, they've just topped up effectively, and they're already in conservation mode. So they're probably trying to buy a credit early. My thought is just be as gentle as you can in the first couple of laps. You might need it later when it counts.
Got something in the bank.
Could be why he's actually happy to let a bit of cushion go.
So Alex Davison still the leader of the race. He will be heading towards pit lane soon in car 17. And what you're looking at right here is the battle for the Peter Brock Trophy. The final segment of this 1,000 kilometre event.
He's all over him, isn't he?
Yep. Reynolds was an absolute bundle of nerves before the start when he was speaking to you, Crompo, but now he's in the groove. They've been in a great position. Dean Cano did a super job in his stints.
I saw him getting some work on that left arm, and I didn't actually ask the question because when I was down there, I really felt compelled to get away from him because I could see he was a bit uncomfortable. But he explained to us later in the day that he had a bit of a problem because of the compromised seat position between he and Dean. It doesn't take much to move you around in the car to suddenly find yourself in pain, in difficulty. So he's been battling that.
David's 10th in the championship. There is a championship battle raging here as well with Jamie Whincup on the verge of getting another 300 points. He leads the title race. So again, like we said before, these little stories will start to unfold as we get closer and closer to the lap that counts, lap 161. Reynolds has got nothing to lose in terms of the championship and everything to gain by taking a dive when he can at Jamie Whincup.
He's driving very well. That is a really good lap again. Another 6/10.
Mark Dutton said hold position, we're just doing fuel calcs.
Told him to hold position. We need a little bit more fuel, so roll out please. What you were doing before the stop is good.
So James Small, engineer, man you can hear on the radio talking to Davey. He's also got to roll out a bit here, so can't get too excited. Rear wing's getting closer. Meantime, James Courtney's done a 2:09.7. It's the fastest lap of the day, and he's fourth.
And he's closing in on Michael Caruso. James Courtney. So they're 2 seconds further back from this little group here of Whincup and Reynolds. Caruso's been on the podium before in 2009 with Lee Holdsworth. James Courtney has also been on the podium back in 2007, was second in the race that year with David Bernard.
Dean Canto, how are you going here on the end of your chair, just watching your teammate David Reynolds?
Yeah, the old legs jiggling a fair bit. It's quite nerve-wracking, but Dave's a pretty accomplished driver. He knows what he's doing out there.
All right, give us your thoughts. What's going to happen from here on in?
It's a bit of a fuel war. Obviously, everyone had to pit earlier than they wanted to. Obviously, it was a lap before, to the end. So there'll be fuel saving. The boys will be playing a bit of cat and mouse. I think Dave's in a good position because we're getting the toe off Jamie. But yeah, it's going to be right to the end. We're going to be sucking fumes, that's for sure.
All right, we look forward to seeing you on the edge of that chair for a bit longer, Dino. All the best, mate.
Cheers, mate. Hi to the boys at home. Hi, Dylan. Hi, Lucas.
It is a fuel game, all right. And both Whincup and Reynolds have been told just to conserve, so they're kind of holding fire to let loose in the final stages of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000.
soften that front roll bar. Just soften it off back to like 80 or something like that. Keep bumping. Soften that front roll bar.
Paul Dumbrell, a very nervous man. He's got Casey Stoner on his left. That's Dean Catto, top left of screen, and Cameron McConville, bottom left. All major players in the final session of this race, and the finish that we were expecting is starting to brew because James Courtney in car 22 has got past Michael Caruso. So Courtney is in third, Reynolds in second, Jamie Whincup in first, and Courtney's flying.
Last year we completed this race with two guys neck and neck. This year it could well be four or more. Here's the pass for James Courtney up the inside at turn 2. Michael Caruso says he's got too much push, too much understeer in the car. It isn't responding to his turning input. And a problem here also, whacking the wall pretty hard for the Johnson car. The Jim Beam car whacking the exit wall. Now look at this. There's nothing between them. The two lead cars came in on lap 134. However, Courtney came in 1 lap later. That's a 4.5 litre difference. He's not compromised by fuel at the moment. And you can add Craig Lowndes to that equation, who's 6th. He came in on lap 135. He's flying. But the guy who's got blistering pace at the moment is Shane van Gisbergen. Fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 9.5. He's 14th and he's blazing through the field.
5.5 hours of racing, 21 laps to go. Nothing in it at the front. Whincup and Reynolds are just being reined in by their engineers at the moment. They haven't been allowed to cut loose and use the fuel that they've got. They're still in a bit of conservation mode. Different story for James Courtney, and that's the reason why he's edging closer and closer to car 52.
And that's going to be a problem for Davey. He's got the worst job here at the moment. Jamie's got the benefit of clean, fresh air, can pick his line. Clearly Courtney's got the eyes on, and he's not compromised by fuel trim. And Reynolds has got it going in all directions. And here comes Courtney down the inside, puts a move on and makes it stick for P2 when it counts.
The Holden Racing team, they won it here last year with Garth Tander and Nick Percat, and now the job of defending that title has shifted over to car 22 and James Courtney and Cam McConville. Out of these leading cars, Jamie Whincup's the only man to know what it's like to have success at Mount Panorama. He's done it 3 times. Courtney's been on the podium before. David Reynolds yet to win a V8 supercar race. Michael Caruso has been on the podium here before.
And has trimmed up the bars in the car and has found some pace again. So his pace looks good. It's a 2:10.7 for Jamie, a 2:10.5 including a passing move for Courtney, a 2:11.7 for Reynolds, who had to sidestep Courtney and therefore slow onto the straight, and it was a 10.3 for Michael Caruso.
And what about this from Craig Lowndes? A 2:10.2. He's the quickest of the top 10 guys to go through. Lowndes is flying as well. He's 6th.
This was a very good opportunistic pass from James Courtney. Dave Reynolds needed to cover that. He needed to know that was going to happen. You can see Ryan Walkinshaw on the right, Cam McConville in the centre there, all very motivated by that pass from James Courtney to get into 2nd position.
We've been on board with quite a few boys during the day, and you've said many times in the broadcast so far, that's a spot, it's an opportunity, and if you're going to do it, you've got to do it with 110% commitment, never even look like blinking, and that's precisely what Courtney did. To the top of the hill, and the sector splits again favour Reynolds and Caruso at the moment. They're both very quick over the top. Adrian Burgess and Mark Dutton in the Team Vodafone garage. They're under siege at the moment. It's 3/4 of a second back to James Courtney. And remember that in 2010, Burgess was in Courtney's corner for a championship.
The question is, Crompo, when do they let him loose? When do they let Whincup loose? In terms of being able to use the fuel as rich as he can.
You may not be able to at all, Matt. The number that he's driving to now may be the number you've got to drive to the whole time, because he's 1 lap short. So Courtney's got that 4.5 litre gap that is going to be so important in this sprint home.
Well, extra efficiency took him further, so they were able to fill it back up, and that efficiency allows him now to be full rich. The Sucrogen Ethanol E85, he can use what he needs to punch out the extra horses, so he's got a tiny little edge at the moment, but we know from his demeanour that Whincup will not yield easily. He's shown it quite a few times this weekend. If you want to have a blue with me, I'm happy to go punch for punch.
100%. That qualifying performance yesterday was extraordinary, as a little bit of wet weather loomed in on his lap. And on that lap there, nothing in it. Whincup responds with a 9.92 to a 10 dead, to a 10.4, 10.8, 10.2, 9.77 for Lowndes. Fastest of that lap.
And endorsement from Mark Dutton then that the lap time was perfect, 9.9 as you just said, and the fuel was perfect as well. So he's found a sweet spot there in that.
And that'll get better because the car gets lighter.
So it's Whincup, just under a second. Courtney currently sitting in 2nd spot, provisionally on the podium. A record crowd, 207,000+ people here over the 4 days, witnessing another classic. After the break, uninterrupted to the checkered flag.
1 second to the car behind and another 10 there. So let's use that up. That fuel number was better. Please give me more. 17 to go.
Well, this is it. They're under the flag now for the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 of 2012. And I can tell you that Shane van Gisbergen is a man on a mission. He's going like a rocket at the moment. He's in 12th spot. He's done the fastest lap of the race at 2:09.5 for SP Tools Racing. The young Kiwi is charging. Jamie Whincup is our race leader. 0.7 of a second is the gap back to James Courtney that you can see. Third is David Reynolds. Fourth is Michael Caruso. Fifth, another man on a mission with pace to burn, is Craig Lowndes. Sixth, Jonathan Webb. Then it's Tim Slade, Rick Kelly, Lee Holdsworth and Russell Ingall make up our top 10.
And Dave Reynolds is not done with. He did a 9.9 on the previous lap. So he's come back up towards Courtney.
Other races during the year, we've talked about fuel being the limiting factor. In other races, it's been tyres a limiting factor. In this one early on, it was certainly a tyre story. It's going to turn out in the final segment to be a story about both of those things, because on the last lap, Whincup was urged again by Mark Dutton, you've got to give me back some fuel. He's got a 3/4 of a second margin at the moment. It's near impossible to do without being passed. And there's the halo of the tyre issue ever present.
So that's the gap. There's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Lowndes has just got by Jonathan Webb. So they're in that little pack.
10-2 Whincup, 10-1 Courtney, 10-3 Reynolds, 10-3 Caruso. We're still waiting for Lowndes. Lowndes has done a 10-2.
To the car behind. More fuel, please, mate. Do what you can. You're doing a fantastic job.
So this is going to go all the way to the end with the urging on the fuel, isn't it? Unless we get safety car. And now, the other interesting thing to contemplate here is that it's 10 seconds first to fifth, which is Whincup to Lowndes. So these top 5 guys are spread by just 10 seconds. Has opened up a little bit in the top 4 just in the last couple of laps. And Van Gisbergen, who we've made some fuss about, is 40 seconds off the lead. So, and his pace is flattened now just a little bit. So whilst he's going quickly, he needs some safety car intervention or something else to happen up in front to tighten that gap down.
It's amazing how the pace comes and goes. Russell Ingall's just done his fastest lap of the race at 2:09.88.
And we're talking about conserving fuel out there. We knew it would be a big ticket item at the end of the race. And the way they're doing it, when they say about fuel trim, here's FPR steering wheel I've just grabbed. There is still one on the car, by the way. There's the fuel trim switch that all the drivers have. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I know there's guys out there with it on 4. Now, that takes about 6 to 8% of the fuel out that's going into the engine to power it along. That'll knock about 10 or 12 horsepower out of the engine. The other way you can do it is these are the shift lights. 7,500 RPM right up here. So the drivers, this will sort of go 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. So you can change them very precisely. They'll be early shifting to change a bit of fuel. And finally, if you have a look at my trace here, this is a trace out of a car. This flat one here is your throttle trace. This is Conrod straight here. What they'll do, instead of being 100% throttle, you can see there, 100, they'll just roll off a little bit. Just at all of these little 100% throttles at the end of Conrod into Caltex shows, just roll off a little bit, just conserves those fine amounts to get to the other end.
Like Jamie Whincup, I reckon, has put the foot down a little bit more on this lap just to try and break away from James Courtney. If not, try and break his rhythm, his routine. 2:10.14, so it's 3/10 quicker than Courtney that time around. A 2:10 flat, though, for David Reynolds. So both Whincup and Reynolds went faster that time around than Courtney.
Yeah, in fact, Reynolds was the fastest of the lead gang. And then along came Lowndes, 5th, 9.7. But he's still 10 seconds from the lead. And Mark Dutton's talking about a cushion, 1.3 seconds. He said, while we've got that cushion, we need to save fuel.
The Holden Racing Team.
It's Matt Crawford there, who's running the car. As I said, very experienced race engineer.
Well, he was with you guys at Gibson Motorsport and also in your reign at the Holden Racing Team, and he's been there for quite a long time now at Walkinshaw Racing.
race this year. In fact, HRT have not won a race since the corresponding event last year.
Oh, Courtney, that was Courtney. That was James Courtney.
He used them so hard when he first went out of the pit, Neil. He was the hardest of the guys on the tyre straight away. And he's struggling. You can see that tyre gone. And Dave Reynolds got to be really careful now. Don't do anything silly to get by.
So this could be the end of James Courtney's charge.
A caution, might have a tyre gone to mate, fuel condition 2. Do you think it's complete? Yeah, I can see that.
So they're urging caution. He may have a tyre gone. Doesn't want to go down here. Is it a case of it's gone? Has it just picked up a whole stack of rubber?
Dave, just be careful. Careful. You can see the rubber coming off it. So he'll have to come in. But just be careful, Dave, because you take yourself out of the race here. Just watch whether Courtney goes left. He hasn't.
He's going to stay out there. It's the left rear that we'll be looking at on the other side of the car. You can see Reynolds is waiting to pounce. When he gets a heads up that James has problems, if he hasn't already, then he'll know that there's no need for him to be aggressive.
This is a lovely recipe for Whincup. That's opened the margin to a cushion of 2 seconds now. 10-4 last lap for Whincup.
Do you think it's gone, or we can continue on that tyre?
That was Matt Crawford. I didn't get the response, but 11-2 for Courtney, 11-3 for Reynolds, 10-7 Caruso. So Courtney's bottling up Reynolds here, and Lowndes is still 10 seconds basically from the lead of the race, even though he's going quickly. It may not end up being a James decision if he goes on with it for too long.
You've got to be straight away onto these. I mean,
problem is, biggest motor race of the year. There's a lot at stake. Stopping means game over, but there's a safety risk here.
What Dave's got to do is be careful.
This is making a margin for Whincup.
Oh, Jamie will be going, go Dave, and maybe also telling him on the radio that they may have a tyre problem on the back. So you can see all the stuff hanging out the back of that, but it's actually not the tyre there.
I think it's something else. It's still honking around. It's just that it's probably the beginnings of it becoming unbalanced. Clearly hasn't completely failed if there is an issue there at the moment.
Got a good run then, Dave Reynolds. Very, very good run onto the straight.
The Holden Racing Team bunker with Steve Hallam in the background.
I have to think as straight as you can, mate. As straight as you can.
Dean Canto top left, co-driving with David Reynolds. He's looking. Oh, James is wide. This is the opportunity, but that puts Davey out in the dirt. He'll have a crack at him at the last corner, but it's very dirty offline at the moment. So he actually stays on the race line, which I reckon is a good ploy. And then the spot could be, if he's got the right exit speed off turn 1, for that classic move up the inside at turn 2. He's right under the rear wing. He's stick it on line, pick the throttle up nice and early, and then have a big crack up the end here.
2:11.5 for Jamie Whincup, 2:11.5 for James Courtney, 2:11.2 for David Reynolds. Lowndes again the quickest of those in the top 10. He's now 8 seconds back in 5th.
But James did not have another millimetre of braking performance left in that car. He drove it on the race line, braked as late as he dared, pulled it up, didn't hit the apex, but got it round the corner.
Look, that's where he's struggling. Mid-corner grip with the tyre starting to delaminate. And this is where it hurts.
You can see from our chopper shot as well, just how the rear of the car is moving around. It's so unbalanced for James.
And what Whincup's doing, he's responding to this not by bolting, but by slowing up. That's buying credits for him later for the fuel.
Just smart driving and also smart engineering contact.
It's Karis, James's wife, fingers crossed. Dave's looking impatient. He's starting to slide the car. He's just got to be a little bit careful here. He does need to make the move.
good
otherwise he's going to invite Caruso to the party.
That's a better run.
All right, mate, just keep your calm. Do your best, okay?
That's James Small, driver counsellor. This is the move.
Move it out. This is wild. This is wild, and he gets it done. Well done. That's a very, very brave move. 300 kilometres an hour.
He's still sliding. It's taken a long time to gather that up. He went so deep in there, so much momentum, but he had to make the move, and he's still only 1.3 seconds away from Whincup, who had backed out of it to save some fuel. So now business resumes.
So let's watch the response from Jamie Whincup now that he knows that Reynolds has got past.
And the last lap for Whincup was an 11.9.
12 to go, 12 to go. We need to get back to that fuel number. You have excellent pace.
It was a big charge from David Reynolds that brought the Ford fans to their feet.
This is big commitment here, because when you turn in here from the shallow line, it makes the corner that much harder.
Look at the bottoming. And then you've got to get it through there, but you can't put your foot on the brake because the car's unstable. Have a look at this. So just take you through it. Listen to the bottoming. So there are 2 lots of bottoming. Got it steady, but he was way offline. Did a really good job to retard the car and get it stopped for the left-hander at the chase. And now he's coming. This will be fantastic. Just a bit over 10 laps for Dave Reynolds to put some pressure on Jamie Whincup.
And we've been talking him up for the last couple of seasons, Reynolds, because we've seen blinding pace from him, but it's never quite come together. Is this going to be the day? And if it's going to be, what a day to pull the stunt.
In a 1967 replica paint job. They won it when it was painted like that last time. It was an unbelievably historic win for the first V8 in Bathurst history. Harry Firth and Fred Gibson in 1967, and this is the replica car.
You don't need to give as much as that, but as much as you can do, mate.
So he can now press on a little bit, Jamie Whincup. He's given them a bit of fuel credit. Now he can use it. So this is just setting up as a great battle, as always, to the checkered flag. 3/4 of a second the margin. They're on lap 150. And it's a great Holden and Ford battle. Every Ford fan in the country is going to be hanging on to this one. The factory team has had a battle, but it's actually the cousin car that's prevailed at the end of the day.
Last 3 years, the podium has been dominated by Holden. Right now, David Reynolds is leading the Ford charge. He's under a second, 0.7 of a second, in fact, away from the race lead.
It's 2.8 seconds first to fourth. 2.8 seconds.
11 to go, Dave. Fuel was good that lap. Fuel was good.
Both drivers being spoken to simultaneously, both being told they're doing a good job. Pace is good, fuel is good.
And that was a 10.7 for Whincup, a 10.2 for Reynolds. Half a second better for Dave Reynolds.
An 11 flat for James Courtney, and yet again a fast one for both Michael Caruso in fourth and Lowndes in fifth.
We haven't made a lot of mention of the team owner, Rod Nash, former competitor, owns this race entitlement contract that runs the Bottolo car and an engineering agreement with Ford Performance Racing. And this is a big moment for Rod and all of the people that surround him at the moment too, and especially the sponsor group. They've shown promise, and on the biggest day of the year, they're in contention for the grand prize. There he is.
On cue.
Dave Patterson on the left, engineer. He looked after Chaz Mostert yesterday with the glasses on. Tim Edwards on the right. Dave's been engineering in that bunker now for quite some time. And he's just 0.6 of a second away from the championship leader, from the guy that's had 3 victories here. And he's the benchmark driver in the championship. And we've talked about how tremendous Jamie Whincup's application to the task is, and how he's able to make a difference on the day in these clinch qualifiers and in the races that count. And he's drawing on everything at the moment to try and put together a victory with Paul Dumbrell.
some amazing cross-pollination going on here. Davey Reynolds had a good chance in 2008. He was meant to drive with Paul Dumbrell, but was replaced by Rick Kelly. Last year, Dean Canto, who's driving with David Reynolds this year. Last year, Dino was driving with Paul Dumbrell.
We need the flowchart to understand that better, but yes.
They all know each other. They've all got history. And there's half a second in it, Crompo. So there's third and fourth.
So Reynolds has made a gain twice in the last 2 laps as they sneak past the chopper on the run up to turn 2. So 10.5 for Whincup, 10.2 for Reynolds, 11.0 Courtney, who's got that battle on his hands, 10.7 Caruso, 10.4 Lowndes, but Lowndes now 7 seconds from the lead.
There he is.
So he's starting to phase into the argument here. So James has done a good job to probably deal with this at the moment. This is on board now with Michael Caruso.
The final 10 laps.
And he's playing for a podium here, Caruso.
These are qualifying laps. I reckon Courtney bumped the fence then on the way out of Reed Park. I reckon he gave the fence a little rub. These are like qualifying laps, lap after lap after lap. They're driving the car as hard as you possibly can at Australia's biggest motor race, and that was Caruso wide.
That's why I started to suck a bit of air through the S's. Then he came right out of the race line, right out of the groove. On Lowndes' current form, he's going to catch these guys. We've just crunched some numbers. He is going to come into the picture here.
He's under 7 seconds away from the lead now.
5 seconds on the last count. So just even on this lap alone, he's grabbed a heap of ground. There he is. Team Vodafone, 1st and 5th. It could be a 5-way battle at the end.
Isn't that amazing? The end of the longest day. Look who buys into the argument. Craig Lowndes. Car 888. 5-time winner. He'd love nothing more than to celebrate the 50th year anniversary with a victory in the HDT colours.
And had to queue a couple of times, plus Warren came in on lap 10, totally unexpected and absolutely not in the script with that tyre stress early on. Caruso right on Courtney now through turn 1, so he'll be looking at the end of Mountain Straight.
Second fastest guys in front.
So Whincup and Reynolds 10.4 apiece. Courtney 11.1 with a bit of a struggle, and he locks Caruso's pace to some extent, but Lowndes did a 10.2. He's got it down to 3 seconds.
He's a second faster than these two. So that's Jeremy Moore just said, you are a second faster than the guys in front. So he is certainly capable of wagering in on this battle with Courtney and Caruso.
Towards Reed Park.
This is where he gave it a bump. This is where he ran wide. He used every bit of road. Does it again. He didn't clip it that time. There's nothing in it. They're using every little bit of road, every skerrick of grip to drive the car as fast as you can make it get around this mountain.
And again, Michael was just a little bit wide through the S's then, carrying a lot of speed over the top of the hill. This is the gap again, 1st to 2nd. We're on board. Oh, that was just a little moment there for Jamie Whincup. He had to have another stab at the brake pedal to get the nose into the apex. Understeer.
This is as close as David Reynolds has been to Jamie Whincup. It's only about 0.3 of a second heading into that last timing mark at Forest Elbow, so it's even closer now.
Oh my God, he's close there. Oh, and Jamie almost missed it.
And he had to catch it, didn't he? So that was a big correction there again for Whincup. And this will be an incentive here for Reynolds, because you can sense it, you can feel it, you know when the other guy's having a struggle, and it gives you that extra little bit of pep. Watch David Reynolds when they get to turn 2. He is right on Whincup.
Sit in the toe. James Small is counselling him through these last laps. The most ultra-committed laps they're ever going to do.
It's not close enough.
Back to Courtney now, 3.5.
He's not strong out of turn 1, but he's very strong out of Forest Elbow. He got James Courtney down the main straight. What he has to do now is work all the way across the top of the hill to be right behind him at Forest Elbow.
So Lowndes is now 1.8 seconds behind that little group in front of him, Courtney Caruso, and he's 6.2 seconds from the lead of the race. So he's blazing into this battle. 2:10.8 for Whincup, 2:10.7 for Reynolds, 2:11.4 for Courtney, 2:11.6 for Caruso, 2:10.2 for Craig Lowndes. So first to fifth, less than 7 seconds at the moment, and the cushion's just opened. A bit more of a gap on the elastic band here between these two again at the moment. It's gone back out to 0.7.
We've had quite a few different leaders throughout the day. Car 52 has led this race throughout the course of the afternoon for 5 laps. Car 1 has led 95. The number that matters is lap 161.
Whincup's a very savvy racer. He would have known for the previous lap how much Dave Reynolds caught him on the previous lap. He worked so hard then to make sure that he come onto the straight far enough in front to not be susceptible at the chase.
And he was half a second quicker to the second timing intermediate on that lap. So that little cushion that we talked about, that he bought the fuel credits, if you like, a little bit earlier in the stint when he did that low 11, which was, what, 6-7 laps ago. He's now reapplying that saved fuel to try and build up a margin again.
Look at Lowndes now to the back of Caruso. There's your top 5.
That's the gang.
So they're all in with a shot.
6 hours and 50 seconds of racing. We're on lap 155, and there is officially 6.2 seconds in it. And 0.8 of a second between Whincup and Reynolds.
4 green boxes there shows you that Craig Lowndes, last 4 laps, faster than the man in front of him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what's playing a role in that. I've just been having a little peer over at the computers, the 888 computers, and poor old Jamie's up the front there. He's got his fuel trim on 4. Remember we showed you, so he's running as lean as it goes. Craig, on the other hand, is on fuel trim 2. So that's why he's strong. He's obviously a little more comfortable. Both the guys are using 1/4 of a kilo per lap fuel less than they were in the middle of the race. What a hard gig.
Remember that Lowndes stopped a lap later on lap 135. Jamie stopped on 134. So he's in a slightly better fuel position than his teammate. Thanks for the update, Larko. Good intel. McPhillamy. 0.8 of a second is the gap. And this is the battle for the last spot on the podium at the moment. 3rd, 4th and 5th, and that's Lowndes on the right. Courtney's done a remarkable job, given that he reported quite some time ago now that I've got a failing tyre. Maybe he just had a balance issue or a little bit of pickup. Sometimes if you get a bit of rubber debris, some foreign material on the surface of the tyre, you can be fooled into thinking that there's something wrong with the back of the car, because he's still holding station at the moment.
Well, this could be critical. There's some traffic coming up here. Jamie Whincup goes around it. It's car 2.
Tander in the car, like a pro, he just sidesteps it all. He knows that he's got no part in this battle. Pretty bitter pill for him to swallow, considering 12 months ago, and he watches these guys fly by, battling for the biggest prize in the land in motor racing. So again, Reynolds right under the rear wing of the Holden, sucking down a heap of hot air into the brakes, into the engine. He sees every little move. He can see every flinch at the back of Jamie's car at the moment.
Reynolds did a better job then at turn 1.
Lowndes is now within striking distance of Michael Caruso. Up to turn 2, Griffin's Bend.
Mark Dutton saying as much as you can do across the top, so he knows that up there you don't necessarily use any more fuel for maximum driver commitment. So you get the gain from there right through to Forest Elbow.
And the guy that Whincup's racing in this championship at the moment, Mark Winterbottom, 32-point margin coming in, and Frosty's down in 13th. So whilst a win is definitely the plan, it may not be win at all cost for Jamie, because all cost could be a DNF if he gets it too wild. And I'm sure that even though he wouldn't admit it, that would be somewhere deep in the back of his mind.
300 points on offer for the winner today. And like you say, more importantly, the Peter Brock Trophy is on offer for the winner. And a spot on the most prestigious honour roll in Australian motorsport. If it finished like this, that would be the difference in the championship picture. So Craig Lowndes would buy up into second spot. But look at this, David Reynolds is coming again. He has these surges.
Time to race, here we go. This
Red one.
So that's James Small talking to David Reynolds. Isn't this fantastic? We're fans of Davey. He's a wild little character and he races well. A lot of people have asked the question, is he fast enough? He's got the pace. It's great to see another guy emerging in the top ranks in this business. Tander's out of phase here. He's the one on the right. Don't worry about him. He's down the order. But that next little battle's pretty serious as well. Here it is. This is the battle for third, fourth, fifth.
Garth, again, very professionally moves over, lets the next three guys by. And that's a healthy battle for the last step on the podium as Lowndes right up now behind Caruso. And Mark Dutton now tells Dave Reynolds that he says to Jamie Whincup that Dave Reynolds has been told to go. And he's also told him, mate, you can do it, which you've got to have that level of positivity.
So Lowndes has a look on the outside of Michael Caruso to try and get him on the inside as they head up the hill towards the cutting. Caruso right out on the left, now pushes across to block on the right. Lowndes wants to fire back. This is for fourth spot. James Courtney's in front of them.
You see how Craig can position the car pretty much where he likes at the moment. He's able to underturn Michael. He's clearly got some chassis speed there at the moment. He's applying it well. We know his car's been getting better as it sheds fuel load. And here's the battle up the front meantime. Two big battles going on. One for the top spot on the podium, one for the last spot on the podium.
And Dave Reynolds had a big tank slapper off the back of that, just like that in the previous lap. That's where he's losing to Whincup. You've got to get off the dipper better than that because you've got to be closer at Forest Elbow. This is the spot that he can pass him, but he's got to be within a car length coming on to Conrod Straight. It's too far back. And he's got to work it out. There's nothing he can do. No one can help you. You have to find the way to get the car in the position to make the pass.
Similar story for Lowndes on Michael Caruso. There's Bev Brock watching on. She was here when car 888 was delivered by a helicopter earlier throughout the week. With that special livery paying homage, of course, to the great days of Peter Brock, 9-time winner.
James Courtney's been helped by Lowndes on the back of Caruso because Caruso was right up applying pressure to the second HRT car. Dave struggles here. He doesn't come out of there well enough, but he's got to get off the dipper.
Just keep putting pressure on him, mate. They're tighter than us. They are very tight. He's trying to save across the top, okay? You just keep putting that pressure on.
It's telling its own story now. The engineers are encouraging the drivers. You're in the driver's seat at home. You know what the numbers are. You know where we stand with tyres. You know what the deal is with fuel. You know what the deal is with lap time. It's going to play out to a mega brawl, this one. It's an absolute feast. We've got a great battle going for first and second, a great battle going for third. These two have clearly skipped away, and again a tail wag from Dave just excites the rear of the car in second gear out of the cutting.
And just confirming that red trim one, we heard James Small say to Davey Reynolds, Davey's on full power and they're going to give it a crack to the end. And Jamie, I've just had a look, is still on full conserve mode. So, say what you like.
Yeah, and like that's what James Small has been telling David Reynolds as well. But these guys in front, or Jamie in front, is conserving. It's very, very tight for him, so keep pushing. Keep applying the pressure. You've got to try and make this guy in front, who's been the most successful driver of the last few years in our championship, make a mistake.
And that's
get
not
close
easy.
enough. That is not easy. It probably won't happen. So to get close enough, that's the job. for Reynolds to try and make a move. We've already seen him pull off an almightily gutsy move down here at the Chase. If he can get close enough, no question he'll take another dive.
We know that he's been largely bulletproof under these pressure situations, Jamie Whincup, but he's really got a battle on his hands at the moment because there's no question that there's some pace in that car of David's. Look at this.
Lowndes has got past Caruso. So Lowndes up to fourth. His next target would be James Courtney in a spot on the podium. They tippy-toe around Murray's corner.
Jamie's got nothing left under brakes into the last corner. So Davey is right under him. It was a 2:10.9 for Whincup, a 2:10.8 for Reynolds. There's 0.3 of a second in it, and Courtney's hanging on by his fingernails in third at the moment.
The top of a slow car, okay?
So the message remains the same. Keep the pressure on for David Reynolds. But also another message. Caution for traffic up the top.
And we're just reading the signs of what Whincup's tyre life's like at the moment. We're on board with Dave. Just watch the body language. A little bit of a slide there, up and over the rise. Just missed the apex. Does a good job under the tree to the top of Reed Park. Watch this now, over the rise, down to the grate. Nice mid-corner speed, bit better for Dave. And this is where he's got to be committed. McPhillamy Park, and over the rise at the skyline, down the hill. He's got to come off the dipper. This is the spot. Got to get round the left and now tuck in hard to the right and get off here. No, still not good enough. He just drops a car length. He's got to be closer. But he does a good job here. A little bit of a run wide on entry there for Whincup. A little bit of a slow throttle application on the exit. This is on.
Guys, just to add to the drama again, I'm still hanging around this Triple Eight pit. I just overheard them talking about be ready for a splash and dash. So this is close.
Look, he had to move it. He had to move it over.
And we know that they were stressing about it from almost the first flying lap on this tank load. So it's 6 seconds from first to third, but Lowndes is beginning to apply big pressure now to James Courtney. This is mega. A battle for first and a battle for third.
Lowndes is only 0.3 of a second away from the rear of car 22. You'll see it right here. So that's for third spot in this race. He's going to have a look at the final turn. On the inside, Lowndes will take the position, but can he hold it? And he does hold it. Craig Lowndes goes up to third.
So he had to lock it up. He had to back it into the final corner, crossed up, sliding, wheel stop, and Lowndes has come through from nowhere to be third in this motor race.
Can never discount him, can you? He is an unbelievable competitor. And a great pass for the final step of the podium. And this is on. Dave Reynolds right behind Whincup.
Well, now he's super close, Scafie, up through the cutting. So the top of the mountain is where Dave needs to do his best work. If he's going to be able to put pressure, like you say, at the dipper and then at Forest Elbow, if not through the Chase on Jamie Whincup.
He's close. It's better. It's better. He's much closer this time. He's actually a threat now. He's punching David Reynolds. It's an unbelievable fight to the death here between these two. There's nothing in it. Reynolds hasn't blinked. Whincup hasn't blinked. Their maximum attack over the top of the hill.
This is the spot. He's got to be better here. Oh, big slide.
Nearly got the wall.
He's trying so hard off there. He knows it. The car just won't do it.
The Holden fans and the Ford fans are polarised. They're cheering their men. Go, Jamie. Go, Davey.
Do a big conserve this one. Do a big conserve this one, mate.
So, big conserve, the word from Mark Dutton. And at the same time, James Small saying they're conserving, mate. Get him, get him, get him.
Neil, we're getting an alarm on the computer here, mate. So he's sucking air in that car. He's sucking air.
Thanks, Larko.
He's got nothing left in the tank, Jamie Whincup, but he's got one lap to complete. This is extraordinary if he can hold it off. It means they've done it to the millimetre.
It's going to happen again. 2 years in a row, we've got this ridiculously tight margin between two cars. We've all got sweaty palms. There's 6,200 metres remaining in this car race.
And what a way to finish the current Championship trophy. Less than 6 kilometres left in this one. James Small is egging his driver on.
This is extraordinary. This is the grand prize for a V8 supercar driver, for any Australian in motorsport. Davey looks up the inside at 2. They're both completely grip limited. There's nothing left from either men here. 3/4 of a lap remaining, and now they do the mountain for the very last time.
6 hours and 15 minutes of racing. Absolutely nothing left in the tank for Jamie Whincup. He will cough and splutter his way across the line if he has to. David Reynolds going for his first ever V8 supercar win.
They've told Jamie to go trim 2 down Conrod, use more fuel, whatever's there, just use it. So Mark Dutton's urging, James Small is urging, there's nothing in it. It's millimetres at the top of the hill. It's Whincup by a whisker at the moment from Reynolds.
And this is it, go for broke time for Reynolds.
He's got to fire it down the inside at Forest Elbow. Just fire it down there.
Come on, Davey, win it or bin it.
Gets a little bit wide yet again. Mark Dutton jumps back on the radio to telegraph another message to Jamie Whincup, who has yet again put through an extraordinary drive. Under such enormous pressure, what has Reynolds got left in the tank? Has he got enough? Is he close enough to make a move on our championship leader? For the second year in a row, this goes right down to the final turn.
They're both brilliant. Oh, big slide for Whincup. He just barely hung on to it then. They've both done a remarkable job.
Only 7 drivers have won 4 or more Bathurst Championships. Today, Jamie Whincup joins the greats. He gets his 4th. Paul Dumbrell gets his 1st. And David Reynolds on the podium, a whisker away from victory in a classic 2012 race. And Craig Lowndes, of course, is always there at the end.
Unbelievable. What a stunning performance by both those young men. Dave Reynolds put the ultimate pressure on the best operator in this business. A Ford and Holden classic.
0.3 of a second. David Reynolds, well done. Jamie Whincup, well done. Both deserving champions today, and Craig Lowndes, as I said before, from nowhere to make it 1 and 3 for Team Vodafone on this podium.
Thank you so much, fellas. Big week.
So he's now won 4 times, Jamie Whincup. That's the first time, though, in his own car. Paul Dumbrell becomes the 53rd driver to win the Bathurst 1000. And that, folks, is a fitting finale to a 50-year celebration.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. Sideways.
Just left a heap of rubber behind it as it slid out of the gutter. Coming out of the dipper in second gear, almost whacked the wall, and well done. Takes 2 to tango in this race, and Dean Canto did a mighty job as well.
And James Small.
Make it up the hill, mate. Sorry about that.
He might need the Gojacks pretty quickly. He's got nothing there. Triple Eight's 5th Bathurst win in 7 years. 9 different lap leaders throughout the race. And there's Warren Luff, who with Craig Lowndes ends on the podium again after winning the Sandown 500. You're unbelievable, Lowndesy. Come out of nowhere in this one with amazing speed at the back end of the race. And car 1, position number 1. He's done a lot in his career, Jamie Whincup. This will be one that he will remember forever, because he knows how close it was.
Oh, he'll be looking for his mates now, the guys from the team, to come and celebrate with him, because this was an emphatic victory under the highest intensity, highest pressure to win the 50th Bathurst 1000. What an extraordinary drive. And you've got to give Paul Dumbrell a huge rap for the part that he played today, and to ultimately to be another Bathurst winner. Very, very good performance.
So David Reynolds' first podium finish in the V8 Supercars. And Yet again, they come and share their thoughts about an epic battle. J-Dub's got no friends at the moment.
Well, he hasn't here because
he's run out of mates. They're all having their own party.
We've talked about what an extraordinary job he's done this year and in recent years, and to withstand that was amazing. Would have been fantastic to see David grab that first V8 Supercar victory. He went one car length from doing it, and can't heap enough praise on either.
So 6 hours and 16 minutes was the official race time. 19 cars on the lead lap. That equals the 2010 and 2011 race record. So there's your podium. Cars 1, 52 and 888. James Courtney and Cam McConville oh so close to yet another podium finish. James Moffat and Alex Davison round out our top 10. There's Mark Winterbottom, who has now dropped to 3rd in the championship chase. Greg Murphy put up a good fight, as he always does at the Mountain, to finish in 13th. Todd Kelly, that was his last drive in a Holden. We wish Todd all the very best on Tuesday when he goes off for shoulder surgery. And now comes the party celebration. Dumbrell and Whincup. And you know where they're going, straight up to the top. Because aside from the podium, Scafie, I reckon there's no better view for a driver in Australian motorsport, correct?
It's just extraordinary, Matt, that the atmosphere and the support that the legion of fans from both sides, from red and blue, have for this event is just unbelievable. Look at them racing down to the podium area, and to see Paul Dumbrell and Jamie Whincup on top of that Holden Commodore is just fantastic.
Puts a Ford on the podium for the first time in 4 years.
And a great effort. They drove very, very well. Dave Reynolds today, that is the making of that young man in this sport.
The official margin between first and second, 0.3 of a second. Absolutely unbelievable. 207,000 people here over the 4 days to help us celebrate 50 years of the endurance race here at Bathurst. We're surrounded by the greats of the sport, the greats of this mountain, and Jamie Whincup is edging ever so closer to legend status. 4 Bathurst victories now, a 161-point lead in the championship over his teammate Craig Lowndes. So that's a big change for Mark Winterbottom after the first 2 big endurance races of the year. And remember that we go up to the Gold Coast for the Armour All 600 when they hand over their drives to international drivers as well. Another big wad of points on offer up there as well. So it's that critical time of the year in the championship, but this one was all about winning the Peter Brock Trophy. It's about to be handed over on the podium. Here's Mark Beretta. We'll just wait while Barretts gets ready for the podium celebration and that annual pilgrimage, not just the pilgrimage to the mountain, but it's the end of the day pilgrimage down there. You know the site.
Look at it, it's just fantastic.
You know what can occur when you're up there, don't you?
Yes.
So your first as a spectator in 26 years, we put on a good one for you, didn't we?
Oh, well, I'm blown away. I could not believe those last 5 or 10 laps, and it wasn't just for the lead, but for the podium. Lowndes' drive to get back onto the bottom step was also a very, very good performance. He's just so competitive here, isn't he?
James Courtney and Cam McConville's drive was one to watch as well, starting 14th up to 4th, and was in with a good shot there of being on the podium until Lowndes started his march. Michael Caruso and Greg Ritter finishing in 5th. Ritter doing yet another solid job in the Enduros. Jonathan Webb, a personal best performance with the debutant Scott McLaughlin to finish inside the top 10 in 6th. All right, Barretts is ready. Take it away, mate.
Oh, fantastic day. What a way to mark the 50th year of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Ladies and gentlemen, our 21st race of the year. Would you please congratulate, in 3rd place, representing Team Vodafone, Craig Lowndes and Warren Loff. Loudsy, congratulations. You are like a magnet to this Bathurst podium. You just find your way here.
Yeah, thanks, Barrett. I think it was, it's been a tough day for both Warren and I. We've been fighting it, but no, to all the guys at Team Vodafone, thank you for giving me the livery of Brock. Hopefully we've done him enough proud today, but we were a little bit shy. We need another 20 laps to catch the other two guys. But hello to Levi and Chili back home. Yeah, look, it's fantastic for the team to have a 1-3.
Lownsy, congratulations. Warren Luff, well done. A great team effort. Great driving with Lownsy. I know you enjoyed pairing up, you two.
Yeah, look, it was just amazing, and full credit to Craig. That last stint was just unbelievable. But again, full credit to everyone at Team Vodafone. They're unbelievable. It's been a fantastic year, and can't wait to do it again next year.
Guys, congratulations. Climb the podium. The Super Cheap Auto 2012 Bathurst 1000 runners-up. After a tremendous effort over those final few laps, would you please congratulate the Bottle-O FPR Ford team of David Reynolds and Dean Canto. David, congratulations. You gave us one of the most thrilling finishes in the history of this race. So close.
Yeah, look, the finish was not too bad. For me, it's just a normal day at the office, but thanks to the best boys down there. Awesome job all weekend, awesome job. I honestly can't say anything better, but, had a good race car at the end. It was so quick. Dino did a fantastic job. I love this man.
Dino, where do you go after that, eh? That's a lot of love. Mate, congratulations. A great team effort from you guys.
Yeah, thanks, man. I was going to say the pole's a bit high. No, it's been a great year working with Dave. As you all know, he's a bit of a character and makes the day go by really quickly. But thanks to FPR, it's been a long stint with these guys in the Enduros. My first time on the podium, Dave's first time on the podium, and at Bathurst. Great. Cheers.
Well done, Dean Canto and David Reynolds. This team did an outstanding job with two finishers on the podium. Our winning team today, Team Vodafone, and representing them, team principal Roland Dane. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2012 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 champions from Team Vodafone, Jamie Whincup and Paul Dumbrell. Paul, congratulations. We talk about partnerships a lot today, but the two of you on paper coming into this, you just looked fantastic and you've delivered on the day. Well done.
Oh, what a phenomenal day. You could not get a better feeling than what we're feeling right now. J-Dub, that's the best drive I've ever seen. Big thanks to Team Vodafone, Holden, Roland Dane, all family, friends, and how good is this?
Paul, before you go, you did give up full-time driving last year. Does this maybe just whet the appetite to make a return?
I can guarantee you 1,000% I won't be driving full-time again, but I'd love to partner this bloke again and see if we can go back-to-back.
Good. Congratulations, Paul. You've got to come back and defend. Jamie Whincup, we've seen some magnificent drives at this track over the years, but you just wrote your name into the history books. How tough was that, staying ahead of Dave Reynolds in those last few laps?
I can trust me, there was about half a Coke can of juice left to run, but I can't thank everyone at Team Vodafone enough. To all the Holden fans who come out this weekend. To everyone, obviously everyone at Vodafone and PD, mate. Sandown, Bathurst, you did a phenomenal job. You can be my teammate any day. So thanks everyone for coming out. Have an awesome night. Cheers.
Jamie, just before you do go, a quick update on the championship. You have a 161-point lead in the championship this year. A nice lead, but how does that stack up compared to standing right here, right now, and about to climb the podium at Mount Panorama?
Hey, who cares about the championship right now? It's all about Bathurst, year 50. We got there. Thank you.
Congratulations to our winners, Jamie Whincup and Paul Dumbrell. Making the presentation of the trophies now. To third place, the Area General Manager of Telstra Countrywide, Scott Curtin. to make the presentation of the second place trophies, the Chief Executive Officer of MTAA Super, Leanne Turner. To make the presentation to the winning team, Team Vodafone, the Federal Minister for Sport, Senator Kate Lundy. And finally, to make the presentation to the 2012 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 champions, David Ajala, the Managing Director of Super Cheap Auto. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2012 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 winners!
So that's the fourth time now that Jamie Whincup has his name etched on the Peter Brock Trophy. Introduced in 2006, no other man has his name on that trophy more than Whincup. Dumbrells is now there for the first time. And you've just witnessed one of the great sporting events of our nation and one of the great performances in Australian motorsport. Whincup star just continues to shine. 3 V8 Supercar Championships, 2 Barry Sheen medals, now 4 Bathurst wins. He doesn't get that emotional that often. He's a bit of an Iceman, Whincup. But this race win, his 59th race win in his 260th career. Well, I had that voice breaking when he was talking there to Mark Beretta. Well, there's a chance that we might see a little bit too much of Paul Dumbrell if he keeps going on like that. And what about the effort of David Reynolds and Dean Canto? Dino has driven up here with the very best. He once partnered Jim Richards to 5th. The shoes are flying. Now Canto is 2nd, and Craig Lowndes and Warren Luff 3rd. That is why they call it the Great Race.